All right, I call to order the special board meeting of Monday, May 6, 2019 for the Ridge-Niles School District 64 Board of Education. Who's doing the roll call?
Rick Biaggi.
Here.
Rebecca Little. Denise Pearl.
Here.
Larry Riles.
Here.
Carol Zell is here. Fred Sanchez.
Here.
Tom Sotos.
Here.
Thank you. Introductions, did you want to do some introductions right now for us?
I think, sure, I can get you started. We are fortunate tonight to have a representative from the IASB here, Dee Millinaires, who will be leading the board through their Starting Right workshop. As everyone knows, we have 3 new board members, and this is a great opportunity for the board to receive some additional training and reach consensus around communication, expectations, how we're going to work, and to ask questions of an IASB expert who, is part of your organization. She's here to provide some training, but also to answer questions to make sure that we really can start right. This is training before their first official, board meeting at the end of May. So I think it's a great time to get the group together. And if you wouldn't mind going around the horn, you can just introduce yourself and maybe let Dee know how many years you've been on the board, and then we'll let her take over.
Can I modify it just a little bit?
Sure.
On the introductions, I would like for you to tell me, of course, how long you've been on the board, but also what made you decide to become a board member. It's a huge commitment of time and energy, so please share that with myself. And we will start with Rick, because he's the board president.
Okay, this is my 3rd year now on the board. And I think the answer to that last question is the same one I gave you probably the last time, which is that I wanted to see a strong board and see more transparency and better governance at the board level, and I thought I could aid with that by serving on the board.
Thank you. Volunteer for next.
I'll go next.
Thank you.
Make your life easy. When I first ran for school board 4 years ago, I felt that I wanted to give back to the community. I wanted to be, I wanted to do what I can to help the district move in the right direction. It was moving in what I thought was a good direction. I just felt there were certain things that could be done a little differently. Being from this district, going through this district myself and growing up here and going through the schools, there were certain things that I saw when I was here that I didn't see with my children from being here. So I figured, it would be a good opportunity for me to get involved and see if there was something I was missing. And after 4 years, I can tell you there was a lot I was missing. When you're not on the school board, you see things from a completely different light, and you see them completely differently than what they are actually working. So it wasn't as different as I thought it was before I got on the board. Why I decided to run for a 2nd term was because I did have the opportunity for 4 years to see how things are run and how things go, and I felt that it was important that I be on this board for the next 4 years so that I can lend my experience from the 4 years that I was here before, so that we can continue to move in the same direction, and hopefully some of the newer board members who probably feel the same way I felt when I was first coming on can possibly, lean on me and ask me, for some, not guidance, because I'm sure they can all handle it on their own, but, if they just need someone to just bounce some ideas off of so that they can get to where I got quicker, so that they're not, wasting the time that I wasted trying to learn and get there.
Good for you. Thank you. Larry.
Hi.
Hi.
I've been on the board, this is my 3rd year. I sat on a school board previously in Kentucky. I am retired. I've retired from 2 different jobs, so I sit on 4 not-for-profit boards around Park Ridge. I'm a past lieutenant governor for Kiwanis for Illinois and Iowa. People came knocking on my door and asked me to run for school board. That's how I got here.
That's great. They knew you couldn't sit still, huh?
I guess.
Yeah. Thank you. Carol.
Hi, so I'm Carol Sells. I've been on the board for 1 week as of today. So I have 2 kids. I grew up in Park Ridge. My son started with the district in 2014, so that's when I, started paying attention to board activities. And then eventually I started going to meetings. My son's principal, when he was at field school, she always stressed the importance of paying attention to what the board was doing, so that was a nice thing. And then after attending all these meetings, I didn't think that this was something that I would ever run for, but then I did end up doing it, and just like Rick said too, issues of board governance and things like that are what spurred me to run, and I just thought I could, make some type of contribution to help with the board. So that's about all.
Great, thank you.
Hi there, I'm Denise, and I am like Carol. I've been on the board for not even a week, so I think it's since we were inducted. Came on the board, I come to this a little different. I've only lived in Park Ridge for 4 years, and so I bring unlike Tom's, a different perspective, just living other places and, seeing other communities and their schools. The other thing, I'm an educator. I was a high school teacher. I teach at the college level, so I believe in education, and I thought this would be a good way to contribute to the community.
Great, thank you very much. Fred?
I'm Fred. Been on the board, joined with Larry and Rick. Lifelong resident of Park Ridge. I have 3 kids currently in the school district, so I felt I was fully invested in what was happening. Like Carol and Rick, I wanted to see increased transparency with respect to what the board was sharing with the community. I wanted to see some changes made to the way the board was governing. I remember, growing up with kids that went to schools that no longer exist here. So so when we were dealing with some of the space issues, I guess I feel I have like a little bit of a historical perspective on how we got here. And so I just thought this was something that I was interested in being a part of and trying to make an impact.
Thank you, good for you. Hi,
I'm sorry, I got
Rebecca.
caught in the perfect storm of trains.
Not a problem. Welcome. We're just going around and sharing of why you decided to be a board member and how long you've been on the board.
A week?
Welcome.
And a lot of the reason I ran is I have 3 kids. My oldest is only in 3rd.
And so my baby is about to turn 2, so I have kids in the district till 2030. So I sort of.
Oh, you're counting.
Yeah, yeah, not that I'm counting. So I have a long-term vested interest in its success.
Yes.
And I was coming to a lot of the meetings, so I thought might as well try on the other side too. That's right, make it official.
So you decided to come to the table rather than stay.
Right.
Yeah. Good for you. Good for you. It's always good to have new members on the team, bring fresh ideas. Innovation is always good. It does take a while to get up to speed. You're all relatively a young board. 2 years is really the cycle of how long it takes to get your feet wet, get up to speed, understand what's going on, and about the time you think you've got a good grip on it, some things change with legislation, and it's like, whoa, what happened? And it's this evolving cycle, but really after 2 years, they say that you're really more or less seasoned. I was a board member for 15 years, and it's an area where you just never stop learning. You just continually learn from your staff, from your business manager, from everybody. You're just constantly learning. So if you like to read, you like to learn, this is a great spot to be in. And you all said it quite well. The number one reason, is to give back, give that piece back, and really, you're here for the kids' future. And many of you said that it's about the kids, to give back to the kids, and they are the future. So the community hands over their prized possessions to you, 2 of them. What is that? I just said it. Don't be shy.
Kids.
Your children.
Right.
And their money.
And their money. Yeah. So you have a lot on your shoulders. You have a huge responsibility, not to scare anybody, but it is a tremendous responsibility. You're doing a great thing tonight by developing yourself professionally and learning about governance. So we're going to talk tonight about what it means to be a board member, what that role entails. We're We're also going to talk about the superintendent's role. And then we have somebody here new on the team. Eric, you're not getting away. You're going to do an introduction also.
Okay.
He's the new guy on the team, just like you guys are. So it's a fun time. It's a great time for all of you to get started right and learn about the expectations of what you expect of Eric, and then Eric's expectations of what he wants from the board members. So we'll cover that tonight too. So Eric, give us a little bit about yourself.
I was going to say, before, we'll have Eric go into that, and then before we move into your presentation, we have some, this is a public meeting, we are on camera.
You're going to do that,
We're
yep.
open, so we have a few items we need to hit before we go in to that.
So I'm sorry. Did you have a specific question?
Just
Now I
tell us
got
a
caught up
little
in what
bit
Rick
about
was
your
saying.
educational journey.
Sure.
And if you were a tree, what kind of tree?
Right, exactly, right. So I started out in middle school and was an English language arts teacher and thought I would do that for 35 years. And after doing it for several, I had an itch that I needed to do something different. So I taught high school English for 2 years as I tried out a different age level of kids, and the itch was still there. So then I enrolled in a Type 75 program and started down the road of administration. Was an assistant principal in Morton Grove, was a principal in Highland Park, and also in Arlington Heights. Then I was fortunate to move up to central office and have been assistant superintendent for student learning for the past 5 years, and then had the opportunity to interview with District 64 and was eventually selected. So very excited to be here, and excited about all the pieces that we're learning and growing together as a team. I know a phrase that you guys use often, a team of 8, and I talked about that some in my interview as well, of the 7 board members and me leading the district and doing it together. And I think it's important to me that we do work as a team, because as you said, the parents are entrusting us with some pretty valuable pieces, and so the more that we can work together as a team, that's really just going to help the entire district. And so I'm very excited to get started, and I've been working with Lori and trying to pull everything out of her head I can before she leaves, but I mean, all the welcome has been fabulous so far.
That's great. Thank you.
Okay. So on our agenda, we did introductions. There's opening remarks. I'm going to go off script for a minute. Hope you don't mind. This week, it's my parents' 50th wedding anniversary, and they had a mass yesterday where they renewed their vows. Of course, my wife and I had to make fun of them a little bit for it, but we were there at mass, and afterwards, a woman came up to me who I didn't recognize, and hadn't seen her in about 35 years. She was my junior high English teacher, and probably part of the reason I went into the law, certainly part of the reason I can write well as a lawyer, is all because of her, because she beat into our heads how to diagram sentences, and you've heard me talk about her. This was her. This was the infamous teacher. And it was great to see her, and it reminded me of how much teachers can have an impact on our lives. And this week, we're celebrating that here at District 64, and so I just wanted to make sure that the board, we all recognize all of the teachers, all of the great staff. We have a lot of those same teachers here that impacted my life. So I just want to encourage all the board members to get out and thank those teachers this week, if you can, at all of your home schools. I was invited by the PTO to go this morning to Washington and walk the halls with the Dixieland band as they were thanking the teachers, and it was really great to be there. So
Did you play your instrument?
I did not. I got asked about 17 times to do that. I wasn't going to do that. So, I know. If I was a real trumpet player. So anyway, I encourage everybody to get out and do that, even, again, just pick up or drop off, and make sure we're all, as a board, thanking the teachers for the great work that they do for the district. So that was my off-script comment for an opening remark tonight. So Larry, would you please be kind enough to lead us in the pledge?
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. went to Lincoln this morning. That was a lot of fun for Teacher Appreciation.
All right. I guess I know the answer to this question already, but are there any public comments on either agenda or non-agenda items? Seeing none.
Formal line.
Yeah, formal line, please. So for the record, there's no one in the audience right now. So with that, Dee, I'm going to turn over the mic to you.
Thank you. If you would open up the folder packet that I have placed at your places, you will find on the left-hand side, there should be an agenda outlining what we're going to cover tonight. So there are the 4 objectives. You can read those on your own. We've already done the introductions. So our time tonight, I will say that you have me for as long as you need me. These typically take about 3 hours. Sometimes they're done in less time, sometimes it's more time. It's just a matter of the conversation that needs to be discussed. So I don't like to say that it's going to be, 2.5 hours, we're out of here, done. It can vary. Varies depending upon, like I said, the conversation. I do want you to ask conversation freely, speak openly. Now's the time to have those conversations and discussions about anything that you might be wondering. I thank Lori for calling me an expert. I know quite a bit, but I don't know that I'm an expert. I'm always learning, so probably not a novice either, but if I don't know it, I will get you the information. How are we going to work together tonight? The discussion tonight, like I said, needs to happen openly and freely. I don't want to see anyone, I don't like to call people out, but if you're not participating in the discussion, I might give you a little look and kind of get you to speak and kind of get involved with the conversation. And then if I find that you're monopolizing the conversation, I'll probably not call on you for the next question. So throughout the evening, I don't want it to be a didactic presentation. I do want you to ask questions. If you have something that comes to your mind, please raise your hand, give me eye contact or something as we're going through the presentation, because a lot of times if you don't ask when you're in the moment, it kind of just fades out of your mind unless you're going to jot it down. But it really is more beneficial if we just ask the questions in the moment. So we're not going to hold them till the end. As we go through, you can surely ask me any question that pops up, okay? As we have 3 new board members and a new superintendent coming on board, the community watches a Board of Education. Some communities watch more than other communities. They probably are wondering, what's this board going to do? What's going to happen? You have 2 years as this team until the next election. It's always the big 2-year cycle, and then we'll have, people decide to maybe go off the board, come on the board, whatever it may be. But in that 2-year time frame, think about the legacy that you're going to leave here in District 64. What do you think the community is going to say about this board? And you'll find in your folder there is a green piece of paper. And it has legacy on it. If you just brainstorm for a few minutes and think about that legacy and what it's going to be in the next couple of years, what's the community going to say about this particular group of people? So if you could write those down on the piece of paper, write as many as you like, as few as you like. Does everybody have something to write with? Do you need something?
Yeah, I'm good, thank you.
So just to clarify, this is not the reality, what we want it to be?
Yes, this is what you would like.
What we'd like it to be?
Not what they would say about, because I can see where you would.
I'm just trying to make sure I clarify.
Would they say that about you now, or what do you want them 2 years from now?
What do you want them to say? What do you want them to think about as a group? finishing up, I want you to choose one and put it on this large Post-it note. The one that means the most to you.
One word.
No one word, it can be a statement. I'm going to ask you guys to share.
Sure.
You've got one, Rick? I'm going to ask you to go first. If you could just put it up on the whiteboard, put it on the left-hand
Write
side
it
there.
on the whiteboard, or put the sticker.
Put the sticker on the whiteboard and just share it with us. Tell us what you wrote.
I like my thing on my green sheet better than my orange sheet, but so I tried to paraphrase this as accountability to the citizens of the district.
Okay. Who's the VP? Tom, why don't you jump up? Are you ready?
I'm writing it. I know
Okay.
I'm writing, I'm just writing it.
Okay, we'll come back to you. Who's secretary? Carol.
I am. I wrote earn the trust of the community.
Okay.
And then what you said earlier about whether we're not paying attention, I might look like I'm not paying attention, or I might look mad, but that's just my face.
Well, thank you. Thank you for letting me know. So accountability, trust. Okay, who would like to go next? Thanks, Denise.
I have listened to a variety of perspectives and inclusive.
Okay. Go ahead, Tom.
That we as a board created a near perfect learning experience for our kids. And like in whole, I can elaborate if you need me.
Gosh, you're perfect. Okay.
I didn't say perfect. I said
Near.
perfect.
Near.
I wrote down that we were willing to collaborate on the issues facing the district.
Okay. Work together, collaborate, come up with the resolution. Got it?
I have focused more on long-term planning rather than playing whack-a-mole as issues come up.
Ah. So no more reactive.
Yeah.
Proactive.
Right.
Okay, great.
Maybe I missed something. Isn't this supposed to be something that people would say about this board?
Yes.
Okay.
Or what do you want?
What do you want them to say?
What do you want people to say that they'd like to see other board members?
That board was the one that put the fund back in education in District 64.
Okay.
I'll stay with my theme of working together as a team.
Okay.
I think if we're together, we can accomplish anything.
Thank you.
Everybody done? I'm hoping that they say that the board's more cohesive, that we're cohesive as a board, and with viewing administrators as partners.
Great, thank you. So as I I look at these, I see that there is some commonalities, some themes. Does anyone want to point out what the theme, the commonality could be here?
Working together.
Working together, collaborate, cohesive team. I hear a lot of that resonating throughout everybody.
So I struggle with that because, not that I struggle with the idea of working together, so let me preface that I think the previous board was characterized as not working together, which, by the public, and isn't that inherent in any board of 7 people? You're not going to, you shouldn't be unanimous on, at any given time. There's always going to be 4-3 splits or 5-2 splits on an issue, and that doesn't, by definition, mean they're not working together.
No, certainly everyone's entitled to their opinion, but I think one thing that you have to hold yourselves accountable to and self-regulate is how you respond to that 5-2, 4-3. If there's a lot of felt dissension at this table, it permeates not just here, but throughout your district, the community, the staff, the kids. So it's fine to disagree, but that level of respect and knowing that this instance, we weren't on the same page together, but we can still walk away and respect each other. And I think when those items happen and you do show that level of respect for one another, and they're like, okay, then you move on. And you don't hash it out time and time again. I don't know what's been going on here. You don't hash it out time and time again. You don't bring it up from the past. It's right. You support it, even though you might have been one of the two, you support it and you move on.
And I agree with everything you just said. My observation is, and again, say this out loud for the 4 of us who were on the previous board, is that I think there were times when it was felt that we needed to be unanimous and that somehow not showing a united front is somehow not being collaborative and not being cohesive, and I think that's patently false. I mean, I think that's what we're here for, is to debate issues vigorously and respectfully and civilly to one another and move on. And I think the previous board did that.
And I will challenge a little bit on the debate. Let's use the word dialogue. You have those conversations, and I know you're an attorney, but
well, we're a legislative body. I mean, that's what we're going to do is debate issues.
No, I'm going to correct you on that one also. You're not a legislative body, you're a governing body. There is a difference.
Okay.
So the governing body, you work as a team. Legislative bodies, they do have a group of constituents that they're, fighting for and stuff. You have a whole school community that you're working for. So it's a little bit of a difference, and it's a little bit of a misconception, and people struggle with that because not only do boards of education struggle with that concept, the community struggles with that concept. So this table looks different than many boards that you're probably familiar with, many legislative bodies that you're familiar with, because it's a governing board. So a little bit different. And there are times when you should have a unanimous vote. I can't say that you must, but best practice would be to have that unanimous vote. Do you think of any couple of times that you might really strive to get that unanimous vote?
Everything on the consent agenda.
When you hire the superintendent.
I was just saying everything on the consent agenda, because if it wasn't pulled out, then everything should be, voted on. Right? I don't know.
No. You don't have to agree on everything of the consent agenda.
Right, and then if it's not pulled out, then it might be debated usually.
The big one is the hiring of the superintendent, because you want that person to come in feeling really good with the team that he's going to be working with, or he or she will be working with. A second time, that it should be a unanimous vote. Any idea?
When you fire a superintendent?
No. Good guess. Have you guys ever went for a referendum?
No. Not,
No?
I mean, not this.
Not this group.
No one on this board.
But that would be another instance, because if you don't have the firm backing of the entire board, you can imagine where that referendum's going to go. It usually doesn't turn out too well.
Do you need a, so I see a little concern there, because if I, let's say I supported a referendum for something, and I could not get the unanimity of the board to back me on it. It would almost make it impossible to go to referendum for something. And there might be certain members of a board that don't feel the same way I do about either the finances of the reasoning for going to referendum or the need for going to referendum. So I'm hearing from you that it would be preferable, and almost you're a little firm in saying that it would be one of two things that you really want it. So are you saying that if 6 members of this board want to go to referendum for kindergarten and I don't, that we don't go to referendum for kindergarten?
No, the 6 of you would win.
Of course.
In that instance, and you would place that question on the ballot. The problem with it is that when you don't have the backing of your full board, you've already started off on a pretty much, I don't want to use the wrong foot, but an uncomfortable ground to get this referendum to go.
But are you presupposing that we want the referendum to go?
That was my question. I mean, couldn't you?
Right.
I don't like that idea that we need to be unanimous on this. To me,
Well, it would be if you needed the referendum, I would think that.
It's not our job that's why you're going to referendum, is to ask the 38,000 people in this town.
But you want to start off supporting the question that you're going to place on the ballot.
Just the question could be, for instance, as Tom just alluded to, are we going to do full-day kindergarten, or are we not going to do full-day kindergarten?
That doesn't
Here's the
necessarily
cost.
mean we as a board want full-day kindergarten or don't.
Right.
We know our community, or parts of our community are asking for it, but other parts of our community are saying we don't need it. So instead of this board making the decision for 40,000 people, maybe this board would want to put that question out to the public to let them decide whether we should do it or shouldn't. So that really there's no, this specific example, there's no whether the board wants a all-day kindergarten or doesn't. It's trying to find out if the community supports all-day kindergarten, so then we as a board can sit back then and figure out if we can actually make it happen for them.
Correct, but you first have to agree to put it on the ballot.
To put the idea of whether
Yes.
should or shouldn't, right?
Yes.
And what if I said, you know what, we have plenty of money to do a full-day kindergarten. I don't think we need to put it on the ballot. It's a number that maybe we should save referendum for something much larger down the road when we have to add, $10 million to each of
And
our schools.
that's certainly you're entitled to that. The
But
reason
you're saying that I should allow myself to be convinced to join the unanimity because it would look stronger.
I'm saying it's a best practice. You're certainly entitled to your opinion and how you would approach the particular question that you want to place on the ballot. The reason it is a best practice is to have the success of that. You are, of course, if you are not in favor of that, I'm not saying that you must do that. You're always entitled to your own thoughts and ideas and opinion. That make sense?
Well, that does. It struck me a little harsh that we added going to referendum in the same breath as unanimity for hiring our superintendent. I see the two as completely different. We can always not hire that superintendent and keep searching for another. But really, I don't see any. If it's either yes referendum or no referendum, there's really no other.
No, you can always form a different question for your referendum. Depending on the question, you could formulate it a little bit different so that maybe everybody was in agreement.
So what you're saying is that we should all be unanimous as to whether. Well, I mean. What is it? Are we all unanimous as to going to referendum, or unanimous as to what the question's going to be? What if someone just doesn't want to go to referendum? I'll give you an example. We had, a past board member who promised he would not go to referendum for a long, long time. And it didn't matter what the reasoning for the referendum was. He made a promise years and years and years ago, and he wanted to uphold that promise regardless. So getting it to even consider referendum
He wasn't going to move. I get it.
wasn't going to be an issue. So we didn't even get to the point of forming the question and then agreeing unanimously as to what the question was. And I'm not saying what that member did was right or wrong. I'm just using that as an example that sometimes the first question has to be, do we all agree on a referendum? Then we can go on and discuss the structure of the question and deciding whether we all agree on the structure of the question. I'm saying if it doesn't even get to the structure of the question, I disagree with referendum. Or are you saying that the important thing is for us, once we all come up with an agreement to go to referendum, whether it's unanimous or not, that we are at least unanimous on the structure of the question?
The structure of the question.
Okay. That I support 1,000%.
Yeah.
But I do think, I mean, I am new to this, but I do think, I wouldn't think a school board goes to I mean, I think people go to referendum with the hope that it's going to pass. I don't know. I haven't been, the referendums I've been a part of, and I was heavily involved in 2 of them, the goal was to get them passed to improve the school district. That's why I think people go to referendum. So I feel like in my board role, I'm a champion of the district. And so if we're going to bat referendum, I'm going to bat 120% for this referendum to pass. And I think we all need to be cohesive as a team doing that.
Are there instances where districts go to referendum without the intention of it passing or not passing, but just to get public's thumbprint on what an issue is?
Hold on.
No.
Yes, just maybe not school districts. I mean, there are lots of, again, legislative and governing bodies that seek advisories. This city has done it several times. The county has done it several
But we're a
times.
school board.
Well, I'm speaking of school
Right
boards.
now, you're on a school
You're making a
board.
blanket statement. There's a
Well,
lot
I'm
of
in a school
referenda
board
that are-
setting. I'm representing a school board affiliation.
I
I'm
understand.
talking for school boards.
So in school board setting, I'll stay on this school board topic and not
Good.
go.
All right, Tom.
It is
thank you.
not. It's never been done before where you go to referendum without the intention of it winning or losing. That you just go to referendum for the idea, just to get an idea.
No. You put the question to your community to pass a referendum so that you're doing something good for the district.
So a referendum would never be drafted. Do you want full day kindergarten or not? That wouldn't be a
No.
appropriate referendum.
No, you do your
Not a
homework.
referendum question.
No, you do the homework beforehand. You don't put it on a ballot to ask that question. You do different community engagement activities to find out what your community wants.
Perfect. So what would those be?
What would those be?
Yes.
Well,
What would be the prior to going to referendum?
That's a whole nother training
that's,
about public engagement, right?
yeah, that's pretty deep
That's
public
not-
engagement. We'll touch upon public engagement a bit through this dialogue tonight, but we spent 3 years investigating public engagement, and it's a whole spectrum of engagement. There is a white paper on our website. It's about, 70 pages long that I encourage you to read. It's pertinent to school districts and that level of community engagement that districts want to do with their community. Different levels require different activities, and different activities give you different answers. Well, not different answers, but delve deeper or less depending on the information that you're looking for.
Thank you so much. I personally, that's the answer I was looking for. I, as you know, ask many questions kind of knowing where I'm going. My bigger concern is not whether we go to referendum for something or not. My bigger concern is if we do decide to go to referendum, for whatever the reason is, that we have taken all the steps prior to that to engage the community, because we have been accused of not taking those steps. And I think one of the reasons why going to referendum has come up as an option, not as an option, as an alternative to the steps you're talking about on your white paper, I think it's because we've put ourselves in a situation where there's really no direct direction on how to get this information, at least from this community, who will always say to us that we either didn't pose the question correctly. Now I'm giving you real life We either didn't pose the question correctly, we didn't send it to the right people, we didn't leave it out there long enough, we didn't post it to where people can actually find it, we took too small of a sample size. What am I forgetting? I mean,
That's
if you
the
could
big
help
one.
me out with the majority of what. So we've tried to do certain things in this district, and we've apparently failed every single time. And there's been, and I'm not saying that we actually failed. We've been accused of failing every single time. Let me correct that. I'm sorry. I don't feel that we failed every single time. However, we've been accused of failing every single time, and then we end up with a really large group of individuals who come here and then fight against what we are trying to propose, and then it becomes a larger problem. So I think we've, at least some of us, or myself, I'll speak just for myself, have gotten to a position now where we feel like the only way to pass something really, really large in this district is to go to referendum and ask the community what their thoughts are on it, so that we can at least at the very end say, we got the pulse of the community. The community wants, and I'm just using kindergarten as an example. It has nothing, I don't, I like kindergarten and I want kindergarten, but I'm not using, this is just for an example. We can at least then say, hey, the community does not want it. So let's not waste our time anymore. Let's not, continue pushing for it, because the community spoke. We put it out there, and the question was, does this community want kindergarten? Does this community not want kindergarten? And at the referendum, it was overwhelmingly one way or the other. So now we have direction on which way, on how to go and how to go about doing it. I think that's why this question about referendums touched a little bit of a nerve, at least for me, because now I'm being told that if we do go to referendum, I'm hoping that the clarification is correct, that we don't need to be unanimous to go to referendum. We need to be unanimous once we all decide on majority, if we're going to go to referendum, that the question we pose is unanimous. And that I fully support.
Yes.
But not just to give you an understanding why this referendum thing just kind of
I got it.
went off in little circles.
Got it. Thank you. Thank you.
Can I just go back? I think the teamwork thing does come into play, and what Rick said. So y'all use referendum, but I don't want to talk about referendum anymore. If we would agree to go to referendum, outwardly, we all need to support that. Just today, I had a conversation with a woman about Emerson, and she's like, last week I was fuming after the meeting. Tom was elected vice president. And I said to her, I try to understand things from people's perspectives. A current board member, they were valuing board experience. So I was not saying anything outwardly like, oh my gosh, I'm so upset about, because as a team, I'm supporting that. That was the board decision. And I think if we can cohesively, I think some of those things in the community will at least diminish a bit. I don't think they totally, but I think that this cohesiveness, a team of 8, we are partners with you, and Lori currently, Eric, I think I don't see things as a superintendent because I don't have that lens, but I'm going to be your partner in this. And I think that will really, I think that's a huge key here. I know I'm new here, but I firmly believe this.
I firmly agree 1,000% with you, and I think we all have a responsibility to each other to also kind of speak to the people that think they're speaking for us or with us, to tone down as well. Because I had a situation where after the last meeting, I was accused of hanging out at a bar with a bunch of boys. And I was accused by a person who happened to be with another board member or 2. So and I know it wasn't those board members that had anything to do with it. They can't control what other people do, and I surely can't control what other people do on my behalf. However, I think if all of us go back out there and say, hey, you're not doing me any favors by doing this or by fighting this fight, because it's not, helping us as a board. I agree with you 1,000% that if we can find a way to come together that way, it would definitely, and I wrote here on my green that didn't make it to my orange because I'm way past this, but we overcome our personal differences and come together and work as a cohesive board.
And Denise, you seem like you've been around for a long time, because what you just described falls into the 6th foundational principle, and that is abiding by the will of the majority. Even though, you might be that two person on the out of the vote or that third person on the out of the vote, you support the board and the board's work. And you don't go out and you say, well, that lousy board, I can't believe that most of them did that, yada, yada, yada. That's not what you do as a board member. You're like, you are certainly entitled to voice your opinion. Yeah, that is not the way I voted, but I am going to move forward with the team and support the will of the majority. And that is part of the oath of office that you just took last week. So, good for you.
And Tom, I think on top of that, we talked about this a little bit, and I just think everyone, it's important to hear. I think the gender dynamic, all of us need to help with that. The woman I was speaking to today, and I told her, I said, it's not boys versus girls. We are one team. I don't care if you're, and I think all of us need to not perpetuate that further in the community.
I agree 1,000%.
All right, Tom, we're off to a good start today.
Well, I think we just do have to be aware of outside forces and sentiments within the board that are trying to cause divisiveness. So I think it's both, and I think we've just touched upon both of those. And just in this short amount of time, this 1 week, I've seen a lot of that. So I just hope to not have a lot of that drama that has occurred before.
Okay.
I've listened to everything. I've spent my life on teams. The Armed Forces of the United States is all teamwork. That's all it is. And if you're not on the team, people lose their life. And, I hear all the discussion, and I've heard it over the last 2 years. It's something that I used over the years called saluting the flag. I don't have to agree with you. And you don't have to be my best friend. But when the board's made a decision, you salute the flag, you put a smile on your face, and you go out the door, and we're all got the same face as far as the public's concerned. It's when you go out that door and you carry your disagreement with you that you've got a problem. So, salute the flag, leave your differences here, and go out and make sure the children always win.
Very well said. Thank you. Very well said. The mission of IASB is up on the board there. We are supporting quality public education through board work. That's our vision. Our mission states that we provide you with networking opportunities and training experiences, just to name a few parts of our mission statement as well. District vision, mission. You have one?
Yeah, we have it right here, so every board member can remember.
There it
And
is.
it's about children, inspiring every child. That's the center of, supposed to be the
I
center
saw it on the
of our work.
website, but I was
Right.
waiting for somebody to help me out. Good.
2020 vision.
So I mentioned that you guys had already, Denise, you brought forth the 6 foundational principle. We have 6 foundational principles that really pertain to effective governance. These are not foundational principles that IASB said, ooh, these sound really good, let's throw these out there. These are from John Carver, who is an expert in working with nonprofit boards. He has done it for a number of years. His wife has also been a part of his governance work, his research. They also closely parallel to the 8 characteristics of effective boards, which is from the Iowa Lighthouse Studies. If you're familiar with those studies, longitudinal studies from Iowa Association of School Boards, they did a first round in the 90s, and then they went back and further investigated and found out that, you know what, still holds true. Those essential foundational principles are still the same. So they're pretty much tried and true. And if you want to look at those 8 characteristics of effective governance, I would tell you to go to NSBA, the National School Board Association's website, and they have it posted there in full. They have a condensed version and they have the full paper. So my new board members, you might want to peruse that website and find those studies and read about them as well. Yes.
Oh, and you're going through these, perfect.
Yes, I will go through each one. Okay? And if you have any questions at all, please feel free to interject. And I've sensed that the group will. And yeah, you guys are kind of behind, but you do have PowerPoint and, yeah. Okay, good. So who gets what for how much is really what the board is looking at. Whenever you come to the board table, that's the big question, isn't it? Who's going to get it? What benefits are they going to get? And then for how much? And again, this all goes back to who?
Students.
The students, the kids. You know, what services are you going to implement? To what group? And then cha-ching, cha-ching, how much is it going to cost?
I think that's one thing that this board in the future will probably have to talk about. We've spent a lot of time over the last year talking about special education and trying to improve what we're doing in special education, and we have to look at it kind of big picture. It's a new board with a new budget, and you know, how much can we afford to spend, you know, for each group, and then, you know, in totality.
Yeah.
On an annual basis. We have 4,600 students that we're educating. So I think that this will be important to remember, you know, moving forward when we dive, maybe after Dr. Frost does her year-end summation, either at the May or the June meeting. You know, really starting to put a dollar sign around some of the improvement efforts and making sure that the board is comfortable kind of heading in that direction at that level of spending. And then as she forecasts, you know, not only you know, plans that she has for her year 2 improvements. And then when we also do the more broad 2020 vision update of year 4, and we talk about initiatives for the 19-20 school year, you know, talking a little bit about what it's going to cost to make sure that we move the whole organization forward to achieve the vision at the end of 2020.
Okay.
But I think that this is an important conversation not to lose track of in those couple instances coming up as a new board.
Yeah. And you just went to like the next part of this. We've talked about the 2 key concerns: students, organizational effectiveness, kids and money. But really, the vision. What is the vision the board has? But that vision has to come from who? Your community. Your community has the vision that they want the schools to be. And you have to have that unique conversation and understanding with the community. They empowered you by voting you in as board members to represent them, to make decisions for them. So you have to be in touch with their values and beliefs, which stem up to the district in the terms of a vision with goals and mission. So once you have that foundation from your community of an understanding of what the school should be, then you as a board member, working with the superintendent, will come up with the goals, the strategic plan, the vision, whatever it is that you will call it, to move the district forward in that direction.
And this community is one that's evolving. It's constantly changing, but we're going from what was some 25 years ago, kind of a bedroom community of a lot of senior citizens now. Now we're going in and building condos in Park Ridge that we've never had before, and we're inviting families in here with young children who are going to grow up in this community. So we're, even the 2 years I've been here, I've heard the public changing their view out here in the city of Park Ridge. You know, we had so many. I expect I probably got a lot of votes from senior citizens who had no children in the district, you know, over a period of years. And I get one set of how the board should be run from those folks. And then when they hear, yeah, I'm 70, but I've got a child in District 64. What? Oh yeah, you know, and plus, you know, I run the gamut from having a child in special ed, a child, you know, in the district, a child in CFC, and
You've got it all, Larry.
I got it all. I got everything, you know? And married a girl who grew up here in the city of Park Ridge. You know, I'd never heard of Park Ridge in my life until I married Elizabeth. And it's a great place to raise children. What you do, you get two totally different opinions on how the board should represent the public. The one with the children in the district and the one who haven't had children in this district in 30 years.
And it's a special understanding of, you know, you have to build trust within both of those groups. And part of that is being transparent at the table, which you guys are, but it takes time. And I think a lot when, you know, if you're on the outside looking in, and if your board isn't very cohesive, and that goes back to the statement a few minutes ago, that causes questions and wonder. So the more unified you are, at least when you walk out the room, you have the discussion, you walk out the room and you support one another. A lot of that trust will be built back up for the community.
I'm glad you brought up the word transparency, because I'm a guy that when transparency is the option, I always choose transparency.
Sure.
To include this meeting tonight.
Yes.
You know, I'm always, even though it appears that we're not, but I'm always a believer in going transparent. And sometimes, I guess, in the past, in our board, there's been an opinion not to be transparent by some of the board members. And that's been a little bit of a problem, you know, for me. And, you know, we've waded through it, these problems. But, you know, sometimes I think when we've gone to closed session in the past, we could have been open.
Well, you have to be careful because there are reasons to go into closed.
I understand.
And that's, you know, OMA was put into place for transparency. So we don't hear that much about transparency as what we used to, because there used to be, quite frankly, meetings that were taking place and governing bodies, legislative bodies were not transparent. That's a whole reason for OMA. So with OMA, it really forces your hand at transparency.
Because you're telling the public what you're going to be discussing in closed session.
Yes, it's right there. The exception is stated before you go into closed session. Now, if you are a board that lists all 16 exceptions whenever you're going into closed session, that would not be very transparent because your community doesn't know which exception you're talking about. So you have to be very definitive in what you're going into closed session for. And that demystifies that whole level of transparency.
I certainly know why we should be in closed session for, you know, individual issues in the district, and I understand that. But there are opportunities for us to, there were opportunities in the past for us to be in open session that I felt that we could have been in open session and we weren't. So, you know, hopefully that this board, when the option is open session, transparent, that we choose that option.
And I would say as the superintendent that helps set the agenda, you know, we go into closed session only when we need to. Our agendas are long. We conduct the vast majority of our conversations in 4, 5, or 6 hour bursts every couple of Mondays. So I do think this is a board, and the past boards that I've had here in district, and there's been 3 different iterations, this is the 4th, we do a lot in open, and we go to closed when it's really necessary. Something I appreciate that Fred had us start doing a couple years back when he was new on the board. He asked if I could, through my board background prior to a meeting, list the reasons that we were going into close. And it's just like a quick little bullet. So then everybody knows prior to taking the vote as to whether or not we're going into open or we're going to go into closed or not. They know what they're voting on. And the vast majority of the folks that were sitting around the table up until last week were yeses, because they knew that we were going into closed for, typically it's a specific student matter, it might be a personnel issue, the kind of stuff that we really have to talk about in closed. And we don't really go into closed for much else. And, we have a bunch of board backgrounds that kind of identify that. But I think it helped, because certainly some of you that came on the board, as Larry described, were concerned about closed session. There are folks in the community that, kind of are wondering what's happening in closed, and it's not that we don't want to be transparent, it's just the board is conducting their work, and there are times when the board has to conduct that work in closed session.
Yes.
For legal reasons.
Legal reasons, yes.
So it's that delicate little balance, but, and I know what you're going to say. I know what you're going to say, go ahead.
But there were several in the last 2 years, several times where one of the
A few?
three of us probably, maybe Tom, you were in this too, but turned the board around from going into closed session because we didn't need to go into closed session. And tonight's a perfect example of that the knee-jerk reaction is that, it's in IOMA, and it's one of the exempted categories, so we must be able to go into closed session. No, we can.
You can.
It's a privilege. It is not a birthright to go into closed session,
Right.
nor should it be the knee-jerk reaction, except for those very specific situations in which there are other laws that would prohibit us from disclosing that
Right.
information. Child, student issues,
Personnel.
HR personnel issues, things like that.
Yes.
But, we had a lot of debates, and almost every one of them ended up in reversing going into closed session.
And that's what I was talking about.
Right.
That as a part of this teamwork, that, when we have the option to go, to be transparent, the option should always be transparent. The option should always be go to open board. And I would hope that it doesn't have to be a 7-member vote. I would hope that it would be. But in the past, like Rick said, we've had sometimes a 4-3, to go open. And that's always been kind of strange to me. That, so, that's why I brought this up when you mentioned the word transparency. It is a part of the team, and we should all want the public to hear everything that they can hear from this board.
Yeah.
So Larry and Rick, since there are 3 of us who are new, can you, I don't know if you're able to, but can you just give us some examples of when you did decide to do it in open and some people thought the opposite? Just generally, you don't have to get into specific topics or anything like that.
There was one.
Because I don't think it's many, so I'm
trying to think
curious.
So if I can-
There haven't been many recently, but
Typically, if we're talking about students or if we're talking about teachers, it typically, in my experience on the 4 years, it's almost unanimous that we go right into close, and it's never an issue, and there's not really many questions about it.
That's true.
It's been 4 years. Early on, there were a couple of more, but it really tapered off towards the last 2 years, 3 years. 2 to 3 years. If I had to, we would be discussing. It's so far few in between that finding
Selling or retaining property.
Yes. So we decided. There was an issue. There was an issue of we were discussing whether we should or should not potentially sell a property, and part of the board felt that it was important to go into closed because we would be discussing potentially what we felt the property was worth, and we didn't want to divulge that information to a potential
Show
buyer.
your hand.
Right. We didn't want to divulge that information to a potential buyer. So I think, but then the opposition to that wasn't, the need to go into, to stay in open by the ones that wanted to stay in open also had a very valid reasoning, because we wanted to be transparent as to why we wanted to sell it, what the district would benefit by selling it, where the people that are housed in that would go, and there were so many other things. So we couldn't really figure out how to have one discussion without the other, and then that's one of the situations where we were torn as to whether we should go into close or not.
There was another one where we had some discussion about the SRO in closed session. And it should have all been in open session, and it wasn't. And,
what has happened several times when when you announced your departure, I fought this. I remember fighting this vigorously and saying we shouldn't be going into closed on that issue. And in fact, it's illegal for us to go and close on the particular issue they brought us in on. And I remember Dr. Burley saying, no, that's not what we're going to discuss. We're going to discuss X, which is permissible under the law. And by about 30 seconds into the conversation and close, we went into the impermissible area and we had to stop. And that happened several times in the 2 years I've been on the board. And again, it's the philosophy. It's back to what Larry said a minute ago. It's very simple. We're either for transparency or we're not for transparency. If we're not, then we just take the knee-jerk, go down the list of the IOMA exceptions, and say, yep, we're going in because that one's there. We're allowed to do it. And that's the default position. The default position, in my opinion, should be we want to avoid going into closed session at all costs, except for these areas in which we're prohibited by law
Other laws.
from speaking about a particular issue. Child issue, student issues.
Like I said, when the option is to go in open session, that should be the choice, we think.
So, that's where my question is. I agree with the theory of if the option is to go into open session, we do, but the example I gave would be detrimental to this district, my opinion now. And I think
Whenever you're
anyone
talking
would...
about the price.
The price, right.
Yes.
So that would be detrimental to this district because
Yes.
we may all be sitting here going, hey, give us 100, we'd be happy with 100,000 and there's someone out there that wanted to give us $1 million. Now they're like, whoa, I just saved 900 grand.
Yeah.
Right.
So
But
that's
the
where...
opposite side of the spectrum is that there are some people that believe that, for instance, in negotiation, we've had several negotiations with the union on side deals, for instance, where, a particular employee has suggested that the language in the collective bargaining agreement is vague with respect to this particular thing because they want an exception for themselves. And so we go into close, we discuss that, we're all ticked off. We say, yes, but this is the last time we're going to do it. And then we come out of closed session and, and things happen where they may. As opposed to having that, this is the last time we're not going to do it, and we know why you're doing it, all in open session. There's no reason we need to have that in closed session other than to potentially not bring up the specific person at issue in the case. But the philosophy behind it doesn't need to be in closed session. And, we did that several times in the last 2 years.
Yes, sir.
To me, this conversation sounds like we're trying to decide right now whether we should go into closed or not. And I don't think, I personally, even though I am for staying in open as often as possible, I just don't know if we can actually hash out at this in this meeting whether we should be going into open or
And
closed.
it's very situational.
It's a situational.
Yeah, the board background, again, to my point of a moment ago, that Fred it was his suggestion and we've kind of made it a standard practice. Now you know what we're going to be going into closed about, so you can make an informed decision kind of prior to the meeting, so when it comes to your turn to vote, yes or no to go into closed, you kind of know if you agree with of the exemptions that were afforded to go into closed, if this is going to meet your threshold. And some people have a higher threshold. Some people say, hey, we have an exemption, all 16 of them, we should use them because we want to conduct our business and have open and honest conversations with each other. Or no, we're only going to use it if it's for these areas where there's a legal implication if we violate that confidentiality.
One thing I would like to see this board discuss and consider is I personally believe that we don't give enough information to the public. I'm not saying that the information that Dr. Hines has given us on our memo is necessarily the information that gets pushed to the public, but I think there's a happy medium between that and simply enumerating the section under IOMA in which we're going into for pending litigation or imminent litigation. Well, what's the litigation? It's litigation involving sped students.
Due process.
Whatever it is, and it's something specific, so we're actually to the public. And Dr. Borelli often did that. Towards the end, actually, last year, I would say he got really, not aggressive, but better, I would say, at doing it, where we'd come out of close, and he said we were in closed session to discuss 3 due process issues, and one this, and one that, blah, blah, under 2C11 of I would like to see us do that.
Well, guess whose job that is?
No, I think it should be on the agenda. I think the agenda says we're going in for 2C11. Well, 2C11 or whatever the number is for, and again, not listing off specifics, but saying we're going in for 3 due process hearings to talk about that, or we're going in to talk about a specific student disciplinary issue. Instead of being vague, because a lot of these exemptions under IOMA are broad. They cover a lot of areas. Even one particular one covers several possibilities.
Yes.
Is it okay? Is it okay to break up a topic in sections? So for instance, if we wanted to go, because I heard what Larry said and I heard what, but I want to make something clear. I don't think that past board president or anyone that sat on this board in the past intended to go into closed and then veer off of what the closed
It happens,
issues.
yes.
And then I think this board did a very good job silencing and ending and saying, okay, stop. You know, Rick was definitely,
Good.
marching, watching us, and like, okay, we need to stop. We veered. We're off topic. Let's get back into open. So I don't think there was any intent for that to happen, but I do see how a discussion in closed can veer and
Yeah,
grow
and it's the
into
board's
something
president,
larger.
and you've done that.
Is there,
The attorneys
to help
and the attorneys in
right,
Oh, well.
to-
every closed session
Right.
with us. So if we're veering, we have a lawyer sitting in
Yeah.
where you're sitting right now, making sure.
Good.
But
But
that
that-
goes in inherent in.
So
Why-
Rick, let me finish. So I think where the problem, or where the differences are, is legally, we probably didn't veer ever beyond far enough to trigger our attorney from speaking. However, some of the board members, many of the board members on this board, felt that, I don't like you to use the word ethically, but maybe inherently we feel that we veered from what we voted to go into closed for. So we used a really broad example, or a really broad reasoning to go into board, but we all agreed to go into board for a specific reason, and then while we were there, we started talking about stuff that still fell legally under the broad reason, the broad reasoning for going in, but yet veered a little further than what our intent was to be into closed. So is there a proper way or a methodology where we can limit, like if we have an issue, I'll go back to the selling of the property. We're going into closed to discuss purchase price only, and then we're going to come out and discuss everything else. We're going into closed to discuss an issue with SRO that falls heavily within the reasons for going into closed. But once we discuss that one topic on SRO, we're coming back out to discuss the rest. Is that something that typically happens? Or
No.
can happen?
No, it's not. Boards follow the exceptions, and they will use that to stay in closed session to have those discussions. They do not limit themselves to, it really can almost like strangle you if you don't have some of those conversations that maybe permeate in closed session. But it's certainly, if the desire of the whole team is to limit yourself to that one instance, then that's a team decision, and you guys will self-monitor and regulate yourselves and tell each other, okay, this isn't what we want to talk about any longer, we're going it back into open.
I asked the question because I feel that there may be a desire moving forward for the near future, maybe long future of this current board, to try to stay in open as often as possible. However, being on this board for 4 years, I understand some of the really heavy needs to go into closed.
Sure, those legal reasons.
Heavy needs that do not fall under the slap you in the face obvious of talking about a child or talking about a teacher's discipline. There's other things that I have seen over the last 4 years that I believe to be at a high level of need to be enclosed. However, I also agree that maybe the whole entire discussion of that one topic doesn't need to be enclosed, but a small portion of it does. And again, I use my example of the sale of a property, just so that we stay on the same page. So that's why I pose this, to find out, is there something that we as a board can consider as a happy medium or a compromise to try to stay? Is there something out there that other boards have used that we may be able to?
You know, like I said, when boards use the exception, they'll go into closed session and they will talk about that specific exception. They don't limit themselves to a segment of the exception. They talk about it to their fullest extent. That follows the rule of OMA. That's, whenever you talk about, we're only going to talk about this little piece, and the rest were going to come out and open. You know, I've not seen that before, but that certainly doesn't mean that you can't do it. It's just not a practice that I'm familiar with doing.
Thank you.
You're very welcome.
No, I just want to add something on teamwork. I know you guys are thinking I'm going to harp on this, but we were talking about transparency, but I just want us to be attuned to, in the conversation, Rick said, I voted this way, and Tony voted this way, and Larry said 4-3, and Tom said part of the board. I think the decision was the board went to closed session. I don't care how the vote happened. At this point, the board unified, no matter how, I voted that this was in closed session today, or open, or closed, no, that's how I voted. But we're in open, and I'm all in, because that's what the board voted. And I think it may sound like a simple difference, but I think it communicates a big message. The board voted to go to close. We went. Thank you.
Again, I agree with you, but the only reason I was discussing part of the board and Rick and Larry is because I was making an example to try to figure out how, moving forward, we as a board can come to a collective decision to either stay in open or go to close, because I'm foreseeing a possible need for us to come to some sort of board agreement on how we're going to handle open and closed for the next 4 years, so we're not spending long time deciding whether we're going to go into open and closed. That's what I figured. And I figured, well, I know, I see it. And
You're trying to be proactive.
yes.
I got
And I'm
you.
hoping that maybe this discussion can
Yeah,
pull out
well,
some
we'll see where
information. And you guys can hear some of the stuff that I've heard the last 4 years on why we're going into close, why we're not. You know, I understood fully why you voted to go into close with this. And I'm not going to say that I 1,000% disagree with you. I voted to go into open because I felt that this was best to go into open. But I'm not going to say I disagreed with your thought process on why we should be enclosed. That was an easy one. They will get harder, and the decisions will get harder, and I might end up on a different side of that vote. And now we might be 4-3 this way or 4-3 that way. And I'm just hoping we can all get an idea of what certain individuals who have a high desire to be in open 100% of the time, if it's even possible, and then other board members who have a high desire to go into close as often as possible, and then other board members who fall somewhere in the middle. I don't know how many of us even fall in any of those categories. I'm just hoping we can try to iron some of that out.
Okay.
But trust me,
We'll
in the
see.
past, there have been votes 6-1 where I was the one. More than once, you know, but I paint that smile on my face.
When the team voted.
Yeah.
That in mind. Thank you, Larry.
The team voted.
Moving on to what is board work and what is superintendent work. So the work of the board is to govern the school district. That triad question of who gets what and how much. When do the decisions occur? At the coffee shop? It's right there at a convened meeting. That's your voice. That's when everything happens. We talk about transparency. It's at the board table. It's at the board table. So, and then you're going to definitely, through your strategic planning, your goals, your aspirations for the district, working with the superintendent, knowing what the community wants, that's what you're going to work on. That's your board work. So we talk of it in terms of the ends. The values, the beliefs of the community, the goals, the mission, vision. The ends is a bucket word for all of those ideals. Superintendent work. They have the managing of the district. When you say who gets what for how much, they're going to say how, when, where, and by whom. How am I going to get this done? I know the direction the board wants. Now I have to figure out how I'm going to get this accomplished. So oftentimes, once he or she hears the wants, the desires, go do some work, kind of figure things out, come back to the board with a recommendation. The board will then say their thoughts. Either they're going to say yes to the recommendation, or you might say, oh, yeah, we like it, but can you tell us a little bit more? Gets more, recommends again. Yay, yes, implements. Superintendent also is in touch with your board policy, just like you are in touch with board policy. Board policy is your voice when you are not at the board table. It is the reference point that everyone in the community and your staff looks to for direction. So the superintendent works on the means. You're interested in the ends. He or she is the means, the how, by whom, where it's going to get accomplished. So to simplify it, there is a little chart. You have it in your PowerPoint there. I've also have a resource of materials for you. It's also in here, among many items for your reference, and you can look at these items at a later date. So the board, again, those end results, who gets what for how much? Superintendent is the how. How am I going to get the aspirations of the board accomplished? Comes back with a recommendation. The board takes the action of a vote. Superintendent goes back and implements. Everything that happens is built upon communication and trust. It's a relationship. How many of you would say you have relationships with people? Yeah, right? Hopefully, we all have some relationships. Hopefully, we're not on an island on our own. Your relationships are built upon what? Talking, communication, and then trust.
Consensus, yeah.
It's no different than the team that you're working with here, the trust and relationship. Now, I don't really particularly care for this visual too much. I mean, it works well, except that it looks like the board works in a vacuum and the superintendent works in a vacuum. And that's why the trust and communication is at the bottom and encompasses both of those pillars, because you have to work together. You have to have that communication. You have to have that built upon foundation of trust also. Okay? You had a question?
Yeah, quick thing, it's a comment, but I'm
Okay.
sure there might be a question in there. But I know Rebecca and Carol and I had this conversation, like we were elected to the board and then lots of communication, oh my gosh, this principal, what is the board going to do about a principal? And so how do we respond to
It wasn't
that?
after we were sworn in, and it wasn't the three of us talking together.
No, that's good, thank you. You're right.
But it is
Oops.
Carol's so good about
taking an
policy.
individual issue
But so I think the
to a
point
single board
is,
member.
I think the slide before had the superintendent work is to manage the district, and I think that is such an important role to maintain, because my response was, when I look at the 6 roles of the board, I don't, it doesn't seem like what has been done. The superintendent hires principals, like that is his or her role, and the board is approving them, but that is the day-to-day operations of the district. So I feel like we all need to, what do we get involved in and what do we not get involved in?
And I think it's a really good point, and it was one I was going to bring up on a different topic. So, but this is an important one, and we talk about personnel reports, and this board added language about, we're approving this on the recommendation of the superintendent after not having seen. They were wondering if they had to approve a personnel report and why a board would have to approve the personnel report. So it was
Not why, but
do we have
since
to?
we're not involved
Right.
in the process, how can we legally opine on, here's 27 teachers we're going to hire? Well, we don't know anything about them. We're being asked to approve them, ratify them. She picked them.
Through a committee process.
So
yes.
our motion now has changed to say that we're doing it on the recommendation and advice of the superintendent, and the board has not met with or, knows anything about any of these candidates. That's it.
Okay, that's interesting.
Right. It was a,
I've not
Heard
had
another
that before. I was a board member for 15 years. We did not conduct our business as such. The boards that I'm familiar with, not as such. It goes back to that T word of trust.
L word of legal, too, though. That we're
Yeah,
being
right.
legally held responsible for
all
the
the
decision of the superintendent.
How are you being held legal?
Because the statute says we
Statute
have
says
to
we do
approve
hiring.
it.
Yeah.
Well, yes, you approve the hiring. That's what you're
And if the hiring
doing.
breaks bad, then they're going to look to the board first before they're going to look to the superintendent.
I don't think so. My experience would be that you, as a board, hold the person accountable.
Tony did agree, I mean, to a certain degree, like, he had never heard anything like that, and he said, this is standard language, it wasn't quite pro forma, but a little bit like this is, these approvals come forward.
So to clarify.
This board wasn't completely comfortable with that, so we added that language as almost like a disclaimer. But
Because the language was a little unclear. 'Cause
Right.
It says that we as a board are approving the hire. We're not approving the
person.
We're not approving, or we're approving the people that were hired, not approving her hiring them, which is a big difference. Us saying, okay, you presented them to us and you gave us your reasoning, and we now authorize you to go ahead and move forward with your decision, that's fine. But to say that, the way it was written, to say that we are approving the hires, that we're giving our seal of approval of the actual people themselves without even interviewing them or even meeting them or not even knowing their name until the paper gets in front of us, made some of us a little uncomfortable. And I don't think it was a big ask to adjust the language a little bit to where it says that we, documents get adjusted daily to be better. I mean, my lease, I created a lease 10 years ago that I use for my personal businesses as an attorney. And every time I send it to another lawyer, it comes back with some beautiful modifications that I implement, depending on whether I'm, representing the landlord or the tenant. But
So I would say another thing that I was going to bring up tonight is, so there was an issue with a concern by somebody in the community. And they sent an email, and there was kind of like a little bit of an email trail with one member of the board kind of communicating with this person around their concern. And I want to make sure that, especially because we have 3 very new members, that there's clarity around when someone brings you an issue or a concern, as like you're saying, Denise, you're a parent first, you're a board member, you wear multiple hats, but they are coming to you specifically as a board member. What is your response? What do you recommend? How should new board members and existing board members know, but how should a board member kind of move through that a scenario where somebody in the community brings a concern directly to one member of the board? Right. So piggybacking on what Denise said, I just want to make sure that we have a conversation about it so that especially my new members are very clear about what that should look like or what the recommendation from the IASB would be.
Okay. And do you all have your operating principles? Everybody has a copy of those? That was part of the new board member orientation that you received from the district? No?
No, that's part of what you're going to do.
Okay,
tonight.
okay.
Yeah.
Well, whenever new board members are acclimated to the district, yes, I will go through these with the team tonight, but this is also part of a packet that you would receive coming into the district. Do you have that?
I don't know. That's typically when Barb did this in the past. She brought all of
Okay.
that, and we took care of it at starting right.
Okay. Yeah, and you have given them the booklet, so you did that. Yes.
So when
yeah.
we had our
The call to order?
orientation on last Tuesday, we received
I gave everybody
Yes.
that book.
coming
Yes.
to order, other things, and also essentials of Illinois school.
Ah,
And those were just my decisions to buy those,
Yeah.
for the board. I mean, they're not mandatory, but they are in there, and I think it's helped
yeah.
boards in the past.
Yeah. I hope you 3 are coming to the new board member orientation. There's a session in Glenview, the 20th, 21st. We talked about it, Denise, the 21st. You will go through a lot of that book. That's a big chunk of it, and you will learn a lot of this. For instance, what Dr. Hines just talked about. A board member wouldn't get involved in that conversation with a public person, a customer. That's a customer concern. We talk about customers' concerns and owner concerns. A customer concern is, I don't like the way this is being handled at such and such school. I don't like the bus stop here. Those are what we call customer concerns. You refer those back to the COC, the chain of command, the person that could most impact this person's dissatisfaction. So you listen, You hear, you thank them for sharing that information with you. You then point them in the direction that they need to go to. If you're unsure of the direction, I think it would be fair to point them to the superintendent and just say, you know what, the superintendent will be able to help you out. I really don't know who you should be talking to, but this is not a board area concern. And you thank them, and you're very polite about it. And then you make sure that whoever you're pointing them to, you notify the superintendent and say, I had this customer come up to me, this is what they were talking about, I just want to give you the heads up, in case it becomes something much different. Okay? That makes sense?
The problem is always you get people in the community
Right.
who, oh, you're a board member now,
Right.
let's talk, and, you want, and it's a challenge.
It is.
Because it's very, very hard.
Absolutely.
Well-
In the position, I've done it for 10 years.
Or they've already
you know.
talked to the appropriate person, and then they were dissatisfied, and then they want
Then they go up to the
something
next
else.
person.
Right.
Right.
yeah.
Then they go up to the next person.
Right.
And if it takes it, they get to the board. But it's really your actions in the very beginning that set the tone. For instance, I was elected during a very contentious election in my neighborhood, in my district, my first time running. As soon as I was elected, a neighbor walks over, and I'm sitting on my patio just enjoying the nice evening, and I had just came back from my training with IASB, and he proceeds to tell me about some of the things that he expects me as a board member to change. You know, what are you going to do about this? What are you going to do about that? What are you going to do about that? And I told him, I said, you know, I think these are all real concerns, but you need to talk to your child's teacher. If that doesn't help, then you need to go to the principal. You know, and I just told him the chain of the command, and I told him, I'm part of a team of 8, part of a team of 7. I do my work at the board table. You know, if you can't get the resolution through that chain of command, then you approach the board, but you need to go through the chain of command first. If you take the stance that you're going to listen and you're going to say, oh, I'll get that problem solved for you, you just open the door for everybody. They're all going to seek you out. Believe me, people that you don't even know are going to find you. So you have to start young, and you have to start very young.
But there's ways to handle it, just like you said. And one of the ways I think the board, the previous 2 years, handled itself pretty well is if one of us was approached, we would send an email back to that person, copy the board president.
Yeah.
And copy you, or copy
Yeah.
Luann, or whoever it was who could address that issue and say, I'm going to put you in touch with so-and-so. I
Perfect.
think you can address this issue. Copy the board president, and then it was
Perfect,
done.
Rick. Yep.
Now, that didn't always work, because of course then they would want to come back. But I want to distinguish, though, between the example that we've talked about here, which is much more personal to a person. You know, I have this issue. I mean, we had
Right.
the bus stop issue
Right, we've had-
in, you know,
we've had
on
all
the
of
south
these.
side of
We've
town.
had
And that
lots
was
of
one where we
issues.
all tried to work together to help shepherd that through, and it was a goofy situation, and it impacted a handful of families, and some neighbors who were beefing about the bus coming down their street and whatever. So there was that kind of issue. But then there's the issue of, we got people trying to divide the board over SRO. That's not a personal, you know, my kid kind of thing. That's now policy, I want to lobby you and you and you and you, you know, to go one way or the other, and what's the best way to handle that kind of a question? Because sometimes we get an email where it's Mrs. Jones in the community who emails all 7 of us. Sometimes they're handpicking certain people to try and work
Because they'll get
against
some
others.
traction, they think.
Yeah, it has to come from, standard practice is the board president is the communicator for the board. So your response would be thanking them for contacting the board. This will be brought before the board business. If it's like a decision that is coming to the board, you thank them and then tell them that that communication will be shared with the board, and the decision is, a board-level decision will be discussed at the board table.
I think in the last 2 years, I seem to see the board, and it was, I can tell you my own personal, it was painful to do it, but we would often get an email from Mr. Jones, and they would email all 7 of us. And Tony would respond on behalf of the board, and it was very, very hard for each of us to not respond, because I felt like I was being disrespectful to Mr. Jones for not responding to Mr. Jones. But Tony was also excellent at getting back
very
responding
quickly.
too sweet and with a sort of I don't want to say pre-canned, but a vetted
Sure.
response
A
from the
safe enough
district.
response that he
Yeah.
could, because he had maybe on all the issues checked in with each of you, but it was certainly, thank you for this email.
Right.
You know, we have talked about this, or we will look into this, or, you know, I've
Yeah,
included,
yeah.
I've included Dr. Hines in this email. But it was at least to acknowledge, first and foremost, that the email was received. And sometimes it was to give correct information if there was misinformation included. But he was very good about communicating on behalf of the board. Now, I know at some point over the last few years, there was conversation about, did we want to, you know, should it be just the board president communicating?
So,
Then you would have to look at your policy.
Right, and the way the policy is written is, it is through the board president that
Yes.
we communicate.
So I found that because I was one of them that was wondering, because we would get specific emails saying, hey, please talk to me about this. I found that, for me at least, to get over the hump of making sure that the people that are writing to all of us don't feel that I'm ignoring them, but still honoring our board policy and letting the president respond, I would respond back with saying, I received your email. If you don't receive a response from our board president, please reach out to me. And that was it.
Well, and I would rephrase it just a little bit.
Because there were times where there wouldn't be. It would take weeks for a response to happen. It wasn't often, but it did happen several times.
Well, then you have to hold your board president accountable to that.
But we don't know, though. We don't know if he responded.
Went to the board
Yes,
president.
I understand.
This
Right. I understand.
community doesn't tends not to do that. I will say the vast majority is like they'll email all 7 because I'm usually then CC'd as the 8th
Right.
person. I'm sure there have been a few that would have gone to Tony, our last president, but for the most part, they'll email all 7 members of the board. But I would agree, if you don't see a response, and now it would be Rick. If you're CC'd, it's the gentle nudge, like, I know you're traveling and you have another job, but, you know, can you get back to this, you know, this
Right.
person, so they don't think they don't think we're non-responsive.
On
Yes.
Tony's behalf,
But I'll take any advice, by the way.
on Tony's behalf, and I got a considerable amount. A lot of folks know me all around the school district, and I get things, and every time I forwarded them to the president, the past president, the only thing I would say to him was, give me a heads up that you've answered this email. And he always did.
was excellent.
On his behalf. I'll tell you, he was really good. I'd get a letter stuck in my mailbox, anonymous, nobody ever signs these doggone things, you know? And I took the letter to Tony.
Yeah, and how can you respond to an anonymous letter? You know, it's,
Wow.
And can we trust? I think it goes back to trust. I think
Yes.
we can't check on Rick responding, but I'm going to trust unless I have a reason to, and then that would be a conversation for Rick and I and the board. But I think at this point, if I can just finish, please, if I can just trust, Rick is going to send those, he is our president, he is going to be our communicator. So the assumption for all of us, Rick will communicate, Rick will respond. It might not be in 12 hours, but you know, you have another life and other things. But until we need to talk about that as a board, if the community's not being responded to, I think our trust is that Rick's going to respond.
I was going to say that I think we talked with Tony Luisi about this. I'm not sure of the answer off the top of my head, but I'd be fine with responding to Mrs. Jones and copying all the board members with the response so that you do know, but I think that might cross the IOMA line if it's the second communication back. I don't think we can do that. Even if it's a new communication, even if it's a newly started communication.
I'd be good with just I just shot an answer to that email, and I'd be good with that.
But is there a need for that, though? I mean, can we
it goes
just-
back to
I can
trust.
wait. I could wait a couple of. I could wait for like 1 or 2 to come through to make sure that he doesn't drop the ball. But there was a need before because
This is a different board, it's a different
So
president.
that's what I was
and
trying
that's
to
where I'm
explain to
gonna go
Denise just
into
now.
your-
There was a need before because there were instances where there weren't responses, and then the rest of us were made to look as if we weren't responding either, and we were just ignoring an issue.
Well, I think Rick is going to put his best foot forward to
Right.
respond. And that goes back to whenever, you know, you're individually as a board member emailed from a community member, whenever it's not the whole copy thing, whenever you have a response to that community member, I think it's important that you say when the board, you thank them for it. I'm not even going to use the word when, I'm backtracking a little bit. You thank them for contacting you, and you say, I've shared your concern with our board president, who is the communicator. He will respond to your concern. And I would even say per board policy, yada, yada, yada. I think it's 220 or something. I'm not even sure where it outlines those
It's
duties.
2:220.
220, right, yeah.
Said you're like channeling Morella now, like Rain Man.
I like that because you will see, or board members will see that when you start getting these emails, and there's certain pockets where you get 20, 30 at one time.
Around a certain issue.
And then all of a sudden, you can't, you're hand-tied. You don't want to respond to any of them because you know your board president's going to. The people who are sending you the emails do not know of the board policy, or they are completely unaware of the board policy.
Well, it's not even emails.
It looks as if you are specifically ignoring them because they
tag all of us on Facebook.
Please don't mention Facebook. We have a whole evening to discuss Facebook. We are now discussing communication outside of Facebook.
It's all related though.
Outside of Facebook with emails, because it's a much clearer line with emails. They don't know what the board policy is. They put all of us on the list. They don't, and we've been accused. I'll pull up 3 or 4 emails where they write back and say, "Oh, and I emailed the entire board, and only Dr. Borelli responded to me. He's amazing.
Yep.
The rest of us are losers because we didn't respond." So there is a disconnect. So that's why I'm just looking for direction as to what I can respond with that everyone will be happy with, and I'm okay with it being, I received your email. I noticed also that you sent it to the board president. Thank you so much.
Per board policy.
Per board policy, the board president will respond. And then
And maybe that's something that you want to put on contacting the board. You have that on the website.
The reply that when somebody sends an email to the WUFU or, the board
Yeah.
email, that's the kickback.
Yep.
Like you would have when you're out of the office.
Oh, that would be a
Thank you for
great-
communicating with the Board of Education.
Done.
President Biaggi will stay up all night.
The only thing I'm concerned about, because it's the thing we've all struggled with, is when Mrs. Jones emails Larry and says, "Larry, why the heck did you vote that way on this last thing?" And the purpose behind the policy is so that not one of us is speaking on behalf of the board, right? And again, the president's role is supposed to be the mouthpiece for the board, for better or worse, at least according to board policy. But that question that Mrs. Jones posed to Larry about why he voted that way on the thing, he's not speaking for the board. It's inherent in the question he's not speaking for the board. He shouldn't be prohibited from responding to Mrs. Jones saying, "I voted this way because of that."
Here's what I've done in those cases.
And you know what? Whenever it's that specific, that's totally different.
I agree, and that's the point. I just want to make that distinction.
Yes,
that that's okay for us to all individually do, and that's the question.
And I think Denise, and then I know I certainly was referring to, like, if someone sends you an email, then a board member goes out and does a little research or gets involved in that specific scenario. And I want to caution as a new board that is not the role of an individual board member at all.
Yes.
And we're going to be off to the races if that starts.
Oh, yeah.
happening.
It sounds like there's really 3 different kind of categories. There's the
Mayhem.
one where Mrs. Jones is calling because she's mad about what happened to her kid. That's totally
That's easy.
none of our
That's it.
business, and that goes to her or
Directed
to
to
him or whatever.
chain of command.
Right.
If it's a teacher issue, principal issue, assistant superintendent issue, superintendent issue.
Right. So that's that.
Encourage
Then
them
there's
to
the next
bark it up
one
the
of,
ladder.
Why the heck is the board doing this stupid thing? Or why did at their last meeting they do
Right.
this stupid thing? And that seems to be obvious that that's board president who answers on behalf of the board as to why the board did the stupid thing. And then there's the third one of, Larry, why the heck did you do what you did at that meeting? And that's, at least is sounding like we're all in agreement that that's permissible as long as it's clear you're speaking, Larry's speaking for Larry.
What I did was I answered, and I sent a note of my answer to the board president
Perfect.
when I was asked a question.
Yeah.
So Larry, what did you do on that one? I missed it. So Mrs. Jones sent you an email about how you voted, and so how did you respond?
And it usually happens that night after the board. It's amazing that people stay up to 3 o'clock in the morning to send these things. And I'll get it, and over my cup of coffee the next morning, I'm reading this thing. And it usually starts off as kind of unfriendly. And I'll answer back and said, sometimes I don't answer in an email. I'll pick up the phone and call the person. I'll call them on the phone. Here's why I voted the way I voted. I'm sorry you disagree with me, or it's your right to disagree with me. God bless you, and have a great day. And I hang up, and then I send a message to the board president. Said, I had this conversation. You may hear from this person. I don't know. But sometimes, too, a lot of these things that I get questioned on, or the public will ask me a question, is I will send it to Luann Kolstad if it has something to do with business, it has something to do with free hot lunch, all of those things. I've sent it to Rhonda George, who's the maintenance guy, but I've always then sent a note to the president and said I did this, and sometimes even to Laurie. I sent a note to Laurie and said, I'm getting some inquiries about some of the poverty line parents in Park Ridge, are having some issues with some of the forms or something, and I'll send it to Luann and Laurie, because that could be across the board, and I don't know.
So, and one of the things that we've tried to establish is that communication, and this is, where Eric can certainly weigh in, flows through my office.
Yes.
And then I will farm it out. That's the best practice.
Yes.
Some are really good about that, and some, will still want to go, to that point person. And, I would say my recommendation would be to a new superintendent would be, if you want to know what's happening and what's being said and how your staff is being, approached and questioned and or, engaged with for help, it should flow through you, just so you're aware of what's happening. There's a lot of moving parts in a district, and if people start communicating, and it happened 6 or 7 years ago, when I came in, 5 years ago, the board was reaching out to every member of cabinet whenever they had a question, morning, noon, or night.
Oh.
And it was real messy.
Yep.
And it created all kinds of problems. And the team never wants to say, Larry or Denise, or you're really not supposed to be communicating with me. Can you communicate with the superintendent? If we make that an expectation, and I know one of the things you'll do tonight is talk about communication and what are the expectations. That would be my recommendation, just so Eric is aware of what questions are being asked, and he can weigh in. If he can't answer the questions, he'll farm them out. Or he may run down to Luann's office or Ron's office, and we'll get together and we'll, collaborate. But that flow of information through the superintendent's office is really very, very important.
Very important, especially whenever you're getting your feet wet in the district. You want to know where everything, all those moving parts. You just want to be acquainted with all of it. And eventually you might get to the point later on down the road, 2-3 years, where, okay, if it's a finance question, board member on the agenda packet, fine. But in the beginning, I would follow Lori's recommendation.
At the very least, you'll want to be CC'd if you don't want to be that point.
Yeah, no, I think it completely makes sense, and I'd want Luann to be telling me anyway, so it's just taking care of that step. So, that makes sense.
Okay. Perfect alignment. Board knows the values and beliefs of their community. They have a mission, a vision that goes into goals, which then are the superintendent goals, because the superintendent's going to be the person that does that how piece, how everything's going to be accomplished. Well, then you're going to have to make sure that how is happening, and we're going to talk about that as well. Those goals then go down to the building goals, the principal goals, and eventually the teacher goals, which ultimately you as a board are impacting the kids. It all goes down to the kids. So it's important that a board empowers the superintendent by passing off the baton. Once you describe what it is that you want, those ends, you pass it off so that the superintendent can do the how part of it. You empower them and you hold them accountable, and we'll talk about that piece of accountability. So I've talked about this already, owner concerns versus the customer concerns. You sit in trust for the entire community. Every single stakeholder. Those stakeholders are your retirees, your empty nesters, your families that aren't in the district yet, your staff, your teachers, even though they may not reside here, they are still your stakeholders, and of course, the children. So you always have to be thinking about, and we've drove this home already. The customer concerns are not the board work. You pass that off to the chain of command. You're in touch with the entire community.
Would this be the right time to talk about Facebook?
Never a right time, Tom.
I'm
might need a break.
I ask only because I'm looking. I ask only because I'm looking for direction.
Take it off.
He's leaving, he's headed out. He's like, I'm gonna go take a little nap in the
So-
back.
Smart guy.
I ask only because I'm looking for direction. I've been off Facebook since the election. I have not responded to.
Do you miss it?
No, not even a little bit.
Okay.
I don't even miss the high. But honestly, there's still misinformation that gets posted, and we as a district don't have anybody who corrects the misinformation. So I personally would like to see this district at an administrative level monitor Facebook in some way and at least correct the information, because I'm not quite sure if you've ever been involved in a community like ours, or if anyone has informed you of what has been going on in a community like ours. However, I'm not even talking about the personal stuff. Forget all that. I'm talking about what happens when someone hears something at a meeting or reads something and then goes and transcribes it onto Facebook completely false. Like it's not even partially false. It is so off the wall false. And what ends up happening is that false information then starts trickling down to
Fake news.
3,000, 3,500, 4,000 members of a certain, Facebook site. And now all of a sudden you have this false information that is being allowed to continue to be false, which then all of a sudden becomes true to the community, at least.
Yeah.
And then turns into a this board is horrible,
So-
this person is horrible, this person's doing this. So I have spent the last 4 years trying to correct misinformation. However, not the greatest person at it. I correct the information and then I get sucked in.
Can I second that?
Yes.
Thank you.
You
I
have
just wanted
helped
to
me.
make sure it's on
You
the
have
record.
helped.
I seconded that.
I will tell you, you have helped me get to where I am today. Just so you know, our several conversations have really, really helped me understand that my engagement on Facebook has been really bad for my own health, let alone for. But I still feel that I would hope that this board can at least agree that we need somebody. It might not be me, it may be, but I cannot sit idly by and allow this misinformation to not, at the very minimum, be corrected. If it's corrected, I never have to engage again. Trust me, I could start going back to posting pictures of my son and daughter playing their sports and be a really happy guy. But
You have a situation.
Yes.
You can take a couple of different routes to solve this. Number one, it takes a communications director to handle this social media, okay? Don't know if the board wants to invest in that. Maybe that's a goal that you talk about as a board, having that goal.
I will very much say that if we're gonna head down that rabbit hole, and it's huge rabbit hole, you're going to need an additional person to do that.
Well, that's what I'm saying.
There is no doubt, because Bernadette's replacement, who will be a highly skilled, man or woman from the communication field, that is a ridiculous waste of that person's time. That she doesn't even have that time, let alone the talent to do so.
The best way that I have seen successful communities battle this whole social media, and I don't want to use the word battle.
It can be a battle.
I think battle's fine.
It's okay.
Okay.
I don't think anyone would object to that.
It's a battle. I would agree.
You have to push out the right information. You have to communicate. You have to over-communicate. You just have to be on top of it. And you know what? There's always going to be that group. No matter how hard it may be, you're going to have some of that. It's just the society in which we live in. So push the good, have the good in the paper, have the good on Twitter or whatever it is that you're going to push out to the community. Have it on, you guys have a wonderful website, and you need to have that type of information on the website at all times. And then, you know what, I wouldn't say that you need to hire somebody to take on this erroneous information, but maybe as a board, as you are familiar with erroneous information that may be transpiring out there, and this is a conversation to have with your superintendent, and I'm throwing this idea out there, then you say, hey, I've heard this misinformation out in the community, it's going like crazy. Well then, boom, the information is on your website, it's correct. You refer people as you hear people in the community quoting this erroneous stuff. Nah.
Can I discourage you for a second? 90% of the information that they are posting as erroneous, at least in the example I'm giving you, was already put up on our website. The information is already, so the information's already there for people who want to go seek it out,
Yes.
but it is much easier for certain members of this community, or 3,000 of them, to just read what they read on, or 10, or to just, no, it's the 10 that are pushing it, but there's 3,000 that are reading it. So unfortunately what's happening is real good active members of this community are reading this information, and because they're finding it on a site that has a pretty impressive name, it sounds like it's legit, and someone gets on there and says, oh, by the way, this, and this, and it is exactly the opposite of what was put up on our website. I'm not even talking just slightly, oh, they missed a word and it changed the meaning. It is the exact opposite. Someone needs to get on there and say, no, I'm sorry, but you're misinformed. What you just posted was absolutely incorrect, and this is where
And then what happens whenever that person gets on? What happens?
Everyone says, oh, we'll stop.
No, when it's me. So here's the funny thing.
You were being serious.
No.
Here's the funny thing. If certain people get on there and say, hey, that's erroneous, you're wrong, there's a different reaction. If others go on there and say, hey, you're wrong, there's a completely different reaction. So I'm just looking for the right person to go on there and say you're wrong.
So in this town,
And it's definitely not me, because it doesn't matter. I could say it's blue, and it could be really blue, and I am dead wrong. It's purple.
it can't be anybody
I
on
don't
board.
know. No.
The Park District, while I was still on the board there, took their communications director, now I agree, they're much smaller issues and less controversial for the most part issues than what we deal with here. But their communications director would monitor a couple of these sites. And when things would go off the rail, she was a member of those 3, 4, 5, whatever it was, Facebook sites, and she would jump in and say, I just want to correct the record, here's the facts, and then sometimes she'd post a link to the Park District website with more information on that issue, or whatever it was. And that usually calmed the conversation down, or at minimum, if it didn't calm the instigator down, it certainly got the other 3,000 people who were thinking that was the gospel truth to realize it was no longer the gospel truth, and what the person from the Park District, not an elected official, but the actual communications director.
Which then eventually got the person who put the misinformation to drop off, because now the information is real. And so what I'm saying
is, an elected official,
this board might be, this board
members
may want to consider a short-term person to do that, because I truly believe if we have someone for a short term that does it, it can change the dynamic and the culture of the Facebook world that we found ourselves in, this spiral that we found. People may then say, oh, wait a second, there's people out there that are going to call us out. Let's stop posting this misinformation. Because I don't think this misinformation is being posted by accident. I think it's being posted on purpose. I think it's being done.
What topic are we talking? Does everybody else know what times? I don't know. I mean, okay, I didn't know if it was one specific thing you're talking about.
I think everyone at this table knows what I'm talking about.
It could be SRO, it could be bubble class, it could be sustainability,
It's
green
many things.
initiatives.
It goes from one end all the way to the other. And it doesn't matter. It's just if a certain person or a group of people or a lot of people just disagree with what the board is talking about or in the direction the board is moving, then it gets manipulated, and then you end up with 50, 60 people coming in here to talk to you about a topic where maybe 7 of them are fully vested and understand what that topic's about, and the other 37 that show up are there to read a pre-canned statement that was written, or an email that is sent to us as a board, where you end up with 45 emails in 2 days, and when you read those emails, they are a canned email that someone drafted, that people just put their name on and just blasted our email. And now, did every single person that sent that email really understand the depth of that topic? They were not in any of the meetings. Several of the people that wrote those emails, they were, not, but several of them were probably more knowledgeable about the topic than I was. I'll admit to that. But it just didn't, it starts spiraling. And so I'm thinking that if we can find a way to change that dynamic, then there won't be a need for any of us to get on there and correct that misinformation.
So there's two issues, just to kind of try and pull this back in. There's two issues with Facebook. One is that.
Yeah.
And how the district's response is going to be to whatever, spiraling out of control, whatever it is. Then there's the 7 of our responses to individual items on Facebook that may not be spiraling, like misinformation spiraling out of control, but somebody's tagging you and saying, Denise, what do you think about this issue on Facebook, and how we respond to that. And I have heard through the grapevine that there's an opinion coming out. There was at least one case recently in Illinois, and there's an opinion coming out from Ansel Glink, as I understand it, for the city on the issue of even our, as elected officials, participation on these closed groups, and whether or not it's unconstitutional. And so we need an opinion from Tony Luisi on that. That's going to be similar to what the city's getting and from Ansel Glink right now.
Can you explain that a little bit more so that we can all fully understand it? Because I read what you read, and I'm trying to wrap my brain around it, and the way I hear it and the way I see it is, if it's an open group that allows anyone to join, what we are talking about right now doesn't apply.
Correct.
But if it is a closed group that chooses who can be in it and who can't, if I happen to be one of the chosen ones and I'm in that group and I am communicating, I might be violating something.
Right.
Because it's a closed group.
Association.
Right.
Free association issue with that. And so I don't know. I think the jury's still out, no pun intended, on that. I think there were a couple of cases that have come down. Again, I know the city's getting an
When do you
opinion.
think Ansel Blink's?
I don't. I can find out what it is, but I know the city's concerned about it and has looked into this.
Yeah,
and
just let me
it
know. I can talk
impacts-
to Tony once it comes through.
Now, the third issue is when someone reaches out to, on an open group that doesn't fall into that category of legality for us, but it's an open group, and they make a comment and they tag maybe one or two of us. Basically, the reason they're tagging us is so that they can hear what our opinion is on it. It's not confrontational. It's just more of a banter back and forth.
Or they think you'll provide leverage for their point.
Right,
because they know
potentially,
how you vote.
but unfortunately, in our community, it seems to the feeling amongst people in our community seem to be that if you are engaged, that you care. And if you are not engaged, that you don't care. And that has been all the way from aldermen all the way down to, down to park board, or down, we're all on the same level. But if, there's certain members of, the council who are more engaged tend to be viewed as individuals who are more caring and more interested in helping our community, and the ones who are not as engaged on social media tend to be looked at as members who maybe don't spend as much time caring, so ultimately you get kind of sucked into that, and I've been, certain people have even applauded, and people that have spent 4 years putting me down have actually applauded me for being engaged, and I get the positive for, hey, at least he's engaged. We can't stand what he has to say, but at least he's engaged, and the rest of them don't even pay attention. They don't even care. So there's so many reasons that I feel we need an intervention by somebody to get onto Facebook and
it would help us a lot as board members, not have to deal with that additional dynamic. We got a hard enough job being up here.
Denise, you of all of us, I fear, not fear you, because I think you're going to handle it.
Oh, you better.
No, I do
You don't
fear.
know what's coming. No,
But I feel that you're going to be able to handle it like gracefully and much better than I have. However, because of your dynamic, because of where you are, because of your involvement at Field and your heavy involvement at Emerson, you are going to get, it's like a floodgate of opening of people that are going to want to just come to you and ask you questions and get information from you and pick your brain, try to veer you in a certain direction. An issue comes up, SROs, and they see that the board is starting to lean towards SROs. You're going to get a lot of knocks on your door to try to make sure that you're against SROs, or vice versa, that you're for SROs. So you're going to get a lot of that because of where you've been. So this is really important for you as well, because Facebook is going to really become a issue that you're going to have a hard time. I don't want to say that you're going to have a hard time, but I fear that you may have a hard time not responding, because you're going to be tagged on so many things that you will look like you're ignoring if you don't. So that's why I'm looking for some advice for this entire board, and I will follow it, because I definitely need it.
We can also, oh, go ahead.
No, go ahead, Rebecca.
I was just going to say, if this is something that's going to change, then we can say, this is how we're handling this going forward, so it's not suddenly everyone goes radio silent and nobody knows why. I mean, we can
If
say,
we're all in
this is, if we're all in
agreement that we're-
agreement, say, this is how we're going to do it from now on, and I don't think anyone will wonder why.
Well,
Like, I think
as long as, you're right, as long as we mention it, because there's already been, since I've gone radio silent, there have been several posts of, where's Tom been?
the
Why isn't he
welfare
there?
checks, they wanna
Why
make
is he
sure
not
you're-
speaking? So you're right, that's what, I'm
Yeah,
agreeing with you,
right.
that if we put it out there and pass that along, and then everyone will be like, well, that's why Tom's radio silent, because he's honoring the rest of the board. He's respecting their decision to be that way. But right now, because there isn't anything out there, it's starting to now flutter the opposite way. You know, it's like, where is Sotos? There's like these little, memes that...
Where's Waldo?
Exactly. It's exactly like that.
If we're in agreement, the seven of us, that, obviously, we're not talking about our personal Facebook page, put your kids or your puppy dogs, that's awesome, but with respect to responding or posting in general about board-related or District 64-related things in general. I mean, it's even tough, to go one step further. So what if what if I post a picture of today's Teacher Appreciation Day, of the band playing? Well, am I inviting at that point now a bunch of people say, well, he's commenting on this, so that must have opened
Absolutely.
the door for him.
Absolutely. No, absolutely.
Right.
You're going to get the, oh, and what did that school do? And what did that school do? And where did the money come for that? And then it's
It's a tough
line.
Yeah, it's a tough line.
Yeah.
And I don't want to say that anybody can't do that in their personal lives, but your personal lives and your board lives have now suddenly merged together.
Right, it'll be tough during campaign season, so in 2 years, if you're running again, then
Right.
you're going to want to talk about things.
Well, it's some thin ice out there that we walk on, because you got to be so very careful not to become an advocate for a particular group. And that's, for the new folks, that they're going to latch on to you. And there are some particular sects or groups out there within District 64 that are looking for their advocate on the board. And you're going to go through it. And like Tom said a while ago, I had volunteered or worked at a lot of schools in the district before I ran for the board. And back to, that was one of the reasons I ran. All of a sudden, I got a lot of people who I got a list of people that needed to be fired. That was my favorite, and of course I tore that up in front of the person that gave it to me and said, please don't ever do that again. I'm truly disappointed in you. I thought better of you than that. So they never come back again. And sometimes when I'm at the Pizza Wars at Emerson or wherever, and somebody comes up to me, because these are the fun things that a board member gets to do, and I love all of those things, so I do them all. Well, it's kind of like a doctor being at the party. If you've ever been sick or your hip hurts, you get the doctor off in the hallway. Well, I get off in the hallway and I said, let's go have fun. I'm here to have fun. If you got a real issue with something, you got to get a hold of the superintendent or the board president. But I love you. So what's going to happen with you guys, and it'll last a month or so, but you just push it away, You know, because.
You have to establish that early on.
Yeah,
Early
you do,
on.
and it's got to be quick.
Yeah.
Can I jump in for a housekeeping thing? We're at 8:10 right now.
We need to
I
move
just want to see if
along.
anybody needs a bathroom break, or if you want to keep going and people can jump out and take bathroom breaks, or however everybody wants to do it.
I would say that we could. I would say that we can keep going, and if someone needs to excuse themselves for a minute, it would probably help this process move quicker, right?
Yes.
That's my opinion.
Is that okay with everybody? That's fine.
Denise, I interrupted you. I'm sorry. Did you want to say
No,
something
you're
about?
totally good.
Okay.
And I just wanted to, thanks for looking out for me, Tom. I appreciate it. And, you know, I've been getting pinged on things, as, you know, Fred mentioned, Facebook Messenger and things, and I put it back on the person, like someone about a drop-off situation at a school. You know, I wonder if the principal knows about this. That's a great person. I do a lot of, as a faculty member, I do a lot of I wonder statements. I wonder if that would be helpful. I wonder if you might see in that form if people can pose solutions instead of harping on the problem. So just a way to divert the conversation. And that's really nothing about the board, but it's, you know, so I guess the 7 of us have agreed we are not going to engage in Facebook, right? Is that what I'm hearing? Is that from our...
Got my vote.
Until they have to campaign in 2 years.
All right, Larry, are you okay with that?
You got my vote.
Knock it off.
Yeah, campaigning in 2 years,
You know,
not a problem. I campaigned 2 years ago without it.
I don't think, I would personally rather look at it as, we're not going to all make a commitment that we're going to be off Facebook completely, but we need to be all, and I speak mostly for myself here because I'm the one that violated it the most, a little bit more conscious about what is going on Facebook, and I'm okay with you guys policing me. If you see that I ever get back on Facebook and I get sucked into something, because I almost did a couple days ago. It was a bad one, and I just didn't. I wanted to say something, and I mean, literally, your voice was in my head, and I'm like, you know what? No, I'm just not going to do it. But I may have broken down at that moment and done it. I'm okay if any of you call me up and say, Tom, like, lay off, you went a little overboard on that one, or I'm okay, because it's hard not to get sucked in. It really is.
I hear you, but I think to Rebecca's point, if we're all 7 of us saying no more, and then we communicate it to the public, you can't get sucked in because you're in trouble now by the board.
All right.
Period.
So
That's the rule, right?
I'm ready to make that commitment when we're ready to make a commitment that we're going to have somebody else that's going to correct misinformation.
so I just wanted, the second point I wanted to make is, you know, we went back to the slide, the role of the superintendent is the management of the district. That is a communications role. That is Lori and Bernadette's decision, and that is Eric and whomever is hired as the new communications director. If, you know, however they want to communicate offense, giving information about the district, that is a district issue. I don't think that is in the board's issue. I think how we handle Facebook, we agree with ourselves, that is the board issue. The communications for the district is a district issue. And I think the other thing, keep in perspective, folks, there are people on there, it is loud, and there are few. The 3,000 who read it, I hear you on that. Many of them disagree. They don't want to battle online with them because they know. I mean, I hear from people, oh my gosh, Denise, can you believe the craziness? But they do not want to battle with these outspoken folks who are very adamant about a certain position. So I think there is more disagreement than what we see on Facebook. And I mean, I embody Frozen, let it go. I tell myself all the time, let it go, Denise, and that has served me well.
So I just want to challenge one thing with respect to the communication. With all due respect to the current and incoming superintendent, I don't think it is purely the superintendent's role. We pay the price for their decisions on communications, and we pay it dearly sometimes, and we play a role in that. And I'm not saying, I mean, there's a particular example in my head that, Bernadette, you had nothing to do with, but the person who did is not sitting here at the moment, but she's walking in the room. You're on camera now. But there was a particular issue in that case where the decision on how to communicate something then blew back on the rest of us. And we just need to be on the same page in terms of the communication philosophy, because you could have a board that feels we should be much more communicative. There might be a board in the future that says, no, we should kind of be here with it and not be as communicative, kind of have a party line and that's it. And you could have one that says we shouldn't be communicative at all, just based on the board. I think we're talking about communication philosophies and styles, and I think it's a partnership. It is not we hand the keys to the card to the both of you, or to one of you two, and then because we're in the car with you. We're sitting in the passenger seat or the back seat, wherever we are, but we're there, and if it crashes, we're all going on the flight.
One of the things that Dr. Hines has done a lot better since we started 2 years ago, and I think it was me, I asked that after every incident at every school, we immediately get notified. An ambulance pulls up in front of the school.
I always do that, even prior to you there.
Yeah, well, well, maybe we're getting notified a little quicker now. But anyway, because of the parents know quicker than we know sometimes. And, we can't get the information too fast because our parents are very much wired to District 64, very much so. They drive by and all the students are standing out in the playground at Lincoln, and I get 10 phone calls, 9 emails. Why? Don't they know it's...
Isn't that crazy?
Don't they know it's 38 degrees out there? Why are all the students out there? Well, there was, somebody set off the fire alarm, or, they needed to evacuate the school, but they were only out there 5 minutes.
School bus is supposed to be in front of someone's house at 8:35, and it's 8:38, and all of a sudden Facebook is blowing up. School buses are late. I haven't received anything from the superintendent. What's going on? And now the rest of us as board members are sitting there going, oh my God, oh my God, oh my God.
These are real stories.
Oh my God, please don't blow up, please don't blow up, please don't blow up, please don't blow up.
Embrace it. You're not going to fight and win.
And then if the message doesn't get out by 8:38, then 8:39, we're all getting private messages. Where's the school bus? My kid's sitting on the corner. Why isn't the school
So
bus
what's
here?
your policy? What's your student handbook? What's your parent handbook say? What's
I don't think it matters. The people don't care. They threw it out the window. They threw it out the window 10 years ago.
But that gets back to what I wanted to say 45 minutes ago when we first started talking about the Facebook issue, or just general communication. It's a philosophical debate that the board, because we were for the last 18 months or so, we're dealing with so many fire drills and fires, nuclear disasters going on at any given time, that we couldn't get back. I had a conversation in Tony's house one night about it, that we talked for hours about this issue in particular. We as a board now, we have to very soon here come together with a philosophy, a communication philosophy that we want for the district. And that's why I was challenging your statement about it's really not up to Eric. It's up to Eric with the 7 of us as to what that communication philosophy is going to be. And then you're going to implement it. However you want to implement it is your call. But we are going to set that policy
after this meeting.
And talk that through. Because we struggled with that for the last 2 years. Not because we didn't want to. I think we were actually all in agreement with it. But we were just putting out so many darn fires every day that we couldn't come back to it, because every day you were dealing with another fire going on. And hopefully, through the next couple of years, we're not dealing with as many fires. So I'd like the board to tackle that.
Yeah, and I've been wanting to jump in that I think, Dee made a point a little while ago that I want to hit, is that every community's dealing with this. This isn't a Park Ridge thing. So Facebook exists everywhere and everybody's talking about it. It's really just how you choose to respond to it and how we interact with it. And I think we're going to have to deal with some steps to get back into a normalcy of where we should be. And I think it's one of those things also that if you sit at a baseball game and sit in the stands and listen to parents, there's misinformation. If you go to the grocery store, there's misinformation. There's tons of misinformation out there. We're not going to solve all of it, but we need to have some kind of plan, as a couple of you are advocating for, of how we go about it. No, we don't have to have a staff member every day from 9 to 5 just doing Facebook. But when things are starting to get big, then we can have a certain response and so forth. What I'm also used to, if somebody's out there spilling all this stuff, then I need to call this person and say, I think you need to come in and meet with me. We need to talk through this right now because you're putting all this information out, da-da-da-da-da-da. Now, it's going to be a balanced approach. We're going to have to do many things to sort of solve it. But just that I think there are some communities where it's only a little problem and there's others where it's a giant problem. And I think we just got to work to getting it to a little problem. And I think that if it's the business of running the district and those kinds of things, then you can, defer it to me. But obviously there's going to be other topics where it is more appropriate that it's you and those kinds of things. And it is a partnership that we have to work that out. So. Thanks.
It gets a little, I agree, and it just gets a little hard when you have
Totally.
certain individuals that will actually attack individual board members and say, this board member said this during a meeting 3 weeks ago, and it's a false statement what they said that board member said, knowing that nobody in the community is going to go to the video to see if they actually said that or not.
Right. Yeah.
And now that individual board member jumps on and says, what are you talking about? I never said that. And then it becomes this big, so it's just...
Yeah, so
right,
stay off.
Right,
Just,
so it's
just stay out of it, just, because quite honestly, a lot of these people, you're not going to change them. They're going to continue to do what you're doing. And Eric, I think your approach of bringing them in and having that conversation with them, giving them the facts, may be a good plan to get it going in the right direction. Hit it head on and just go in to dispel all those misinformations that the community is posting on Facebook. And going to what you said, Denise, my experience, I was a board member, I think I told you guys, 15 years, and there was the group that was continually on Facebook and just continue wrong information, and you try to get them to, and you just, a lot of times you got to say, it is what it is. And I don't think that's a good approach, but sometimes you do. But getting involved in it, I think as a board member, it's kind of what they want. They want you to get all fired up and emotional about these instances. And I think, again, going back to Eric, bringing them into the fold.
So now I'll give you a more sensitive, because there will be, and it won't be me. I'm here for 4 more years, and after that I plan on, either retiring unless this board or whoever's sitting on here says they absolutely need me to go 4 more years. So I'm done. I don't really, have to worry about this next comment. But there are board members that just got elected, and they are going to want to run again, either in 2 years. Rebecca, Rick, Fred, Larry, who knows? And when misinformation is posted about certain board members leading up to an election, it disrupts the ability for that board member to run so now that board member feels obligated to correct that information so close to an election, because there are people being influenced on Facebook to the number of anywhere from 4,000 to 10,000 people. And in our last election, we only had 3,800 people that voted. So that one Facebook group can change an election like that. So now we come to a situation where we agree that we are going to stifle and not speak, and now we're basically telling the community that, hey, in a year and a half we could say whatever we want about these people, and they can't defend themselves because they just all agreed to. So I want all of you who are affected by that, who will be affected by that either in 2 years or in 4, to really worry and think about because you're going to want to run again if you do decide to run, not because you have any self-desire to continually be beat up and spend your Monday nights on, at these board tables. You're doing it because you genuinely want to make a difference in this world. So I ran for 4 more years against a major headwind. I didn't need to do it. I didn't need that for myself or my family. I did it because I care about what I'm doing here. I care about the work I'm doing here. So I'm hoping that the rest of you don't have to deal with that in 2 to 4 years. And it'd be nice if we work from now to try to figure out a solution for that, so that you don't have to deal with it, because it is impossible. It is draining. It is emotionally destroying to have to deal with it. It really is. I'm telling you all.
I'll just speak for myself. I didn't weigh in this last time, and I have no problem not weighing in the next time. I mean, that's a personal opinion, but
it's real easy when no one's attacking you.
Oh,
it's real easy to not weigh in when
you're interested.
It's real easy.
Some screenshots.
Yeah.
And I just don't engage. Yeah. That's fine with me to say.
I will echo what has been said, but I also want to clarify, as a professional school communicator, my professional group, the opinion really of the group is that we do not engage on other people's forums. So we would not jump on, the Facebook Concerned Homeowners group and respond right there. because, for any number of reasons, because we don't control that and we don't have 24 hours a day to be on there doing that. However, there are other means and all the means that we can communicate, and Dr. Hines has been really very good, and I think Dr. Pearl can attest to that as well, is using the PTO presidents and their communications outreach to be able to provide really good, accurate information continuously. We have used our own website. We have put out our own e-news publications trying to address issues of concern. So being able to, also having principals being able to use their communications methods as well. So again, trying to make use of all the channels of communications that we do have and being able to address issues as they come up. Everyone would like to have more time to do that and more ability to get out front of some of the things. So we try to use what we can and do as much as we can on that. Of course, going forward, we can certainly make adjustments, remix some of those things, and respond. But we would not, anyone in my group would never recommend going on to those forums themselves and responding there. That would not be something we would do.
Would your group recommend responding to the substance on our own
Yes.
Facebook page?
Well, yes.
But that's the issue. It's
Yes.
not really about whether you go on to concerned homeowners
Right.
or whatever it is. It's the
just talk right.
timeliness of
Yes.
this. We can't wait for the PTO groups to get around to doing it, because that it spirals out of control in a matter of hours, not in a matter of days or whatever it is. I mean, it happens immediately, and we don't currently take an aggressive response on our own social media channels to respond to these things and say, hey, there's information, there's misinformation being communicated out there by the public on another site. Here is the correct information.
Well,
That's
and
it.
Go
also,
find it here.
Yeah,
Not even
and
go
here's,
back. It's
but here's
within-
also the other balance to that too. When you do that, then you're inviting an even broader group to
Right.
to pay attention to something that may not have been an issue to them or of immediate concern.
True.
So you do have to also, it's always this balancing, going through. So again, how much information are we putting out, what kinds, and we could spend an entire evening just on this, and
Right.
which we have done at times in the past, and it sounds like,
But a
we should potentially schedule
perfect
it.
example is, and then we need to move on to the next topic, and it's the topic I was throwing you under the bus on when you were outside the hallway.
No throwing under the bus.
Seized a moment, huh?
There was an incident with a teacher that was moved from school A to school B. It blew up on a Friday, maybe, Thursday, Friday, something like that, Washington to Field.
Oh, right.
At the end of the summer last year.
Oh, yeah.
And it blew up on social media. Parents were outraged, the teachers were outraged, they were accusing and making up a variety of different storylines as to why she made the decision or someone underneath her made the decision to send teacher from point A to point B. And it was an absolute unmitigated disaster. And I was getting called by people, and other board members here were getting called by angry parents and angry teachers.
We were getting a lot of emails.
We were getting emails, and our response, and again, I'm not saying it negatively, but I recall that was the weekend, I believe, I was at Tony's house. We were having a talk about a variety of board stuff, he and I think your email came out to the public maybe Sunday night. So by that point, it had completely boiled over. It was an absolute mess. And your email was, I don't want to say a little too late. It quelled it, but people were already so frothing at the mouth at that point that they were mad regardless of your response to it, and regardless of what you said in your response. It had gotten to the point of boiling over so much that it didn't matter what you said, and it didn't matter what the truth was anymore.
But part of, I think, the balance that you have to take into consideration, too, is when do you need to communicate? It's not anyone's decision, other than administration's, when a teacher is moved. It's a managerial right, and we make staffing decisions that sometimes people agree with and sometimes people don't agree with.
So it's a little bit, in a way, like we'll jokingly say, it's like negotiating with a terrorist. Like, are we getting involved? Are we going to go down that road? Every time we make a decision that we think might not be popular, I mean, you pay us to make decisions that are good for the district and sometimes are hard to make. You know, how quickly do we need to respond? It is a weekend. It's, you know, there's things happening out on Facebook. We put the right information out. We went round and round as to whether or not we really even needed to address the staffing right that administrators have to make a change. Teachers are, when they're tenured and in good standing, they're entitled to a job in the district, not the job that they've always had in the same classroom in the same building. So, yes, we put information out, but, you know, we have to decide if every time that an unpopular decision, you know, is potentially made, do we want to communicate that decision to everybody and hope that it will meet their approval, or is it just to get the information out and then people are still going to be angry anyways and it's going to spin out, but at least we've communicated proactively and up front. I mean, I think that's, you know, something that you'll have to measure situationally.
But in that particular situation, the board was not averse to the decision you made, nor did the board throw you under the bus or anything. They weren't opining one way or the other. They were just taking the heat for it along with Dr. Hines. And the board's concern, and I can tell you flat out that I know even saying Dr. Borelli was of the same mindset of this, was that we needed to be in front of that issue much sooner than we were. Just damage control. It's what you do in corporate America when you've got a crisis PR firm that comes in because there's something that's happening and they're on it immediately when it happens to quell it before it gets out of control with the public and causes damage to the institution at that point. So that's all we're talking about here is the timing of it, when those things go out and when they don't.
But, you know, I think on that, we need to trust that Bernadette and Lori made the right call and when the communication went out. You know, that was their administrative call, and we as a board need to support that. And I think so much of this is about perspectives. You know, if I'm a parent on that forum, Johnny had Mrs. Smith and loved her. Why are they moving her from field? Like, I'm seeing it in my little bird's eye view of a parent, but I'm not seeing the school needs. I'm not seeing the superintendent needs. I'm not seeing if there was a performance. I don't know. I'm just seeing that, and that's all parents see. And that's, you know, I understand this makes you sad. You loved Mrs. Smith. That's okay. And then you move on. But I do think they're making the call on when that happens and the timing of that, and we can support that.
I think that's easy to say until you start getting the calls.
And Rick, I know a lot of this is going to be, oh, Denise, you don't know, and I agree, I'm new to this, but I'm not new to the world of education. I'm experienced, and I've received a lot of calls. I get all the stuff on Emerson. There was an incident that went down. I got a lot of calls on that. Denise, what happened? What do you know? I don't know anything more than what Dr. Morrison sent out. That's what he communicated. If I was the parent of a student involved, I wouldn't want all my stuff out there. So that's what you go by. I mean, it's, and I know I anticipate those calls will come, but we have to back our partners in this situation.
And I'm just saying they have to back us as well, too. It's a two-way street.
Sure. It all goes back to trust and communication.
Right.
And I think with Dr. Olson, you're going to be just having this discussion further, you know, the communication, when does it occur, what's the expectation of the board. We're going to talk about some of these instances in just a bit and document those expectations, okay?
You're hanging in there, right? Yeah,
I am.
You haven't decided to resign before you get here?
Nope.
There we go.
So,
Candy. We took his pen away.
Right.
You can't write a letter.
so Larry touched upon those special interest groups. If you look up the slide there, it's not in your packet. What is that a picture of?
A Monet.
Oh, you are good, Rebecca. You spoiled all my fun.
I'm sorry.
I thought fuzz, but
Fuzz, okay.
Oh, lily pad.
It is, but the majority of the board could not get it from just focusing on the little bit.
No, I was about to say I need to go to the doctor for my eyesight because I don't see anything.
This just illustrates how you have to keep the big picture of what's good for the entire district. A lot of times, the decisions that you have to make at the board table, you might hear from your group that it's not the best thing, but you have to keep that eagle view of the entire district always in your mind. It's much like standing in the fire tower, the forest ranger lookout point. You got to keep that 360-degree view, looking all the way around. You can't just have your back in one particular area all the time. You got to look out for everybody, all the stakeholders of the district. So, the board employs a superintendent. You employ one person, and you guys have done that. And going back, I wanted to tell you that I thought the process that you chose to do with the hiring of your superintendent was very well done. I read about that on your website and how you engaged the community. You looked at what the community wanted. Your engagement at that particular instance was very purposeful. It was systemic, and that's the type of engagement that we advocate as the association. And you can look in here. There is a chart that talks about engagement in this resource manual. You can look at that. I encourage you to look on our website at our white paper and look at that engagement. But specifically, I noticed that route that you took as a board was very well done. And I wanted to applaud you on that.
Some of the credit for that goes to our community as well, for spending the last several months for giving us direction by demanding that we do things certain ways, but getting to us in a more professional way as opposed to beating us up. So I think a lot of the direction we took in taking that approach was community driven as well.
Yeah, it was very nicely done. So going back to those roles, if you recall from that one slide where the board has the vision, mission, goals, the values and beliefs of the community, and let's not forget that piece of policy, because the policy is key to the operations of a board. And then the superintendent is going to implement those plans, those objectives, those APs. That's what the superintendent does. And the superintendent, based upon your board policy, is going to make sure that policies are being followed. While you are not here at the table, that's your voice, and the superintendent's going to make sure that that voice is heard in the district based upon the policy. Richard Broholm wrote a book all about the balcony perspective. Touched upon it already, how you need to stay up in the balcony, the dance floor. Can you go on the dance floor where all of your constituents are at? You can. Yep. As long as you remember that you are a board member. Whenever you walk into a school now, you're no longer so-and-so's mom or so-and-so, well, you're all new, so you're all moms. You are now board member. That's first and foremost how you will be recognized whenever you walk into a school, whenever you walk into the grocery store, whenever you're anywhere. You're a board member. You have this big sign that says board member, radiates constantly that you are a board member. You have to be very cognizant of when you're out and about and how you're going to be approached, and we've touched upon that. We pretty much hit it hard tonight at how you're going to be hit from the community in that board member role. Again, a little bit more about that balcony perspective. Delegating authority to your superintendent. Ultimately, you, the board, are accountable to your community. They are going to say, yes, I validate what you do as a board member and elect you to the board, re-elect you as a board member, or they're not. That's the power of accountability for the community, is through the election process. You as a board are in charge of handing off of your desires and aspirations, those goals, the mission, vision, to the superintendent to make sure that that is managed throughout the district. The superintendent goes and does the how. Hires the staff, provides leadership to the staff. Now, the superintendent delegates much of this, much like you have delegated the authority to the superintendent to implement the how of the district. The superintendent is also going to delegate to the cabinet, delegate to staff, delegate to the principals on what to do for the district to get the how done. And again, written board policy. Everything is in policy. Your district and your operating parameters, everything is in policy. I I have phone calls from different districts. You know, there's a board vacancy, for instance, and they're asking, what do I do? What do I do? We have a board vacancy. What's your policy say to do? You know, so I constantly refer boards back to their policy. You know, it's in policy, and if it's not there, then we need to look at why it's not there or why it needs to be refreshed. You guys are press subscribers, so you're constantly looking at your policies and keeping them up to date. My one caution with press is that if a policy has not been revised in a period of 5 years, then it pops up with press. So if you don't have some sort of review mechanism in place to look at all your policies, you could have a policy that hasn't been looked at for 5 years. And I don't think that's a good plan to have. So there's, on page 27, 28, there's an annual calendar which talks about bringing policies forward for review. Because that piece of policy is really part of your monitoring piece. Whenever we get to the 5th foundational principle, we talk about the board monitors performance. So that can entail a few different things. First of all, policy. We want to make sure our policy is up to date, that it says what we intend for it to say, and that it reflects what the district intends. Okay? We also want to talk about financial indicators. You know, you're going to monitor people's money, the taxpayers' money. You're also going to monitor what? What else can you monitor?
Student performance.
Student performance, definitely.
I think it's ourselves.
Monitor yourselves, and that's going to get us to the 6th foundational principle. Deals with monitoring yourselves as a board. So before we go on to that 6th foundational principle, I want to talk about dashboards. Do you have a district dashboard? So whenever you talk to people in the community, you want to know what is going on in the district. You want to have your facts straight. So I always say that that dashboard should be your 3-minute elevator speech that this is how our kids are doing, this is what we're doing. So it comes right off your tongue. You look knowledgeable, you look professional, you know what you're talking about, you've got it all straight. Because there's a lot of information that you as a board member have to digest. So there's those key indicators that I would tell you to be very fluid in.
We have a dashboard, but we also have a scorecard that's linked to our strategic plan that we take a look at every year.
That's
we wrote
wonderful.
that when we wrote our plan 4 years ago. They didn't have a dashboard or a scorecard prior to that.
That's excellent. That's great monitoring. I love that. So another aspect of the monitoring performance is it's not did we get the results we intended. I mean, that is what it is. It's not did they do it the way I wanted it done or we as a board wanted it done. So I have that chocolate chip cookie there. I make cookies much differently than my daughter makes it, but we still end up with a cookie. And she's not going to tell me how to do the cookie that I'm making, and I don't tell her how to do the cookie. So you're not going to tell the superintendent how to do things, but you're going to be happy when you get that cookie in the end. Okay? You can monitor, you know, you wanted so many chocolate chips in there, you know, you got a leeway of how many chocolate chips in there. It's much like a quality assurance checkpoint. That's what you would look for. Not was the butter eggs creamed and then the sugar added. Not that way. And also going back to monitoring, I want to say this also. Anytime that you are approving the implementation of a new program, for instance, that is the point that you as a board would say, how are we going to know that we're doing the right thing? What is it that we can look for, superintendent, that tells us that this is a good decision? We are spending money. What's going to tell us, you know, 6 months down the road, what are we agreeing on that we're going to measure? Because you don't want 6 months, a year to roll around and say, oh yeah, how's that new program doing? And some data comes back and you're like shocked as the board, this is not what we were thinking. It's a little late then, so be proactive in that approach and be in agreement about what you're going to look for with the success, that ROI. So, good governance. The board is responsible for itself. You, as a group, are collectively responsible for yourselves, monitoring each other, taking into account what you bring to the table, being respectful for one another. The best thing about board governance is that you have the collective voices of 7, 8 people, and it's that synergy, that dynamic of those voices that bring together what governance is all about. You know, you have dialogue, you have that discussion, and you arrive at some great ideas and do what's best for kids. And that's an essence of what you do at the board table. You always provide direction at the board table, and I don't sense that this board is calling the superintendent and providing singular direction. Sometimes.
And I would say not even just this board, I would take it a step further and say that there are some people in the community that will come to the podium and tell the board what to do relative to how to direct the administrators.
And when she says this board, she means the ones of us that have been here, not the new ones, because they're new. They haven't done anything.
As recent as the other day, it happened. You need to keep this committee, you need to hold the administrators accountable, you know, really directing the board in how to direct the administrators. It's on video, you can see it if you want. I think I sent you the link.
Oh, yeah.
So yes, it happened.
And thank you for your comment. The election is in 4 years. You're invited to run and sit at the table.
So it doesn't end there, though. They leave the podium, and then they go home.
And get on Facebook.
No, forget Facebook. They will contact you personally. Personally. I don't know if anyone else, but they'll actually contact you personally and say, hey, I can't believe the direction you guys were about to go. You know, what's going on? And they'll actually contact you personally. I'm not speaking about any specific situation. I'm just saying that it actually gets down to then the next personal level. And then if they don't get a response by one of us, they're going down the line to the next one, to the next one, to the next one, because they're trying to garnish that support so that they can try to direct. And it's...
So what do you think should happen as a board? What do you think you should do?
We talked about it an hour and a half ago.
We did. We thank them and point them to the board president, and we move on.
It'll be interesting to see if that has any influence when the conversation comes around at the May meeting.
Yeah.
If that comment will sway the desire of the board members that were on a particular committee that we're going to be talking about.
I got it. Okay.
You watch it play out on the 20th.
I'm lost.
As the special ed board committee, the two board members that are on the special ed board committee no longer see that it has an important function because of the work that PT3 is doing and because of the fact that Dr. Frost, our new, not so new anymore, but new this year, director is giving monthly updates. We've formalized that she provides an update to the board in open session. You know, again, super transparent. These are the 4 target areas that she synthesized through merging an internal and an external audit of kind of tasks to do to, you know, continue to improve everything about the special education department, which we've been very immersed in trying to do for a little over a year now. Board members don't think we need that committee again because PT3 is firing on all pistons. It's parents, teachers, you know, and administrators talking together. It's the little worker bees, and you know they were somewhat admonished for suggesting, kind of to your point, that we might not need this committee. So not only directing the board to potentially direct administrators to have greater accountability, hold those administrators accountable in charge of special education, but almost trying to edit their thinking, you know, in public by speaking the way they spoke at public comment. And then they'll go to certain board members in particular to try to further, you know, garner their support or maybe sway their thinking.
You know, and I will say that, you know, there's public opinion, and there's always going to be public opinion.
Of course.
And you as board members have more information than the public. I know you're very transparent, but you have to refer to the data and base that upon your opinion. You can't base it upon the emotional side of your brain. You have to deal with the logical part of your thinking. And I will say that your decisions should take into account the logic, rationale, no subjectivity, but be very objective in formulating your decisions at this table.
So can we just go back to that 1 second? So how are we going to, outside of, accountability, how do we kind of evaluate ourselves? What have you seen as best practices that boards do?
The operating principles.
Okay.
Boards look at their operating principles, their governance norms, their governance pact. Many boards call them different things. It's in essence how we're going to do the work we need to do together. And it provides a foundation for how boards work together. There's also the code of conduct, which should be in policy. It should be an exhibit in policy 2:7E. There's also the oath of office that you took, and it's always a nice practice, and I don't know if you guys did it, but did you take the oath together?
They did.
So perfect, wonderful, that's a good thing to do. Refresh your memory. It's a different oath than what the 4 of you took 2 years ago. It's brand new, came out in January. Those types of things are very important. I have boards that take the code of conduct and highlight one each month so that it keeps fresh at the board table. It also brings it in light to your community that, oh, they are following these code of conduct protocols. So there's different ways. There's also, I have boards that use a board exit slip. So you'll find examples of this in the back. This is really interesting. Boards that use this, for instance, on page 34, this is a really great board that I work with. They have tracked this for a number of years now, so they have data that goes up and down, and then they'll put with their data like what happened at that particular board meeting that caused them to go way down. So you see the data and what's happening coincide. There's a correlation there, if there's some, it's there, and board members provide comments also. They don't just use the 1, 2, 3, 4, they can provide a comment as well that I didn't feel very good about the way such and such did this. And then these are shared with the board members. You share them with your fellow board members.
So you mentioned earlier that board members have more data than the actual public. So besides whatever happens in closed session, what types of additional things do the board members know?
There might be some,
All three of them.
I don't know how much data you share with your community. You might share everything
We do.
based
Everything
upon your
that's in
board
our
packages. Yeah, so they have everything here. Yeah. There should,
The community may not have read it all, may not have
I would,
delved into it as deeply as we did. to prepare
you
for the
need to be
meeting.
very studied in it. I mean, you have to
Right.
be very learned in the decisions that you're making. So I would hope that you would study it, and, if there are any questions that you have before coming to the board table, that you supply those with the superintendent, and then, of course, ask them at the board table to provide that level of transparency as well. But you never want to do a surprise at the board meeting. You want your administrative staff to be prepared for any questions that you may have come across early on.
I would say we've gotten better at that over the last couple of years.
Good.
Not me. I don't think I've ever once forwarded you a question before I asked it at a board table.
No, but other people have.
I don't think I've ever. I don't think I've ever once. I don't think I've ever once. I don't think I've ever once done that. But I think it's because a lot of my questions don't come from the material. They come from the conversation that surrounds the material and other information that's given to us that's not exactly in the material. Do you understand what I'm saying? So I'll give you an example. We'll be discussing
Construction, your favorite?
yeah, we'll be discussing construction, and the material is pretty clear as to what we're discussing. And then when the presentation comes, and then when we start discussing it, it turns out that what we're discussing is not quite exactly what the material is saying. And then I'll ask a question. Why are the stairs, when you look at a piece of paper that says the stairs are with a ramp and this is $700,000, and then you start discussing it, and it turns out that it's not just the ramp and the stairs, but it's also a flagpole and a railing, and so now it's not all, you can't detail everything in the packet. So during conversation, things come out, and then you want to take pause and say, okay, wait a second, is it $700,000 for this, or are we adding this to it as well? Are we?
And that's fine.
So most of my questions are that they're clarification questions.
Yeah, that's fine.
Yeah, there was plenty of times where I had a question that I could have asked earlier. Just don't know. I don't know if I just agree with.
So we'll work on that.
I don't know if I agree
I was
with
going to
it.
say, it's helpful if we want to have an effective meeting. Or there have been times in the past, I would say, I'm thinking of the Lincoln situation where we had a student that we were in pre-expulsion with, and we were, there was potentially going to be, a settlement conversation. And we had, the board was going to be walked through a settlement document enclosed. Very, confidential.
Yeah.
There were new members on the board that were used to it a certain way, and we had our rationale for doing it our way, and our rationales just didn't sync up. And that's going to happen. We're 8 different individuals, right, with different experiences and different expectations. But what had happened at that moment was nothing came to us in advance of that meeting. So Monday night, it came out that there was disappointment, that we had disappointed several members of the board by not giving that information to them prior to the meeting. Through conversation, we, I think, agreed to maybe disagree, but then we also got aligned around it, and we worked it out. What we talked about, though, moving forward is if we want to have a really efficient and effective meeting, whenever something like that happens, please communicate with us, because board members get their packets on Thursday. So we had Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, and even, Monday. If anybody wanted that information in advance, we thought we were doing the right thing by walking them through it for the first time. It was a pretty significant document with attorneys enclosed. Others that, wanted to see it in advance. And again, we don't have to debate which side was right or wrong, if that's not the point. But the point for us was, had we known, we could have made that information available to everyone and then walked it through at that meeting. So I think as especially with my new members and, a new superintendent, that communication is so key, because really and truly we want to give you all the tools that you need to make good decisions and have the information, to do so. But we need to know what you're thinking.
Well, so
And
for
we'd
my
rather not hear it in advance.
Right, and I think a lot of us would agree is that the more information, the better. Before we were sworn in, I think one more recent example would be, there was one of the Washington meetings, and I think some of the board members were surprised that they didn't expect the architects to be there. I don't remember how many months ago that was, but I remember, just little things like that. And so I think a lot of us would agree that the more information, the better, and the more, information in the packet, the better.
Yeah, and our packets just, on an average, they're 300 to 400 pages. We write lengthy reports, we do slide decks. I've been, in districts where, like 25, for example, it's a business meeting. They're done in less than 2 hours. You can't find a lot of reports. You don't see a lot of slide decks. We're not that district. We give a ton of information, really and truly, and there's a lot to synthesize. Whether or not we have legal, or whether we have an architect, or that's a different story. It's also why we give agendas more than a month in advance in the board book. Those questions can always be asked. 9 times out of 10, those architects are in the audience. They're invited to come to the meeting. I don't remember what that topic was.
I do.
It was a small...
We came to a board meeting not too long ago, and there were a set of plans laid in front of us.
At the board meeting.
At the board meeting.
During the board meeting.
Yes,
Even before
during the board meeting. And I probably maybe was the loudest in stating that I'm not discussing any construction, that I don't have the architect and the principal of the school sitting in front of me. We wasted time and money, and don't even think about talking about it, because I want to see the principal there and the architect sitting there. Otherwise, this was a waste of time.
So I want to circle back to one. I'm not here to debate. I know which situation you were talking about with the settlement agreement, and obviously it was several of us who are attorneys who wanted to read it and not read it in 5 minutes, but have time to actually synthesize it. But that's not my point of the debate. The problem I have with the solution you've proposed is that in that case, for instance, had I called you up and said beforehand, I want to see that settlement agreement on Friday, one of two things would have happened. You would have said, no, that's not our policy. We don't do it that way. You're going to get it Monday night. And you and I would have been in a, shouting match on the phone, and we wouldn't have resolved it. Or two, I would have unilaterally dictated to the board how things were going to go down. And that's not my place to unilaterally dictate it either. So the only way that's going to get hashed out is at the board table when there's a consensus of the board that wants it a certain way or not. And we ran into, my own observation again, we ran into that problem more times than I think the four of us at least want to admit during the last 2 years, that a single board member would drive the bus for the rest of the board behind the scenes. They would call you up, they would call Luann up, they would call Ron up, and whatever, and they would direct certain things to happen. And then it was just kind of the way it would go down. And that was a perfect example. Had I done that, that would have been me telling you to do it, and that wasn't my place. I
Then
needed 3
Tony
other
would have,
members.
right, then the info would have gone to the board. How it would have happened is it would have gone to the board president, and he would have done individual calls to say,
Right, and then we're skirting around IOMA at that point of trying to conduct board business outside of a meeting without actually implicating IOMA and everything, and that was one I still believe, unfortunately, for better or worse, it sucked to do it the way we did, but it had to play out at the board table with all of us sitting there debating that issue. And there's just some times when that happens, unfortunately, for better or worse.
With the information getting to us more timely, because when I first got on the board, we weren't getting it on Thursdays sometimes. Early on, we were getting it on Fridays. We were getting it on Friday afternoons. And now you're running into a situation where you're getting this information after you're already out for the Friday evening, and then some of us still work on Saturdays or whatever, and then now you're getting this information, you're rushing on Sunday after church or something to read 350 pages of stuff to be ready for a board meeting on Monday. Once it started coming in religiously on Thursdays at a fair hour, it made it much easier to be a lot more prepared and have that information and get those questions out if there were any. So I definitely agree with that.
Any thoughts on what I talked about just for a newly formed board and Eric, and if there's information out there that board members need, to Rick's point, do you wait? Is it better to try to get in touch with the superintendent and get the information? How would you recommend?
Whenever there is anything that is missing or a board member would like more information, I would say that board member should seek out the information in order to make the logical decision at hand.
For themselves. And then to Rick's point, so he could have called me and he would have gotten it and we wouldn't have screamed, because we've never screamed at each other in 2 years. We talk a lot, but we've never screamed. Yes, we're passionate. Right, yeah, for sure we do. But then what do you do, in terms of the rest of the board?
One gets, all gets.
Right.
You all have to have the same playing field.
So his question is, and I understand that, and we talked about that at the training when we had the new board member orientation last week. If he wants something, then because he's requested it, he's saying then is he then dictating as just one board member, where typically you would want to reach consensus to be able to give him
You know
what he
what?
needs.
But I think there's a distinction, though, just I want to point
Yes.
out. And for instance, let's say we were debating an issue with finances, and there was something missing that I needed to
Be able to
understand, wrap my head around the particular issue. And so I said, all right, could we get Luann to give us this data, whatever it was. That's not controversial. That was me asking just to help synthesize something, and I don't perceive that as me driving the bus for everybody on the board. This one was a different situation, because we had, for better or worse, we had a philosophical difference as to whether or not that agreement should have been shared with the board in advance or not. That's not, I need a little more data to figure out how to analyze something. That's, we're at loggerheads as to the purpose behind this thing or not. And it was not my place to tell you on behalf of the board, because I'm not the board, I'm one guy. Even if, as the board president, it's not my place to tell you. If we're going to go to we have to defer to administration in this, then if I'm going to defer to her, it's not my place as the board president to order her to do that without board consensus, because I don't think I can order her.
So what's the better way to do it?
So with those types of philosophical differences, that you're referring to, I think it's best if the superintendent has a discussion with you and then says, this is why we're not going to do it, and provide you rationale, and then the superintendent says, I had this question asked of me, and we're not going to provide that information at this time. You will receive the information at the board table.
And what happened was, we shut it down that night, and we said we're not going to have the discussion until this was...
Or I would have, had we had a conversation prior, perhaps would have said, well, because oftentimes settlement agreements there's a ticking clock on them, right? They don't always come in advance, and when they come in advance, then there's only a certain amount of time that you have to kind of process them, to take an action on them. It's a little bit of a tighter window. Would there be a point in time where you would have the board president try to seek consensus that it needs to be sent out? So it's not just Rick, because he was worried about, directing. Would you have the president? And it's all just about consensus. All I need is consensus as to whether or not you want this in advance, or whether you think it can wait till Monday because it's a legal document. And although we have some lawyers on the board, we have many non-lawyers. Our philosophy was we wanted to walk you through it. Highly confidential, a lot of legalese, blah, 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 blah. I just want clarity, not necessarily just for myself, but for Eric, if he were ever to be in this situation again. What would be the approach that you would recommend?
Because we're talking legalities, I'm not going to weigh in too heavily.
Okay.
My experience as a board member is that whenever it falls into that realm, it's at your board table. And that's where you make that decision at. And it's simply because we're dealing with a sensitive legal issue. Now, I'm going to say something, and it may be, I don't want you to take it the wrong way, but Denise, you're in education. You know education, but you have to keep this in perspective that you're not an educator here. Rick, you're an attorney. You are an attorney at wherever you're an attorney. You're not an attorney here. You bring certain levels of expertise to the table, but you're not going to do your practice here. So you got to keep that balance.
So it's a little bit not so clear, but...
It is not.
At least if we know, I guess if we knew in advance, then we could have that conversation, potentially reach out to Louise, or, just try to work through it maybe between the packet going up and the meeting, so we have...
But just to close the loop, it wasn't. This one was kind of a weird situation.
It really was. I was just about to say.
I'll give a really straightforward. Just our last meeting, or maybe 2 meetings ago, I asked Luann if she had all her I's dotted and T's crossed when it comes to appearance committee and when it comes to planning and zoning with the city on our.
Is Luann the business person?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
On our additions to field school and our potential new additions to Washington. And I feel that maybe that question should have been, now that I'm listening to what you're saying, should I have called her before the meeting to ask her if those questions, because when I read the packet, it didn't come to me, but while we were sitting there discussing it, it dawned on me that, hey, wait, we moved forward with field, and I don't remember discussing any discussion surrounding whether we went to the city for planning and zoning or appearance. So now we're here at Washington, and I know this has become a really big hot button issue because there was a proposal. Well, it's because there was a proposal to do something different there that is not of the norm that this district has done in the past. So it became a very hot topic, and now I'm thinking to myself, well, we really want to cross our I's and dot our T's on this one, because if we do take this route, there's going to be people out there who may take a legal position and say, no, you can't do that because you didn't go to the city for the proper steps. So I asked the question. Should I have not asked the question? So my question is, as a board member... So you asked the question
at the board table.
At the board table. So my question is, since I didn't think about asking it before the board meeting, since I read the packet and knew that the topic was coming up, but it didn't dawn on me to ask that question came to me during discussion just naturally, which a lot of things do for me. Or should I have just kept my mouth shut and waited till after the meeting to send the email? Or should I have just gone forward with asking the question anyway? Because a lot of times that's what happens. A lot of these questions come from the discussion or from just, like I said, when you're reading 350 pages before a board meeting, you're not,
It's a lot to digest.
and you're also not reading it with the mindset of looking for questions.
You know what?
Questions normally come up during the dialogue.
Definitely. Tom, you're going to have questions at the board table, and that is perfectly fine. The whole idea of the no surprises is, as much as you can ahead of time, prepare your staff that you're going to ask the question at the board table. Is it a perfect world? No, it's not perfect. It's not always going to be that way. So a lot of times, whenever you're at the board table and you're going to ask the question, you might preface it and say, you might not have this information right now, but this question just came to mind, just to get them off the edge, because they are super nervous whenever they're working with the board. You are their employer. They want to do the best that they can do. It just takes the edge off of it a little bit for them and puts them more at ease. And then they have also the liberty to say, I don't have that information for you, but I will get back to you, or the superintendent can give it to the entire board.
Because the team will say they often feel as though they've been somewhat certainly blindsided, and
Yeah.
there's a level of wonder as to whether or not it was an intentional situation.
The reason I asked the
So I
question
think that would go a long way with the team, to just, if we got into that practice more frequently, that it would feel more like cohesive with admin as partners.
Yes.
Instead of,
Yeah, people in
The
education
way
are
it
people
sometimes
pleasers, first of all, so they want to please you, they want to give you everything that you need. So if you take the approach that you are all on the same team, you're all working together for the best of the district, kids, stakeholders, everybody, it'll go a long way. So if you preface that question that you're asking at the board table, like, oh, this just came to mind, I don't know that you will have the answer, but I was wondering.
Because
Okay.
I asked the question because I did get the sense a few times that sometimes they feel almost like they're sabotaged. Not to say that us board members over many occasions haven't felt that we were sabotaged as well. But
Well,
that's
going forward, you're
Right.
going to work on this team building.
Right.
Because I think Luann probably felt personally attacked. And I think how do we ask questions in a way, Luann, I'm sure you've thought of this, but I'm just making sure, and did you do this? It comes across differently. You're asking the same question, and you felt personally attacked. And I could see Luann, I don't know, but I could see her feeling that. And it's tough then. You're put on the bus with a recording and with the community, and she wants to, be held in good light. So. And one quick thing, going back to this whole conversation started on self-evaluating. So I wonder, I like this exit slip. I don't think it's transparent. I wonder, some
You can
boards-
post it and make it transparent.
Okay, and that might be a possibility. Some boards, I think Skokie I looked at, has in December, board self-evaluation meeting. And part of their December meeting, what have we done well from now till December? What do we need to work on? And it's on the public agenda, the public knows you're looking at this. So I think we have to somehow come up with a process for self-evaluating our board.
Okay. Very well said.
I'm okay. I'll back that.
So, communication. We've talked about communication extensively. Going forward, respect each and every part of the team. There's many that are a part of the team. The people that sit at this table, and like we just talked about, the cabinet, the administrative staff. What we're going to look at now is we go into a part where we're talking about the board agreements. You guys call them operating principles. They're on the ICRU paper, but I would like to do this piece, which is on blue paper, and it's called the Board Superintendent Communications Expectations. Now, keep in mind that this is a starting point. You may have additions that you want to add to this. You may want to take something with this. This is just to get us on the start of a conversation, okay? So if we start, this board expects to receive regular communication from the superintendent every blank via blank. Right now, do you receive communication, my 4 veteran board members?
Once a week.
Once a week? On what day?
Superintendent memo on Friday afternoon.
And then text if
Yeah, well,
there's an emergency.
That's
and all
number
that.
2.
Well, that's number 2.
Okay,
Yeah,
so
but
every
normal
Friday
memo.
via email.
for general stuff. And then if there's a specific issue, we'll hear about that as well.
And you call that the superintendent update?
It's the Friday memo.
The Friday member.
So she sends out a formal Friday memo, which you can rely on every Friday. But I can at least attest that over the last 4 years, I've had a lot more communication than just that Friday memo.
Yeah.
There's times where, I'll get a phone call
12 o'clock at night.
at 1 o'clock in the morning, which is okay because I've given the okay to the superintendent to call me at that hour. She's not calling all board members at 1 a.m. I just happen to be someone where my
Rick and
time.
Tom are two people that communicate late or.
Right, my time is free at that hour, and she knew that, so she'd be able to, if there's something she needed important to talk to me about, she knew that she can get me and have me for an hour, half an hour at that hour, and she would adjust her sleep schedule to make that happen.
I had a question
But you don't have to do that. I can
for
make
the
myself
other
available
board members
at other
about the
times.
weekly communication. I've only received one because obviously it's only been a week. And as a parent, I also get the newsletter emailed also. And I don't know if everyone else as a board member gets that too. My preference would be that if it's already in the email, that it doesn't have to be in the weekly thing, or maybe just a link to that, just so that
So I'm sorry, what are you talking about?
so, we receive the weekly email.
My memo.
Correct. And then we also receive the email, that all of the parents or all of the community members receive. So the
E-news?
Correct, e-news. So the way the memo is described is, this is a confidential memo, keep, this confidential. Only this last one, I believe that everything that was in it pretty much was I'd say 95% of what was in it was included in e-news. I think it would be easier for you to just do a link to the e-news, or you don't even have to do a link to the e-news if we're already receiving it. So just only anything extra that the whole community isn't already receiving.
I personally, because I'm a board member and a parent, I like to keep those two things separate. So every now and then, when they do fold and look like they're identical, is okay, because the majority of the time they're not identical. The majority of the time they have many differences to them.
Absolutely.
So I
Okay,
would
so maybe it was just
prefer-
this first one because it
Maybe.
seemed like all
Yeah.
of that,
I would-
Special
yeah.
Olympics and things like, so that
Right.
stuff was already in e-news.
I
and so-
will always, and Eric, you can decide how you'd like to communicate, but part of what we do from my office is we provide the board with an overview of not only administrative things that we're working on, but some high-level things that are happening over the course of the district. Special Olympics was included in particular because special ed has been something that we've really been talking about, and trying to build consistency across the district is something that we've been pretty much hammered on. And this was the first time we sent a district team. So sometimes there's things that I've chosen to include in a board memo, one, because it's my memo and I think it's important information, but especially when it's linking to something that we're really talking about at the board table. So, and I know Bernadette, sometimes, we talk about content that's going to go in there, but I would agree with you, Tom,
Yeah,
that
this
one
last
seemed
memo, this
similar.
last memo seemed a little.
That would be.
Okay, and that's the only one I've ever
This last
received,
memo was
so-
definitely more public oriented. There was a lot more public stuff on it that the
was
majority of the
important
public gets. And I don't know if that was done intentionally so that you can, get us to see some of, because they were some important stuff, Teachers Appreciation Week, the Special Olympics, which was a big deal. But most of the time it's,
Yes.
and I personally just like to separate parent from board member.
Sure, sure.
Because you don't know what's going to come at what time.
So,
and
Eric, you're going to comprise this Friday memo send it out to your board members
Yes.
via email. Any questions for the board? Don't mean to put you on the spot,
Yeah.
but do you think that you can look at past practice and pretty much decide what you will include in that? And
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, that certainly
Okay.
makes sense.
Board members, if there are things that you want on there that Eric starts off and he isn't including, I encourage you to be very communicative with him and do it in a fashion that's not a I gotcha, or do it in a positive fashion. And keep that open line of communication going so that if there are items that you think should be on there that he may have missed, that you let him know. Okay?
One of the things that have been important to me, and I think to the board members, is the fact that we started getting a title and definition of all the FOIAs, and I appreciate that. And we've started letting the public know what's FOIA'd. I think that's important. So I want to make sure we keep doing that.
Okay, thank you. This board expects to be notified by text, by mail, by phone, as soon as possible for, and then we have 4 different scenarios.
So this one's, I mean, generally you communicate these kind of things to us with text. I would say the one area that we've had maybe some disagreement on, or maybe some inconsistency on, is on the student, emergency is probably not the best word, discipline is the issue. So for instance, it's not an arrest, but the police were called to, whatever.
A school.
Deal with a situation at the school. The kid wasn't arrested. Should the board be made aware of that?
So and I agree. So one of the things we've talked about at the board table and with Tony Louise is, so the new folks know, is we notify the board when there's like a big discipline situation. So like gun threat, there's marijuana vapes, there's, some of the big things that happen. We're obligated to tell the police and the board when it's something illegal, when it's drugs or alcohol, or there's an assault, a threat made to a teacher. There's certain thresholds in which we need to communicate, and we've discussed that with the board, and they're certainly aware. There have been some other, maybe lower level situations where we haven't let the board know, right away. So it's finding that line. What information would a Board of Education need to know? And what situation would rise to that level? And we tend to, I feel like we communicate a lot about these student issues with the board. And then the next step of that is then what do we communicate out to the parents? So a couple of years ago, we had a big situation. It was the one we were referring to with that closed session incident. The board then, at that time, wanted to direct administration to communicate more with the parents at those schools where these situations were happening. And we started doing that administratively, and we've received some pushback from parents because they think that we're giving too much information out in public, and it's too easy to identify which students we're referring to, because the kids in the schools know typically who is involved in some of these situations, and by sending out a mass communication, we're filling the desire of members of the board, but then are we teetering along with an invasion of student privacy? So it's always just finding that just right way to communicate, and then what do you want communication around?
So the most recent example was the vaping incident, the marijuana vaping, whatever it was, at Lincoln. And as I understand it, the police were involved.
Right, and we communicated.
But we didn't get communicated until your memo on Friday. And I heard about that from parents hours after, minutes after.
But I sent a text out to the board saying we were investigating a situation. Now you have to keep in mind that the direction that we've been given from legal is that if something looks as though it might go to pre-expulsion or to a hearing before with a hearing officer, we are not supposed to give the board a lot of information in advance of that, because with the change in legislation, after a hearing officer is engaged, they'll write a report, they'll write a response, their findings, and the board has to do one of 3 things: accept, reject, or modify findings. And they're not supposed to have a lot of background information prior to that time, because they're supposed to come, and we talked about this at the last board meeting, in close, you're supposed to come in somewhat neutral and not predetermined. You're supposed to act on and just move through the hearing officer's report. So again, it's finding out when to communicate, because I communicated that we were investigating a situation at Lincoln. Then there was another one that week. We were investigating a significant situation at Emerson. And then once both of those situations, we kind of navigated through them with legal, with our attorneys, family attorneys, meetings with school personnel. We then shared out what we could, because we knew we weren't heading towards pre-expulsion. We were able to get folks to disenroll or whatever they chose to do. So it really, we do find ourselves in a tricky spot at times, because we want the board to have the information. We're not at all trying to withhold, but we walk a line in terms of what we can communicate and when.
And then we find ourselves in a really...
And you're then in a similar
I get where that
situation
issue is, but we found
with the
ourselves in a
community.
really tough situation because you get approached, let's say it's a situation at Franklin.
It's the one yeah.
You know, that night at pickup, I'm going to pick up my kid and I'm getting bombarded by 20 parents. Oh my God, did you hear? Blah, blah, blah. And now you're just sitting there going, nope, have no clue.
Yeah,
don't even know
we're
what
not at liberty
like
to
I have
discuss.
no idea what you're talking about.
But the worst scenario, Tom, is where the parent goes, did you hear about blah, 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 and you say no.
That's what I'm saying.
I'm like, I'm the board president. Why didn't I hear about that? And I'm, whatever.
Well, no, that's what I was saying. I'm like, now you're sitting there going, no.
So you were
I have
saying legitimately?
Right, legitimately, no, I have no clue.
Right.
I don't know what you're talking about. And now you actually feel very, very behind the eight ball because the whole community knows about it. They're telling you who the kids are and who the parents are and who we've had a situation, where I found out who the kid was on a situation 3 weeks after it was even brought to this board because we don't even get names sometimes. Sometimes we get no names at all.
Right.
And then you find out like 3 weeks later that it was, one of your really close friends that was involved in this. And now you're like, oh my God, now I feel really bad. So it's weird. It's weird being in the position that we're in.
Yeah,
Because
part of wearing the board hat.
We have less information than the public has in a lot of these situations.
Well, we do.
Sometimes
Well,
the public
the
has
information that they might
information.
have is the rumor information.
And it's through their children, and they're not getting it through any official channels. They're getting
It's
it
all
through
pretty
their
true,
kids
though.
or-
It all comes out, at the end of the day, 90% of the time, it comes out to be the exact
But the
news.
problem is, and to be candid, the problem is, at least I felt this way, chime in to those of you who were on the board previously, but I feel like it almost, you get the sense that we're not trusted with this information. I swore an oath,
But-
to be very cognizant of and careful with that information, yet I'm not being trusted with it. I understand the issue where I need to remain
Yes.
objective and not, and not be jaded by information I would have if I'm going to be an adjudicative body at that point on a particular issue. That's a different story. But simply on an issue, generally speaking, of one of these disciplinary situations, it seems like we're being kind of, and frankly, the issue with that settlement agreement. It kind of feels like we're all being patted on the head and said, here's what we want you to understand about this particular situation. We're going to give you enough information, to deal with it. But you're the
That's
sitting
legal.
board. I mean,
Right, and that's, we take our guidance from, and we've had disagreement. I know you've disagreed with, we have a conservative law firm in Hodges, and they're paid to, keep us out of legal trouble. And there have been, disagreements, but we take our marching orders from, we let them guide us. That's what we employ them to do, to keep the district out of trouble. And, sometimes at the board table, there's disagreements. They want more information than legal is telling us, we should provide. So we're, as administrators, caught between a rock and a hard place.
the one difference there
We
is,
work, I work for you, but I also don't ever want to do anything that's going to put the district in any level of jeopardy. So, as an administrator, as a superintendent, you'll see you're in a precarious position when those situations present themselves.
and the attorneys are, because they're technically the board's attorneys,
Right, so they're
They're
guiding.
at the pleasure of the
right,
board.
They're guiding our work. You're right, and because they don't want the board or administrators or the district to, you talk a lot about liability, and you're always like, where are we exposed?
Right.
You're paying them to keep us.
To minimize.
To keep it, to have a minimal amount of exposure. So relative to discipline situations, so Eric knows, when there's high-level situations, drugs, alcohol, these THC vapes that are, popular, an assault on a teacher or a threat on a teacher, we tend to really, let the board know immediately with those. And then you'll do that typically via text, certainly during, Friday memo. And then oftentimes, the very next time we meet as a board, when we're all together and we can dialogue about it, that's when we have a conversation. So that's when you'll see an exemption to talk about a specific student in closed. Sometimes when the students are special ed students, then you can pick your exemption. It's special ed or it's a student matter. But so those are kind of the various ways that we're communicating. And we like to do it in person. It's nice when our board meetings are around the time that it's happening, because then we can have, open conversations. Lawyers come, whether it's Tony Louisi, who's always here. Sometimes we have Michelle Todd, who represents us in special education matters, and she'll come in and help us talk through the issues with the board, and, at the board table. With social media being the way it is, and with the rumor mill being the way it is,
we can never seem to communicate fast enough. We have this argument with the police department. I know people have been upset with the police. Frank Kaminsky and I, the chief, talk about it. With social media being the way it is, we'll get hit. Like, why aren't you communicating that there was a student situation? And we're saying, well, we haven't heard anything from the police yet because it's an open investigation. Or the scene is evolving. I mean, they haven't even secured a situation, and we're already getting hollered at on social media because we're not communicating. But we don't have any information to communicate. And the last thing we want to communicate with is too fast and be erroneous.
Right.
So what we've tried to then move to, we had a situation at Franklin where a parent was struck in the intersection, and the information I received was there's a student that was hit by a car laying face down. So I throw my car into, I'm heading to another school, go to the scene. I talked to the chief, said, Lori, the scene's not even secure. I don't know I can't report anything to you. So what we started doing then was, we've received information that there was an accident at the intersection of Northwest Highway and, Tui or whatever it was. It's under investigation. We'll keep you posted.
Yeah.
So that's kind of the middle ground that we've tried to strike, because in a day and age with social media and everybody with phones and, just willing to tear up and, social media, not be at all patient, not presume good intentions, we've tried to at least put that information out, and it seemed to help. But things are evolving at a very fast rate, and it's hard to stay ahead of it.
One of the things I appreciate when we can get the information is when there's been something that significantly disrupted the students' day at school. Hot lunch didn't arrive, it was an hour late.
Math testing didn't go through today because...
those things.
Now, I have a question about that.
And one of them that I wanted to talk about, though, that we bubble burst on a classroom at Roosevelt. Those kinds of things, and because the superintendent, you walk a fine line there, and we don't want to know everything that goes on in the student's day at school, but if it significantly disrupts the day, that's something we need to know about. And we've gotten better at that over the last 2 years.
Are there guidelines that you would recommend for a new superintendent? Is what would be a threshold for a board, like a need to know versus
a nice
to know versus it's in the weeds? Like it's really hard to know with all of these situations. Like, am I going to send an email because is there guidance anywhere on that?
But maybe just one as a starting point, if it's important enough for the principal of Franklin to send an email to all the parents at Franklin that X happened, I would think the board should be aware of that before the send button got hit on the email.
Then you'll have to make sure that the parents are the school is then communicating with you, because they may or may not always communicate if hot lunch was late or if there was an event that might not reach my desk. You'd have to make sure there was a mechanism for them to get that information to you. And in some of the instances, like the map testing, we would know about, but some of the other instances, we might not. So we'll have to figure out what's that flow of information.
So help me understand, returning board members, like if hot lunch is late at Franklin, like how does that help in knowing your role? I mean, I'm just trying to, like as a board member, I mean, it was late. I'm sure that was tough. I'm sure the principal and the staff did the best they can. But as a board member, like, it's not going to change policy. It's not a financial decision. I'm just trying to think about, like, what do I do with that information?
Okay, it's nice to know. In that particular case, we had just started the hot lunch program, and that there were some hiccups in the hot lunch program, and we're board members and we discuss it. We're transparent about it when we discuss it, and we're out there walking the neighborhood or we're downtown or whatever, and somebody brings it up and said, gee, we're trying to work out all the problems with the hot lunch program. There are some issues there. Yeah, this did happen one time, but I don't expect to ever see it again. You're aware of it. It was nice to know that it happened, instead of you walking out there and, oh, really? It was an hour and a half late at Carpenter School?
This morning to me at Washington.
Wasn't one day it just didn't show up at all?
And they had to run out and go get pizza or
No,
something?
it was before hot lunch and they shut it down. They shut the pizza, the village guy.
Okay,
just
right,
short
right, right.
shut
So
it.
it's just nice to know information when you're out there. You don't do anything with it unless somebody comes to you.
Yeah, but I will say this, if somebody comes to you, again, it happened to me literally this morning with the map testing and WOW being down again, and there was a parent who said, didn't you guys talk about this? Didn't somebody on the board raise that WOW was maybe not the best choice to go with instead of blah, 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 blah? But point being is that, to your point, Larry, there's also one other thing we can do if we're given that information. If what they're saying to you is totally wrong, you can at least say back, that's not how I understand the situation. I'll try and get more information and have Dr. Hines or whoever it is respond to you on that thing. But at least to quell it while it's, again, potentially blowing up and going out of control at that point. That's the only thing. But agreed, it's not, the hot lunch, you're not going to get into a debate over it at that point. But oftentimes I've felt personally, that we've been in the dark on a lot of these issues. Parents come to us saying, did you know about this? And we look like idiots. We just look like we don't know what's going on, which makes us ineffective as board members, not on that issue, but more generally on all of it.
It's pretty rare. I can only think of 3 or 4 times in the last 2 years. But it was nice that, and I had the information, it was nice that I had it.
Right.
At least I wasn't walking around.
So let me
out
ask
there.
this, is this going to place a burden upon staff?
Well, for instance, if we took the example
Well,
I
I'm
gave-
asking administration of this because they would know what this is going to entail.
I mean, it would be one more step for them to communicate some of these smaller issues. If it was a larger issue that might come to the board, it would be an extra communication to make sure that we had that information, and then one of us has to repackage that information, potentially me or Bernadette's replacement to push it out. But
Well, again, what I was going to say was that if we were to actually just put the 7 board members as CCs on the principal's emails when they send out major emails of major incidents at the schools, there's no extra step. It just happens automatically. It's in the distribution list. I know they all have distribution lists for all the students that are in that particular school. Add the 7 board members as a CC, our board, and it's done. There's no thinking. It happens automatically.
Yeah, I'm okay with saying, do you know about the situation? I don't, tell me about it. And then, great, I'm sure the principal handled it, I'm sure it was, because it feels a little bit like I'm just trying to think of Luann's shoes, and I try to put myself in other people's perspectives. Like, she worked really hard at hot lunch, her and her staff. The one day it was late, like the alarm went off to the board, and Luann's like, oh my gosh, it's been on time so many days, and the one time it was late, like everyone knows about it, and I'm trying to do a good job here. I don't know, I just feel like we need to look at the balance of this information.
Well, this was in the middle of the beginning of the hot lunch program, and it was different. I don't get calls when the hot lunch is missing the chicken nuggets or the hot lunch
Yeah, we don't have
is...
It was a contentious time. It was a contentious time because the hot lunch was potentially going to replace the PTO's pizza, and they were going to lose their money, and so there was a lot more than just hot lunch, and it was that one example was brought up, but it had a lot more surrounding it.
I would definitely say that it would not be a standard practice for a board to have that depth of information. All boards are unique, with that being said, and if there's a comfort level for this board to have that nice to know piece, let your administrator know that, and maybe down the road you can pull back the reins a little bit and not be so down there.
on the dance floor.
Yeah. In the weeds, on the dance floor, out of your lane, however we can say that, because it is not a standard practice. Okay? To receive board packets and supporting documentation on the Thursday before the scheduled board meeting. Am I correct with that?
If it's a Monday, yeah. So if it's a Monday board meeting,
Yes,
sometimes
right.
weve had weird,
Okay.
had to move a
And
day
if
or
Monday's
something.
off, if we're off and the board meeting's Tuesday, then we put the packet up Friday.
Yeah.
Okay. This board expects to receive regular monthly expenditure reports.
That's in there, every board packet.
Yep, we get them, and I generally, if I have a question, I send it up to the district. Say,
Okay, good point. You send it to the superintendent.
well, I have to be honest that sometimes I send it to Luann.
The business manager.
Okay.
And then she'll send me an email and say, Larry or whomever, has reached out, I'm going to communicate.
We discussed this earlier in that we want all communication going.
Yeah, I heard you.
Okay. Okay. The next one, number 5, that all board members will receive the same information. One member's request for additional information results in all members receiving or having the same access to the information. One gets, all gets.
That's certainly easier to do based on numbers 4, so yes.
Okay, that board members will treat each other and staff with respect. That the superintendent and staff will treat all board members with respect. That reasonable requests for additional information will be satisfied in a timely manner.
So I had a quick question based on what Larry just said about how he would communicate with Luann. So the 3 new board members, last Tuesday we just had our orientation where it seemed like a lot of the administrators were open to us contacting them directly.
Okay, but Eric chooses to have the communication go directly to him.
Okay, no, that's fine.
Oh, that's your request.
Yes, that's what we decided like a couple hours ago.
Right, I mean, didn't know if it was every single
hours ago.
thing, or if it,
And it's a very common practice in districts. Dave, please
Definitely.
support me on that it's a very common practice that information flows through the superintendent's
Yes.
office. Again, so they're aware of what one board member is asking to ensure that all board members receive
Well, let
the
me
same
ask you
information.
something. Okay, we send this, I have a question on the expenditure report, and I send it to Eric. Where are you going with it?
Luann.
Luann. So, you would prefer to do it that way?
So it's because, A, what if you send it to somebody who doesn't know the rules as well as I do? So let's say you send it to a principal and a principal doesn't know.
Oh, I would never do that.
Okay, I would have, good. And.
I would only go to Luann.
Or it's just that then I'm aware, because otherwise Luann now has to come tell me, just so you know, I got this email from Larry, and it was like, so she's going to have to do it anyway.
Well, I would expect that your staff would do that. But if I go to you, I would, the superintendent's got a giant picture here to look at. Luann Kolstad's looking at the business of the district. And if I have an expenditure question, so you want me to go to you, who's probably somewhere out here in the district, and you're going to go to Luann, and then Luann's going to go back to you, and then you're going to come back to me, or Luann's going to come back to me, or go back to you. I'm like, I thought I'm doing you a favor by making the track simple and saying, Luann, this check was for $6,000 for somebody to go to a convention in Las Vegas. And, gee, that seems like a lot to me. And Luann would say to me, yeah, but Larry, da-da-da-da-da. Oh, good, okay. I understand.
Larry, it's very much a standard practice to have the information go through the superintendent. It might not be a past practice that you've done, but
Is it a standard practice to have then the public do an end around to the superintendent, to the CSBO, and run them through circles, on green initiatives or things like that, but the board can't go talk to the CSBO herself? I mean, that's absurd. That's what happens.
So that's what would happen. So for example, when we were dealing with some special education budgets and were we spending more money, were we spending less money, there were a few parents that went and set up a meeting with Luann to have, that's kind of what you're referring to kind of go through the budget and help them understand it.
Well,
That was one example, or the green initiative.
The green initiatives where a person in the community would just do an end around the board and her, go straight to the CSBO, demand information, and the CSBO would comply with it. So if we're going to say that the board is no longer allowed to talk to the CSBO
You and I did talk about this a while back.
then the
I think they
public
should
be
go
able
through
to
the
read it.
superintendent, by all means.
They would just be submitting FOIA requests, right? Oh, no, you're talking about something else then?
Oh, no, they wanted to sit down and have her like comb through the budget.
No, I think that should be
Or
a conversation with the superintendent.
Right, use certain chemicals and not use other chemicals. That,
Yeah.
It eventually got to you, and you blessed a meeting or didn't bless a meeting.
But it wasted Luann's time for hours and hours because she felt like she had to be customer service oriented
Right.
and respond to somebody in the public. And again, I'm fine with that if that's our rule, but then...
I'll salute that flag, brother, you know?
Yeah,
Boom.
right, with the flag.
But
Yeah.
you better clone yourself, my friend.
Yeah, you're going to get a lot of emails.
So it's just, so there was a couple hours ago, we were talking
Yes.
about how to communicate. I think Lori started and was like, I think it would just be a good idea if it's done to the superintendent. Dee said, is everybody okay with that? Everybody nodded, we moved on. I don't know if somebody got lost in that. Now I'm hearing words like, we're not allowed to. I'm not forbidding you from doing something. I'm not like trying to put handcuffs on you. You asked a very simple question that probably Luann could simply answer, but there might be more complicated ones that go to Joel or go to Lori Lopez or go to other people where we might have to talk about a response. I might need to know more information about what is this item. I might want to know, why is Larry calling every month on the expenditure report about this one thing? It would be good for me to know that. So I'm going to want Luann to always come and talk to me about those things anyway. You just going to me first helps me control the information. So I don't know that I see that you're giving me extra work. We're just changing the format, to be able to do it. And it just allows me to stay on top of all those pieces are going on.
I'm convinced. You don't have to.
Okay. Well, I just want to help.
Okay.
Yeah.
God bless you, my friend.
Yeah.
Okay, where were we?
Number 8.
Number 8. That reasonable,
Number 9, yeah.
okay, we said that one. We're at number 9, that there will be no surprises. No one gets surprised at any time in the meeting, between meetings. The truth of no surprises is respect for all participants and the process. Anything else that we may not have talked about? Next page. This superintendent expects requests for additions to the agenda will go to whom?
That's something we were actually talking about at the last meeting, and I don't think we've necessarily worked that out.
Well, we were going to
completely.
sit and talk, you and I were
Yeah.
trying to find a date to talk through May and
Right.
June.
But-
And there is guidance in the policy that talks about who sets the agenda, and there is a policy. Brenda, do you remember the number of that one? We looked at it as early as today, and now I'm drawing a total blank.
We were discussing at the
There's
last
policy
meeting.
language.
Normally, the way the process goes, there's a draft agenda posted on our previous month's agenda. So for instance, at our next regular board meeting, there will be an agenda for the June meeting
Right.
on there, just of draft items. The rest of the board does not see that agenda again until it's live. The board president sits down with the superintendent to go over that draft agenda that was
Proposed agenda.
proposed 20 days earlier, whatever, sits down, and then it's kind of locked. And so we discussed as a board, is it possible to have the other 6 members of the board still have some time to weigh in on that before it goes live? Because things change every month. I mean, if that far in advance, there are new items thrown in, there's some items taken off, it just happens. And so could we get a draft agenda to the full board? Again, if Thursday's the day it goes live, maybe it's Monday of that week or Tuesday of that week. Could everyone have a chance to see that? If there's any things they want to add, delete, they run that through the board president. Board president works with the superintendent, and the final one is released on Thursday in compliance with IOMA for a Monday meeting, or Friday for a Tuesday meeting.
Standard practice
Yep.
is that if a board member wishes to have something put on the agenda for a discussion, they go through the board president within the 48-hour time frame so that it can be posted appropriately. So I'm not sure what your practice you're trying to, or what your question really is, because if
Because people don't know what's on the agenda. The proposed
It has-
agenda could have changed wildly from the previous meeting to when it's about to go live.
So we
Could be
typically
totally
Clarify
different.
have,
people for me.
have it out in a month
Who's people?
in advance. People, you mean like board members?
board members or constituents, who's it?
board members.
It's typically in a board packet the month before. So like the next month's agenda, I'll walk through it and say, this is under draft, there's a few things we might change, or if something comes up in the meeting, or if we didn't get to something, then we add it
It goes
to the next agenda.
sure.
Rick and I, because this
he's the new president for just the week. We haven't had our first planning meeting. So what'll happen is, just procedurally so everybody knows, is we have the district calendar, and we have like the items that we do on a monthly basis.
Sure.
We have a
There's
draft
not much
one
leeway in an
here,
agenda,
and,
so.
you know, we have a calendar that we put together over the last couple of years to kind of guide what we discuss in certain months. Then Tony Borelli, the past board president, and I would come in a month or so, you know, in advance and talk through the agenda and what might need to be discussed from a board's perspective, not like the day-to-day operations of the district, because that's like the superintendent's responsibility, but what else do we want to talk about? Rick and I are looking to try to find a time at the end of this week or the beginning of next to talk about May. May's a little weird just with this new board changeover, but certainly June. You've already received a draft of the June agenda. So we'll get into a rhythm where we're going to be talking about a month out.
Right.
And you can kind of see what's on the agenda. You can add things from the board's perspective that are kind of, you know, percolating and that we might need to put on an agenda. But what he's looking for then is, how does the larger board put items on an agenda?
Or weigh in on a particular agenda. I can think back to my previous board that I was on, where there were several times where the agenda, that was the way, all the other bodies in town that I'm aware of, the elected bodies in town do it that way. They give the board a run at it in advance of when it has to go live for IOMA. So everybody has a chance to weigh in. So for instance, I can remember an example of one where there was a closed session agenda item at the top of the agenda, or at the end of the agenda, whatever it was, for a particular issue. And that was put on by staff. It wasn't, the board president didn't know it was going to get put on the agenda. It just got put on the agenda. Well, when it got floated to the full board, there was almost unanimous, if not a majority of the board that said, we don't want that on the agenda. We don't want it enclosed, or we want to talk about that in open, or whatever. We don't want to talk about that issue, whatever it was. And it got struck before we even got to the meeting, before it even got released. So I'm not saying that that's happened a whole lot here, but it could happen, and it just has felt, I mean, there's been issues with ordering the agenda items, that board members have gotten upset that this agenda item is showing up down here instead of up here, or we get wind a week before that 30,000 people are going to show up at our meeting that next week on this agenda item, and right now it's sitting at about the 12 o'clock mark, you know, number 17 on the agenda, and we want to all move it up. So right now, we didn't have a mechanism to know about that in advance, and then two, we didn't have an agenda on the agenda, an agenda item on the agenda to allow the board by motion to move things up or down on the agenda. So we were kind of hamstrung.
And even if we did have an ability to change it at that board meeting, it was too late at that point because we had other people we had to be cognizant of.
You have the right to change the order of your agenda.
No, I understand, but we...
Motion, and you need it on the agenda. In order to take an action item, it needs to be on the agenda.
Oh, it's not on the
It was not
agenda.
on the agenda. So what I
Got it.
talked about is adding a line item on every agenda that says add, delete, or amend the current agenda, proposed motion, so that it complies with IOMA. That's what the attorneys have all said is how you have to do it for compliance with IOMA. You need a line item. City does that, Park District does that, everybody else.
Just a standard line item?
standard line item.
It's there every time, and you can pass on it as an agenda item. If you don't have any, you ask the board.
Well, if your legal has told you that, then so be it, but
I don't know how that
not a
doesn't
standard practice.
violate
I
IOMA,
agree.
by the way, because you're not giving the notice.
It's not noticed up.
I guess
That it's on the
you're
agenda.
getting around it by noticing up that you have the right to do it. I guess that's how they're getting around it legally, but my concern that goes along with Rick's is, even if we had that line item on there, to get to a meeting and then try to move something up from the 12 o'clock hour to the 7 o'clock hour is also unfair at that moment when we invited architects to be here at the 7 o'clock hour, and now they're getting pushed back to the 9 o'clock hour so that we can accommodate the public. I get that we want to accommodate the public, and we should absolutely move certain items early to get them back home to their families. However, I'd like to do that the night before or 3 nights before, so that we are not then having architects and lawyers and presenters here for 4 hours waiting for us to finish with, an issue about hot lunch. So that's why I think it'd be getting it maybe on a Wednesday as a board member, or on a Tuesday, to be able to say, hey, wait, you know what, guys, we should probably really talk about the Washington space issue, and not at 12 o'clock. We should probably do it at 7:30, because we know we're going to have 300 people here.
Is it a problem that the board members receive the agenda
No.
ahead of time?
No, the question, it's not.
We just never
about doing
have.
it. The question is the process for then.
Moving things up prior to the meeting.
Well, and frankly, the president then sort of the centrifuge for all of that information. So if Denise says it should be moved up, but nobody else says that, do I go with what Denise says? Do I have to go with what Denise says? Do I have to get consensus? Do I have board authority? Or do I have
And
authority
then,
as a president to
the other-
do it or
yeah.
not do it?
I do what Denise
The
says.
other piece of it that layers into what Rick said, if I may piggyback before your response, is trying to find the balance between, it's a board meeting, like the board's conducting their business in public.
Yes.
Versus a public meeting. Right, so everything that these two have said is 100% true, but I think sometimes a compounding factor too is that piece of it.
Right.
So we have these other people in the audience that have come. There's lawyers, there's architects, there's engineers, there's, depending on the topic, there's a variety of people that are there. You know, what's the driver of that order?
And to piggyback then on that again, what if, I keep picking on you, but you're looking at me, so what if Denise is being lobbied by a particular group to move the agenda item up, and none of us believe that that's the right thing to do, but she calls me up and says, I think number 10 should be moved up to number 2.
She's not supposed to be involved with the special interest group. She's involved with the whole
I get
community.
that, but,
So
I mean, but-
that's what I'm going to say to that. And I'm also going to say that you are the board president. You decide on the agenda. If your board members don't like it, they're going to let you know.
Right. And I guess
And that's the
where I
seat
wanted to
you're
go
in.
is
You are the ultimate.
How do we let him know?
Board president is
You
ultimately the
ultimately- you are.
decision maker.
You are.
Well, I think that there has to be, if this is the way you want to, if you want to have that voice, and I don't think that's necessarily appropriate for all the board members to be weighing in on the order of the agenda. You set the agenda, it's set, and you go with it. If you get here and it looks like it's going to need to be changed, you move it.
And
You
we've
know?
done that with, Borelli, we've moved items around based on the hour or after the people that we've invited to come. Typically, what we've done, our practice has been, if there's agenda items, we put, if people we know are coming.
Like
based on the
architects,
agenda,
engineers, et
we
cetera.
put those agenda items up front. And it might mean that folks in the community are sitting there for an hour or two. I mean, honestly, that has happened plenty of times, but some people get angry about that.
Well, then-
They feel like they should be able to go
No.
first, and it's just, again, how do we can't please everybody. What would, what do you recommend in this
You know what?
situation?
Don't they want to be informed? Don't they
That's
want to
what
see
we're-
these
what we struggle
presentations?
with.
No.
They don't.
No, the answer is no.
Well-
I'm saying it on camp, no. They're
Well-
here for their specific
So we're always-
issue, and that's
You know
the
what? I
only
think
issue.
you
Look,
have
look,
to
look,
get
look how
into
many
a
people are here today.
practice- A practice of setting your agenda, and this is your agenda. And you are servants of the public, but keep in mind that this is a business meeting,
It is.
and you have to get the business of the district accomplished. And engagement with the community has to happen away from your business meeting. You know, they have the right to come to the microphone and make their public comment. I hope in policy that you have it outlined as to the specifics of that public comment, and then you move your business meeting forward.
Well, I think the board, I mean, it's already 10 o'clock now. I don't know that we're going to answer this tonight, but I think the board has to decide. If you want me to be the ultimate arbiter of it, I'm fine. I don't necessarily want to be. I want input from the board on it, but if you guys don't.
You are the
want
board
me to-
president, Rick.
What's
I
that?
can read policy.
Rick,
I mean,
you can be the,
right here.
in my opinion, you can be the ultimate arbiter, but we have the right to come back and say, you know what, we just don't like the way you've been doing it, so now do it this way. Let's give you, like Denise said, let's give you a chance.
I really am. I'm trying to involve the board in that decision because I don't.
And I'm sure they greatly appreciate it, but it'll get messy. It's going to get a little messy, and I think to streamline, it's the seat that you're in.
Everybody think about that, and we can circle back on it at the next meeting, but if that's
And then
where everybody is, I'm
read
good with that.
policy 2:220. And then linked to that, if
If you want to deviate from this, then we would just need to revise the policy.
Right.
Okay? And I wrote it here for you.
Okay. So request to the agenda will go to the president. And it needs to happen, how far in advance? 30 days?
Request to add an agenda item?
If you want it on the agenda, the way you're describing, at least a month in advance, because remember, from one regular board meeting to the next, we have the next agenda in there, and that's a month out.
But if
So if
Denise
you-
says all of a sudden, Denise says,
That would
I
be
want
within
this,
48 hours per policy.
right, between 48 hours, before
So I would say,
48 hours.
I would say added items to the agenda should be at least 72 hours before the meeting. That way it gives you a chance to
Get your ducks in a row and be ready.
get your ducks in a row, to then give it and make a couple of phone calls to some board members if need be, if it's an important add-on.
Right.
And then we still have the 48 hours to get it out, because we still have to get it out.
But there's two issues there. I mean, you can add a discussion point night of. You can't add an action item night of. You have to do that within a...
Well, and with that being said, action items usually require some investigative work.
Oh, sure,
Yeah.
sure. But
And-
setting that aside, I mean, just like purely complying with the law, we have to comply with
I know,
IOMA for
I
the
know,
action
but-
items. We don't with the discussions.
But adding items to the agenda by board members, you have to be very careful of how much time staff is going to expel
to
to do this work.
Sure.
You know?
And also how much time it's going to throw a wrench into the already 6.5-hour-long meeting we've
So,
had if we
so
got
do we
really
want to clarify that these additions to the agenda are discussion items?
Well, I would also go maybe then a step further and say, and they're at the discretion of the board president. If it, for whatever reason, doesn't look like we can do that, for whatever reason, what staff can't get it stuck in time, or it's going to add another 2 hours into the meeting, we might have to punt.
So is
until-
that through board consensus
I
then
don't
you're
know.
looking?
That's what I'm saying. I don't know
Dee,
the
what do
answer
you
to that.
think? Because.
What does the team
What's your
think?
guidance? Yeah.
Well, my guidance is,
Board can discuss.
the board can discuss it, but, you're the agenda planner,
Right.
and you have to monitor the length of the meeting.
Right.
A 6-hour meeting is not productive.
None of our meetings are productive.
Well, our meetings are not, so we start at 7 and we seldom go till midnight. We're like 11:30, but we have closed.
Yeah.
We have like, our regular board meetings are
No,
like a
people
solid 4.
have labeled our meetings as 6-7 hour meetings, but the reality of the matter is they're 5-hour meetings.
So they're exaggerating by a few.
Hey, 2 hours is a long time.
That's okay.
But we're perpetuating it, I mean, so let's, and we're going to try to be more efficient, and we're going to get it down to 4 hours, and we're going to look like rock stars, because, oh my gosh, the board had a meeting in 4 hours.
That should have
So
been
how about
somebody's
this?
legacy.
So how about, again, you have my commitment that if somebody comes to me and says, I'd like to add this agenda item, and it looks like we can't, I'll have a discussion with you about it and say, I'm not getting rid of it, I'm just saying we can't do it on this meeting because we
We'll
have
do
these
it
10
next
other
month.
things, and we'll put it on the next meeting, or maybe we'll call a special meeting for it, or whatever we have to do, but I guess give the president that leeway to
Mm-hmm.
be able to...
Also give us a commitment that if you have multiple members wanting the same agenda item, that you would give it a little bit more weight, even if it means that a meeting might go an extra hour, because obviously at that point, if there's multiple members that want it there, it may require an extra hour of meeting.
Yeah.
Agreed.
And I think asking the question, is an appropriate board item agenda, or is it an
Right, true.
administrative, task? I
Is it
think
board
that's an
work?
important one to think about. Is it appropriate for the board?
Yep.
I personally never like discussing, and I don't know, you can maybe help me understand better later, we don't have to talk about it today, but I don't think the board meeting should ever have time limits. If there has to be discussion, there has to be discussion, and our job is to be here as long as it takes. That's how I feel.
There becomes a point that I think you become unproductive. It's the law of diminishing returns. I think you can reach that. Number
Can
2.
we, before we move on, link to what Tom just said, can you talk about what you,
It's 10:05.
call the question, call the question, this is a big
All right,
one.
so in past board practice, in the way that motions were handled, a presentation would be given by, let's say, Dr. Hines on a particular agenda item. The board would immediately go into discussion of that agenda, of that thing that she just presented to us. We'd talk for 10 minutes or 10 hours, whatever it was, and then at the conclusion of that, the board president would say, okay, I'll entertain a motion now on that issue. And then the motion was made, and it was perfunctorily seconded, and then we would immediately go to vote. That's not the way Robert's rules work.
Well, no, wait, no. He would give the public an opportunity to come and
Give the
speak to
public,
it.
most of the times, an opportunity at some point in the process, but not before the vote.
Right.
And not during the vote. During the discussion. The way Robert's rules is, staff presentation, motion made, is seconded or not seconded. Once it's seconded, then the board goes to discussion, goes out to public for comment, comes back to the board, and then at some point, if the discussion's over with, a vote is taken. Or if somebody, Tom, is talking too long on a particular issue, then I'm just busting your chops.
I'm good. You don't have to get
Somebody is
offended.
talking too long on an issue, and the board is sick of the conversation at that point, you call the question. It's been moved and seconded, you call the question, the discussion shut off, and you have a vote at that point.
You have a vote on what?
On the motion that had been made and seconded.
Nope. That's not according to Robert's rules. Once you call the question, you have to have a vote on the question. You have to have a vote on calling the question.
Yeah, right. So that's got to be moved and you're calling the question,
Yes.
which is a motion in and of itself. That's got to be seconded. So you need a second board member. You've got to vote to call the question at that point, and then you immediately go to the vote. Right, but that's a little mini motion and seconding in and of itself.
Yes.
if that
And what's the
passes,
requirement to pass that?
Majority,
No. 2/3.
supermajority. Okay.
To pass what?
A
Call to question, meaning kill discussion?
Kill discussion.
And so you need a
So that
supermajority
answers
for that.
your-
So that helps me,
Yes,
that helps me
so
feel a
that's
little
why
better, that helps me feel a little better about a board using the call to question as a way to not just shut up one person, but not just,
shut down the
not just
conversation.
shut up one person, but to literally shut down the entire
Correct.
the entire conversation.
That's why it's supermajority.
Meaning that it could be the call to question could actually have the opposite effect. Like,
Yes.
I don't even want this discussion to happen,
Right.
so I'm going to shut it down by. So now you need an actual supermajority for that, which protects everybody at this table.
Yeah.
So we're going to try and implement that because the conversations, there were several things that were happening. The conversations were going out of control frequently, way too long. But two is then there's another place to disrupt a discussion altogether, and that is at the very beginning when the motion is made. If 6 other board members, Fred makes the motion, and the rest of the 6 of us have no interest in discussing this, we don't second it at that point. Past practice has been that we sit there and go, second? Anybody? Going to second? Second? How about now? Second? And we'd wait for somebody finally go, I'll second it. Because we felt like it was what had to be done. And then we would immediately go to a vote, which was completely backwards. So we're going to try and implement that new process now, but we wanted to implement the calling the question issue because it was really never present in past board practice. And we want that there as sort of the nuclear option to be able to shut down conversation.
And it's not a practice that I see often
it doesn't happen
implemented. Because of what you just said, shut down the conversation.
Yeah.
Conversation is supposed to be productive, synergy amongst the 7. One thing in that scenario that well, first of all, a board does not have to follow Robert's rules. There's nothing in law. It's just to run a very efficient meeting. That's what Robert's rules is for, efficiency in meetings, and to make sure voices are heard.
Right.
So with that being said, there was something in that exchange that you said. You said that you have the motion's seconded.
So administration presentation first, mini presentation, motion made at that point, seconded.
Based upon the
That-
recommendation by staff.
Correct.
Uh-huh.
That opens the discussion for the board. Board discusses. At that point, then the president would ask once the board is kind of done with its discussion, presumably, ask if the audience has anything to comment on that particular agenda item, that discussion item that is up for motion right now. Goes back to the board. If the board wants to talk anymore, and then at that point, if the discussion...
Is this something that you've always done?
No,
Sorta, kinda.
you did it at the park board, right?
Park District does it, city does it here.
And then the board prior to the 3 new people, they had a discussion before they decided to do that
Yeah.
in addition to the discussion of.
Right, because we have public comment on non-agenda item at the beginning of our agendas, but not on agenda items. So agenda items should be commented on during the actual agenda item.
So
not
the way we did it,
beginning of the
So
meeting.
he's proposing a new practice.
well, forget the proposing. Let's clarify
Right.
what we did.
Right.
We would do it the way he just explained it. We would do presentation, motion, second, discussion.
No,
we would go.
discussion.
Actually, you're right. We would go presentation,
Presentation,
discussion, comments from audience, and then vote.
Second vote.
Motion, second vote.
Just-
all at once. That's what we would do. Now Rick wants to go presentation, motion, and the motion would read,
I don't need it, just keep going.
okay, motion, second, discussion by the board, comment by the public,
If any.
and then back to the board for continued discussion or directly for vote. No reason to do a motion or second because it was already done.
Right.
And in between all that, if during our discussion, before we get to public comment, our discussion is coming off the rails, you want to be able to implement the opportunity to say, call to question, which would now advance the public comment and then the vote. It would kill the discussion once you got 2/3 of the board to agree with your call to question, and then it would go right to public comment, and then from then it would come back to the board, no longer for additional comment by the board because you called it to question, and it'd go directly to vote. Now, the only thing I would like to see is public comment before board discussion.
So the other thing Rick was proposing.
And the only
at
reason I
last
say that
meeting
is because we got a lot of...
public comment for each agenda item.
Yeah, the problem is that it's hard for the public to comment on something they don't know what the board is going to say yet.
Oh, no,
I don't know where we're standing.
I'm saying public comment during the issue, but we've gotten...
We get the last word.
No, but we've gotten double the complaints from the public. We've gotten the complaints of, oh, you already discussed this, and then you heard from us, and then you're going right to vote. You should hear from us before you discuss it, so that you can discuss what you heard from us. We've gotten that complaint multiple times. So now we have, as a board, have to decide what's most important, hearing from the public before we discuss, or hearing from the public after we discuss, right before we vote.
So I've never had a board have the public participate in the middle of the agenda of an item discussion. Okay?
That's so awesome to hear.
15 years on a board.
That's so awesome to hear.
Meaning they do it all in the beginning during public comment?
Public comment.
Yes,
Okay.
yes. Because the reason being is they have the agenda. They know the items that are going to be discussed. They have the
report.
information
Yeah, they do.
available to them
Goes up Friday.
to make that the comments that they need to make. They're not a part of discussion. It's not a dialogue between the board and the community. That's not what a board meeting is. That's not what a governing body does. You give them the opportunity to speak. You can give it to them at the beginning. You can give it to them at the end, whatever your choice may be. This is like surprising me.
Every other taxing body in this town does it that way.
Does it which way?
Or doesn't.
Does it which way?
The way Rick is describing and
I'm
proposing.
describing.
With
I'm
discussion,
telling
and
you,
that's...
I've not had another Board of Education out of the
Well,
140
so-
that I do. Northern
And I-
suburbs, DuPage, Lake, the boards that I've served on a couple of
So
schools.
And I used to cover them saying.
Is there a way to find out if there, so I think we are suffering from the communities being used to our other governing bodies doing it differently than us.
They're not a
And-
school district.
No, understood.
You're
I
different.
No, I understand.
That's your
However,
justification.
right, I understand where our justification can be, and I love the way you're proposing that we do it, because I think it would definitely, but we are never going to get out from under the, well, I can't believe you're not giving us an opportunity to talk. The Park District does, they're more transparent. The City Council does,
They can
they're
still
more
talk,
transparent.
You
I'm sorry?
still offer
just
them
talking at a
public
different
comment.
time.
It's just not during the discussion portion of the board.
Yeah, but I'm just letting you know that I've sat here for 4 years getting people to come up and complain every meeting about why they're not being given the opportunity. So I agree with you Rebecca, that, yeah, it's just a different time. To you and I, that just seems logical. To the person standing at that podium, for some reason, it is the most illogical response we can possibly give them. No, I want to be able to comment while it's happening. And then another person is like, here's the worst part, you can't win. Because then Anthony tried to, do that, and then it was like, oh, I want to comment before. I don't want to wait 3 hours for you to get to that point. I want to comment in the beginning. So it's just a no-win situation. So I'm good with any direction that we all can agree that we're all going to back, and then if someone does say something, we're all going to defend it. I'm good with whatever we decide.
Well, it's a time of change, and we said we're embracing change, and if it's different than other governing boards, I think we just have to be clear about the expectation. And I think with the public comment at the beginning, it keeps it as a public board meeting, not you're interacting back with the public, now go back. I mean, that makes it more of a forum, I think, when I think of a forum. But when the public comments in the beginning, then the board is meeting. The comment is over. It seems to be the lines are less blurry.
I completely disagree. I completely agree with you. Sorry.
I completely disagree.
But the public completely disagrees with you. I mean, and we took heat at every single meeting, literally, for doing it that way, or not doing it that way. I'm telling you, I concur with you, because it is very disruptive to the conversation, and it encourages back and forth, right? And Mrs. Jones gets up there and says, Tom, why'd you say that? And then Tom goes, well, I said it because of it. And then,
trust me, I'd rather do it or wait. I swear,
I'm take the heat for it.
Yeah, and me.
I mean-
I'm just, because I think there is no other school board in the state of Illinois that's running it that way. It's just unheard of,
None of the ones I can
and we maybe need to help people with that, of getting that. And, again, I was going to respect it if you wanted to keep doing it, but just sitting there watching it, that's what's also making these 5-6 hours, because it's just so much back and forth and interact and everything. And you guys are getting nailed on it, because they're standing up there yelling at you, you're trying to defend yourself, then you go make another comment, somebody goes running up there again because they want to now talk on the last comment you made, and then people are yelling from the audience up here, and it's like, oh my gosh.
I truly think that if this board is unanimous on how we want to move forward, I think it will make it. I think it will end the problem. I really do, because we are a very diverse board. We come from very different parts of Park Ridge, and we have very different friends, and we have very different. So I think if we're all unanimous on how we move forward, no one can complain. They can't claim that it was my idea, or it was Denise's idea, or it was Carol's idea, or it was Larry's idea. It was all our idea, and we all back it, and we back it 1,000%.
And we're an open session.
But if it turns out to be a 4-3 vote or a 3-4 vote, then we're back to square one.
And change is hard. There'll be some backlash for sure. It's hard for the first meeting or two, and after that, people move on. So it's a short term. I think short term, there'll be some, I'm sure there'll be Facebook and posts about it, but people will move on, and this becomes the norm.
I hope you're right.
Well, and also, people who want to say something and take off can do that.
Yeah, but the problem is most of the people want to say something about issue X, and then they want to see how the board actually acts on it.
Right.
And if we don't add back to if we have it down at number 10 on the agenda, then they got to talk in the beginning,
Right.
and they got to sit here till 10 o'clock to wait for us to talk about X. Then they're pissed.
That's how the board meeting operates, though.
watch the video.
It's just how
Everybody here that is on Facebook, encourage all of their Facebook, whatever you call them, partners, to watch this film, to watch this board meeting tonight, please.
There'll be 6 people that'll watch this board meeting.
So let's move on to number 2. This superintendent expects that direction is only given at board meetings when a majority of the board agrees to give the direction. Okay?
I think that's critical, because again, I saw it myself, and it wasn't with a particular issue. I mean, I even remember Tony kind of doing that, and it wasn't negative what he did, but if you would say something at the meeting, or I would say something, Tony would say, all right, well, are we all good with, he wouldn't even say, actually, we're all good. So Rick wants to do this, so that's what we're doing going forward. And oftentimes there wasn't a consensus of the board. It was just Rick was saying it, or Tom was saying it, or somebody else. And I think that's critical. Any direction we give to these guys has to be with a minimum of a consensus of the board, period.
At this table.
Yeah.
At this table.
Or on email, or on a phone call, or whatever else. Fred can't call up and tell her
No.
how to do, what to do.
No.
and-
Whenever I say at the table, the direction has to come from
Board meeting,
the
Monday
board
night.
meeting,
Yeah.
vote.
Right, agreed.
Okay?
Agreed.
That board
I also-
members,
Can I ask just one more quick question, because this was something that bugged me, and I just want to say it to the board that I don't plan on doing it the same way, but there were several times where we blurred the line between a vote and a
Seeking consensus
Consensus.
to direct
to
administration.
direct administration, and it made my skin crawl every time we did it, when we would say, we'd come up with some game plan of whatever it was.
We've had that discussion.
Yeah, and we would say, all right, so we're going to direct the superintendent to do X. And it's like, well, it's not an agenda item. We're like, well, we don't need an agenda item. We can just give consensus. And then we'd go around and go, how would you vote, Larry? And
How do
I'd vote
you
yes.
get a consensus of opinion to direct the superintendent to go in a certain direction?
Can't. I mean, that's an agenda. That's to me as an action item.
First time I heard that,
I would say if you're
shaked.
giving direction to investigate
Yeah.
something, if
Absolutely.
that's
Yes.
totally different.
But
You
we're not
know
talking-
that, well,
We're talking action.
no, then no.
Okay.
I err on the
That's gonna stop.
caution side. I would,
Yeah.
talk to Louise, but
Right. The
I,
problem is that what we saw is with these whirlwind, marathon 6 and 7 hour meetings, we would get to a point at which we had to kind of move the ball, and we were stuck if we didn't direct her to do something. And we couldn't wait another month or 3 weeks or whatever it was till the next meeting, so we're all kind of like, all right, what do we do? And that, we were in a pickle at that point, and it's tough, and we're going to have to be religious about sticking to our guns in that and saying we're not going to do it. We're not going to do these sort of fake votes and
Sometimes,
seek
Rick,
consensus.
sometimes, I mean, I disagree with you on this one a little bit, because sometimes, we have, 15 meetings a year to do 500 meetings worth of stuff. And sometimes you can't delay, you got an issue on SPED that you gotta move quick because it's affecting the kids on an hourly basis.
Or construction,
And maybe,
where
or
we have hard
construction,
deadlines.
or maybe consensus is not so bad to move part of the process along. I agree with you when it comes to deciding if we're going to spend $3 million on building a building, it needs to be a vote. But if we're going to agree to, research how much water retention we're going to need to provide the city, maybe we can do it in a consensus so we can take that step out of the equation quickly so we don't get delayed. So I agree with you, and I agree with you in the majority of what you're saying, but I still feel that sometimes consensus is a great tool.
Well, I plan to use it sparingly when we need to use it in an appropriate manner, and so that we're complying with IOMA. And I'm not suggesting the board was doing anything illegal previously. I'm just saying I want to be cognizant of that and not put us all in that spot where we're kind of going for a false vote.
yeah. That board members will read all board packets and supporting documentation before the board meeting.
Going back to, that one, I think I just want to clear up the confusion with Dr. Olson, because, earlier when we said that we would go to him for all that, I think the confusion was that was when we were discussing the board packets themselves. And so now our understanding is that it's for all things, not just with respect to the board packet, because then the subsequent discussion came up when Larry was discussing, I believe, like the monthly expenditure report. So that's, I just wanted to clarify that we're going
It goes to Dr.
Olson for all things, not just the board packet.
That board members will contact whom with questions about agenda items or supporting materials. We clarified that. It's going to be Dr. Olson. And that there will be no surprises. No one gets surprised at any time in the meeting or between meetings. The truth of no surprises is respect for all participants and the process. Okay? All good with that?
Have we decided on the random, who's going to select the random order for voting? Okay.
That'll be me.
Nope, but we talked about that, Dee. Remember I talked about randomizing the vote, and our policy says to alternate.
Yes,
which is what we
rotate,
do.
yes.
So if we're going to rotate, if we're moving away from rotating, then we need to rewrite the policy.
You have to go back to your policy.
Wait, our policy says just
Our
alternate
policy-
back and forth?
We
And I hated that.
followed, I'm
I
just telling you, we
hated that.
followed the policy as it was written. Now,
Okay.
there's nothing to say that you can't rewrite that policy, because you always
The
can.
policy says the sequence for casting votes is rotated.
So that's,
What is, so what does that mean?
So I will
Well, we
tell
were-
you what boards do.
we were interpreting that as here to here, we're rotating,
And I
right?
interpret it as rotating means
So,
it's random.
then
like
I told
randomized.
you that you were going to want to talk about this in the
Yeah.
center of the video, so she was prepared.
So what other boards do, and what I've seen happen is that, so you have the person who made the motion and the second, they are the first in the order of voting. And then if you follow Robert's rules says to do it by alphabet. So then you start with the first letter of the alphabet and rotate through.
What do you mean
So-
by rotate through?
Go
So,
through.
so on
Alphabetically.
Yeah.
every time?
Yeah.
Yes, but it changes because of the person who made the motion and who made the second.
So-
Those people are first.
So here's my antithesis argument to that.
Uh-huh.
If I know, I mean, I can, it's too manipulatable, if that's a word.
It's not a word.
Manipulative, or whatever
That's-
the
yeah,
word
That's
is.
a word.
It's late.
Now I know that we're doing it by.
Yeah, but what she's saying is.
No, I get what she's saying.
But the motion in the second goes first, and then it's random.
I get it,
Or
but
not, and then it's-
you guys, no one at this table sees how you can manipulate that? I mean, we know that it's going by alphabetical order, so all we got to do is make sure that this person and that person are the ones that do the motion and the second, and now we know how the votes are going to go, and we know where they'll end up. And
No,
so,
the second just means you want to discuss it. It doesn't mean you support the motion.
no, she said first and second are the votes.
Right.
If you second it, you voted yes.
No, you haven't though.
Did you, or did you
No,
not?
a second means you want to discuss it.
No,
Technically.
a second is you're supporting it, which means you voted yes.
No.
Oh, no.
So, but you said the first, that's the first and second vote.
Yes.
So they
yes,
have to
I mean,
vote?
but it's not, it doesn't mean they're voting yes.
So they have, so those people have to vote first and second?
Yeah.
But they
Yes.
can still vote no. Both
They
of
can
them
still vote no.
on it, even though they made the motion
Because,
and second.
think about,
Okay, so now we're running
They're
into an
just-
issue of rushing to second, because we've never done that. Now we're running into issues of rushing to second
Because then
something.
if someone wants it to die, then it will die if
That-
nobody seconds it. So
Right.
then you don't.
Or someone rushes to second it so that they can be the second one to vote for it, so that they can set the vote. I'm just trying to, I know why Rick wanted to go into full-blown random, so I'm trying to argue why
That still makes sense.
why that still makes sense. If this table comes up with a reason why it doesn't, and your way works, then I'm good. I'm just trying to make
try
sure we.
my way and see what you think.
So
It's up to
okay,
you guys, but I'm just saying
So I understand
that
what you were saying. So
it's how
person
most
who made the
boards do it.
motion is the first vote. Person who seconded it is the second vote, and then from that point on, regardless of officer position or anything, so it's not like president goes last or, in that order, it's just purely alphabetical at that point, regardless of officer title.
So I go last every time,
Unless you made the
unless I made the motion.
Yeah, I guess so.
Unless I made or seconded the motion. So as long as I don't make or second a motion, I get to decide the fate of this board every time.
No, you-
I love it.
You know what?
I love it. Let's go with that. No, we're good. We're good.
Revisit that,
No, we're good. We're good. Let's go with that. Did I make my point?
Yes, you did,
Thank you.
because it sounds like your intent is to sabotage.
No, that's not my intent. My intent was to make my point.
Yeah.
My intent was to make my point that I didn't realize that I was last until I just mentioned it, by the way. I looked around, I'm like, Alice, so it's okay.
Okay.
But I used it to make my point.
And the Park District does it random. I think the city, if I'm not mistaken, does it by aldermanic ward. So they go first ward, second ward, third ward, even though they don't necessarily.
So they don't follow Robert's rules alphabet.
No, I'm just saying how they're doing it
Yeah,
practice-wise, but they don't necessarily sit in ward order in the horseshoe. They sit kind of randomly, but the vote is taken in ward order, if I'm not mistaken.
So in another district has, here's the 4 action items we voted on tonight. The secretary has 4 different orders
Right.
set out ahead of time.
Right.
She calls it, and then we vote.
Right, and she's the only one, and
she's the only one
she's
who
the only
knows
one who knows. And the idea we were throwing out the last time is maybe you don't even have the secretary do it, so the secretary couldn't be, not that somehow
you're saying
Manipulating it behind the
Correct.
scenes.
somebody behind the scenes is the one calling it out. Again, Park District here does it that way. The director's secretary takes the role every time and just has
Right.
a matrix.
Now to make it easier for us, and we could just have we could have someone in the or in the staff create the order for that evening, and then that evening it's the same order for every vote. And then the next evening, it's because I'm going to find it very difficult for somebody to sit there and matrix it during. Okay, we just did a vote. Now we got to.
Bernadette, from the last meeting that we had, Bernadette and I spoke, and it could be something that she would be able to do, or her replacement.
Actually, the board I sat on in Kentucky, we had the administrative
Assistant do it?
to the superintendent.
Yes.
And that person did the random selection and provided it to the secretary the night of the board.
And then you.
And it was simple.
That way you're not changing it, as long as you follow the order, it's set.
Then you're the only one that had the order.
So
And is that-
you will be rotating the vote.
And is that order set per topic or just?
Per agenda, per action item. So every action item is
now we're leaving the same way we were leaving me being the last guy to vote. We're leaving the decision of who's going to be last potentially to our secretary.
No, so
It's-
Bernadette would do it.
It's set ahead
And
of
then-
time.
Yeah.
Right, I'm
Staff
not,
doesn't.
it's
Yeah,
not
then she
my,
just
up
hands
to
a
my
piece of paper
discretion,
to
it's.
Oh, I thought we were going to give Carol
She would
that.
just read it.
Oh.
That's all she's
And
calling.
to tell you what the administrative assistant did in Kentucky was she actually had a card with everybody's name, and she reached in there and
Right, just pulled it out.
pulled it out. And that's the way it went, and that's the way you got it. Action item 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and it was set up, and the secretary got a sheet, didn't announce it to anybody, and
I mean, there's randomizers on computers where Carol could literally just press a button.
That's what Bernadette was looking
Yeah,
into, is the randomizer.
there's randomizers where literally Carol could just press a button right before the vote, and it automatically just random, and then she just reads it as the computer randomizes
The
it.
only thing that's awkward with doing that is then you're calling your own, you have to call yourself at one point. That's why having someone who's not in the horseshoe, you're not calling, you're asking yourself to vote each time. So that's the only different, and again, city council, city clerk calls the vote. So the city clerk doesn't vote, the alderman and the mayor vote, so.
In looking at perceptions, I think we'll get some kudos in the community for this, for a random voting. So
Yeah.
there's one way we'll get some
And I
kudos.
should say too, I don't think that there was ever truly a situation in which we were, all sitting behind the scenes, oh, Fred's going to be the last one to vote that time, and Larry, whoever on that side or whatever. I don't think it was happening, but it's just
Because you're voting
perception.
your,
And
you're voting your truth. You're
Fred,
voting
you've sat in an end, and I started my first 2 years at an end. When you're sitting in those ends, you don't really care that you're getting called on first or last.
No.
I'm letting you know, when I was sitting there, I never sat there and was like, please don't go to my side first, please go to that side first, because me personally, I was going to vote either way. I didn't care what anyone else was voting.
It's
I was
just
going to vote
sometimes
my way anyway. Right.
It sometimes stinks because if you're on the end, you're going to be the swing vote several times. It just puts you in an awkward spot.
So you sit the same way every meeting?
We sit the same way every meeting, but what
But they
Dr. Borelli would do
alternate
is,
between where the
Yeah.
vote starts.
so every vote,
That
so
row-
The vote either started with Fred and ended with
Was Bob.
Bob, or started with Bob and ended with Fred. When I was my first 2 years, it either started with me and ended with Bob again?
No, I just
Eggman,
prefer to
Mark.
mix up the seats every now and
I
then.
was going to say.
yeah. So since we're not going to necessarily mix up the seats, although we could, the randomizing of the vote.
No, I like to mix up the seats because certain alliances can form when board members sit next to each other all the time, and that's, could be good, could be bad, but I think it's important to get different seat patterns going. It's
never
like-
worked for me and
Fred.
Fred.
I'm a teacher, so, you don't have the same arrangement all the time.
So I am surprised on the board expectations on, this is going back to the first page. I'm surprised confidentiality is not mentioned, and maybe it's
So-
understood, but, oh, it's in there, okay.
Yes.
I think confidentiality is really important as a counselor, and I think it's important for a healthy group, and that's why I'd probably like to see it again, but
Yes,
that's me.
I know it's in here, because it was a communication piece that talks about handling closed session. Where's
I think it's
closed?
under
And it-
principle 2.
Thank you.
And if it's buried and we have to look for it, I think it's helpful
Yeah,
to
information
reiterate it.
required by statute to be discussed in closed session and so discussed will remain confidential.
So well, I really want to dive into that a little bit in terms of.
We're going to be here a while.
No. Just in terms of like that closed session and when we do go into close, and they are going to be significant situations. One of which will be, we talk about some of our special education situations if we're in
arbitration, or if we're heading to due process, or if we're in due process. We speak very openly and honestly with the board at all times, within our Friday memos, within our closed session minutes, with, conversations that we have on a one-to-one basis. Can we talk about closed session and those topics? And I think it's going to be hard for certain people because they're going to be sought after, like, potentially about what's being discussed in closed. And I just really want to have a conversation, and I agree with you, Janice, about how critically important that is. And it's that whole notion of pillow talk. You don't talk to your spouse, you don't talk to anybody. What happens in closed stays in closed. Tricks, traits, lingo to give to the board, in case approached by closed, and topics.
You just have to honor it. That's all I can say.
That to me,
what enclosed, I know
that's
is
the critical thing.
Yeah.
I'm trying to find where it is on here where you just read.
It's under operating principle number 2 on page 2. It's about the fourth bullet down.
Yeah, so to me, the critical term in that is required by statute.
Right.
Well, I'm not talking about IOMA, because IOMA doesn't require anything.
Right.
That's not the statute that requires confidentiality. What requires confidentiality is the Personal Records Act and some of these
Student
other,
records and anything about student
students
discipline.
Yeah, an HR issue. So, for instance, again, back to, I'll use your real estate example. There's absolutely nothing in the law that requires this board, if it had gone into closed session, for Fred to keep it confidential. Absolutely nothing. There's nothing in the statute. He can go out, walk out of closed session, and tell the reporter sitting out in the hallway, we just discussed purchasing 123 Main Street for $500,000. Nothing.
Except that you and I are the spokespeople for the board.
For developing a team, creating a team atmosphere. I mean, that was
I don't
just
disagree with you on that, but
destroyed.
There have been situations in this city alone where there was nefarious stuff going on behind closed doors, and someone walked out of closed session to say, I don't agree with what just happened. There's some nasty stuff going on, and spilled beans to the reporters. That is their absolute right to do that, and there's no duty of confidentiality to the board, to the district, or anybody else. If it was a student situation, without question, you can't talk about a discipline situation for a variety of reasons.
Or if we're in litigation or pre-litigation.
Yeah. Yeah, and that's a whole issue. I mean, that's another issue that you were kind of alluding to, breach of attorney-client privilege. So when you have the attorneys in the room, they're opining on the merits of a particular case that we're involved in at that point. That's an attorney-client conversation at that point. Everybody in this room has a duty to the district not to breach that, and if one of us waives it, we've waived it for the entire district at that point, which is a big deal.
One of the benefits of having our meetings run so late is that there's less a chance of pillow talk. There's less chance of meeting people out in the hallway. And by the time you are ready to talk about it, you've calmed down because it's the next morning.
Moving on. Thank you.
One thing that the public has taken us to task on several times, and the board, we didn't get to talk about this at the last meeting, is the timing of our closed sessions and whether we do them before or after the meetings. Again, Park District does them almost routinely after. City kind of does them both. We almost routinely do ours before, and I think that's generally, tell me if I'm wrong here, but out of respect for the various other administrators who
Councils,
have to
other
be
administrators,
for those conversations. I mean, it's one thing
if
to have
we're
a
bringing,
lawyer.
let's say, like Tony Luisi, he's with us no matter what. But if we'll bring a special ed attorney like a Michelle Todden, we don't want to make her be there until 11 o'clock. And honestly, when you're going into close at 11 o'clock, those are typically your headier situations, and you really don't want to be making having those discussions and making decisions potentially that late at night. So we began our board meetings a number of years ago. We went from 7:30 to 7. And then we started doing closed, 5:30 or 6 o'clock.
Which I don't understand why it's an issue for the public. If they know, I understand when we were going over.
Yeah,
I understand when we were going, when our closed sessions were starting at 6 and we're supposed to end at 7, meeting was supposed to start at 7:05, and we were still in closed at 7:15. I get why people would be upset, like, hey, you're making us wait 15 extra minutes. But we killed that. We put an end to that.
But there were several nights, I recall, where we cut conversations that should have gone longer short because we were
We're
like,
worried
oh,
about
Joan
the
Sanders is
public.
going to be yelling
Joan
at us
Sanders
in a
is going
minute
to
if
yell
we
at us
don't.
that we're not.
We can always resume those.
We can.
At the end.
But we're
and
back
just
to
get
the same issue of why not just do it all at
Then
the end?
people may not be there that we need to be at the table, which is why sometimes we would go over a little bit to try to wrap that conversation
Sure.
up and then just start the meeting. But one person in particular, really chastised us for coming out of closed late and making people wait.
Yeah. So the one difference I see with the Park District doing theirs at the end of the meeting is they almost rarely never have an additional staff member in the room for a
Yeah.
particular issue like that. It's usually just the board and maybe the executive director, so it's not a big deal to hold everybody late. But when, in our case, we're almost always in with at least one or two other administrators.
And ours are so important, which is why we're enclosed, that we have lawyers there, we have, accountants, we have, so
Other
that now it's like, now we're really going to have our lawyers come to our board meetings either at 10 or at 9 to sit and wait so that they can go into a closed session at 11:30. So I'd like it if you guys can come up with a better option.
I agree. And I just wanted to throw it out, especially to the new board members. I know you've heard the same complaints that we have about it being on the front end instead of the back end, and just the rationale of why we put them on the front end versus the back end. But there's pros and cons. There's good and bad to doing it.
I'm a firm believer that it has to be when we're at our freshest and our best. It has to be, because those decisions made in closed session and you new members will find out that they're some of the most serious decisions that you'll ever make.
Right.
And they affect so many people, because often they set a precedent, and they're worthy of all the discussion you can give them.
So what do you guys think?
Are you okay with it at the beginning and maybe taking a few lumps that it's not at the end, but you understand the rationale why, and we need to place priority on that?
I like it at the beginning, and the later we could start, the better. Personally, I know you said, what did you say, 5:30 start or 5 o'clock?
Depends.
But
We try not
yeah.
to start if we can before 6. We really try
Right,
to
I would
have
prefer
close
later.
be like 6 to
Exactly.
7. Every
That would
now
be
and again, we have to do a 5:30, and it's a hustle for people that work, we know that.
Right.
But that's really, I would say that's more of the exception than the rule. Would you agree?
It's just if we have
Not lately.
Right. So I would prefer later. I don't know how everyone else
The
is.
tail end of that, the tail end of the year, almost every single one of our meetings started at 5:30. And I agree that I would also prefer later. Unfortunately, the later you push it, the later you go home.
And the later
some
people
of
are
us,
waiting to come out of their
Carol
house
and
for
I
public
obviously,
comment.
Carol and I obviously agree on this one. Once we're past 9, it don't matter what time we go home, because our families are already, probably sleeping. But it does
Still wake
just-
up in the morning, though.
But just so you know, just so you know that if you push it, the reason it was put at 5:30 wasn't because we all just wanted to get here early and get out of here earlier. It was because it needed the extra time, and we didn't want to add that extra hour to 12 o'clock and make it 1 o'clock.
Right.
So it really, unless we get real good at shaving the meetings down.
Right. Or if we cut
First,
out some of
right.
those things that we talked about before at a prior meeting, like the concerts,
presentations,
right,
yeah.
basically. If we
Well,
shorten those a
concerts,
bit.
presentations, I agree, like from our,
Oh, not the president, I meant the...
She means the kids.
Right, the kids.
no, I don't want to cut out the kids.
No, I meant just shorten, some of the award ceremonies maybe, or the presentations. No.
I'm okay cutting out your presentations or your presentation because
kids.
because we have them. We got them in our board
Okay,
packet.
cutting you
Oh,
off,
yeah,
Tom.
that's fine.
We're moving on.
Okay, that brings us to your operating principles,
So
which we
wait, I
touched
just want to
upon.
make sure, so are we all, especially the new board members, you all okay with leaving closed at the beginning, at least for the time being, seeing how that goes? And
I think at least for the time being, I went to 5 other school boards in the area. Their meetings run 2 hours maximum. They're closed thereafter. But, so I think if we get into a different rhythm,
Right.
but, I think let's try it as it is.
Can we talk just real quick about that? Because the 2-hour meetings, the district that I'm heading to is a 2-hour, hour and a half, 2-hour meeting, but it's really conducted as a business meeting.
Yeah.
It's not real conversational. There's public comment at the beginning. You're not doing all of these steps. It's a business meeting. So can you outline just quickly, Denise, or Dee rather, the difference between kind of, you've seen our meetings, you've been at them. We do more presentations. We try to make them a little more conversational. It's more of a working meeting than a straight business meeting. And we certainly can transition over to a business meeting, but it will have a very different feel for the board and for the community.
And I think you have to be careful because you're implementing some changes now. So change is hard. You know that. You said that, Denise. I think if you try to streamline with some of the suggestions that we've made tonight, that you've agreed upon doing for your meeting, I think you may see some time relief there. I do know some districts that limit the presentations to 8 minutes. If you can't get it done in 8 minutes, you know,
we've talked about that.
It's too much.
Yeah.
Maybe it's too much because when you're here for such a lengthy time, you do reach that point where it's just, you're not here any longer. You've already put in a full day. You're just not here any longer. So, you know, it's certainly the prerogative of the board, the direction which you would want to take, but some of that you might want to think about paring down a little bit and just gradually start pulling back over time. I wouldn't do everything all at once. I would, you know.
I think we're all committed to kind of re-looking at everything and figuring out ways to streamline. So.
Okay.
That helpful?
Yep.
Okay. I'm not going to spend time on this, but this is a document that if you would just take one and read it at your leisure. Important information in there on being a board member. Lots of information in your folder. I'm not going to go through every single piece of information in there. To wrap it up, I did want to go through the board agreements, but I know it's late. You haven't really gone through those since 2015, unless you have, and I don't have. No, I got those off the internet. So you can certainly do this on your own as a board as well. Put this on the agenda, upcoming agenda, and go through it. I can come back out if you would like, but it is getting late, and I know everybody has to get up and go to jobs in the morning. I think it's worth putting this fresh in front of everybody's mind, especially the new board members, so you're aware of them. Do you want, I'm going to ask you, Rick, do you want me to go through these tonight, or what do you guys want to do?
How's everybody? I've still got to work tonight, so I don't know about the rest of you.
Wow.
You know, I think it's almost helpful to look at these after we've had a meeting or two, you know, particularly as a new person. You know, after we had 2 meetings, let's pull these out at our June meeting. Are we abiding by these? Are we being open? Are we being collaborative? You know, and I think to revisit them might even be more productive.
Sounds good. And I'm going to challenge you to be familiar with the policy that pertains to these operating principles. I like it when boards tie their principles into policy. It gives them a little more oomph, for lack of a better term. And you'll find those policies in section 2 of your board manual. Okay? That's it for me. I appreciate the time and devotion that you gave tonight, the time and devotion that you give throughout your board tenure. It's not an easy job, I know that. Kudos to you for taking it on and doing what's best for public education and for the children of this community. Best of luck to you, Dr. Olson. Best of luck to you, Dr. Hines and Palatine. And again, thank you. You will receive a brief survey from my administrative assistant, Nancy. Just please provide some feedback for my facilitation tonight. And thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Dee.
Thank you, everyone, too.
Thank you. You were great.
Yeah, it really felt team-like tonight, and I think these were really good steps, so thank you. Thank you.
So next meeting is May 20th. Closed session's going to start at 5:30, ironically.
Is it 5:30? You're joking?
That's what it says on here. I'm looking at the agenda.
Oh, that's because we're going into the student showcase at 6.
I need my
We've
marker.
got a 30-minute close, because we're coming out at 6 for this technology showcase.
Yep. And then regular meeting starts at 7. It's at Emerson.
That's it?
That's it.
Yep.
So unless there's anything else, I'll entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Second?
Second.
Thank you. All in favor? Aye. Opposed?
Randomly, aye.
We are adjourned.
Thank you all.